Stay up late looked at the officer sadly. Without moving an inch, he said, "Officer, it was you who taught me to never fall back. It was you who taught me to always do my job. I will never forget that." The officer moved his eyes and then stopped. He responded by saying, "If you must be like this, then excuse my cruel deeds." After that, the officer swung his white metal sword. But before Stay Up Late could see how it moved, he groaned in pain. He now had a wound on his chest that was deep enough to reveal his ribs. That was a warning strike, the officer said to Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked at the white metal sword and said, "The Western King sword and the Southern King wings are so powerful. No wonder they are legendary." "I only used 10% of my power," the officer said. Stay Up Late looked down on the wound on his chest and calmly said, "Next time you strike, and I don't dodge, please just leave my body here. A special ops operative that doesn't complete their mission should not return home." "Why are you so stubborn?" The officer sounded a bit angry. "These are my principles. You taught them to me." Stay Up Late said. "Good. I will teach you another lesson, then. You need to think on the fly," the officer said and moved his Western King sword again. He did so faster than last time. But this time, Stay Up Late moved. It was like he moved with the Western King sword, except he was a little ahead of it. Stay Up Late grunted, and another wound appeared on his body. This wound was lighter than the last, however, and the damage wasn't so grievous. "It looks like you can teach an old dog a new trick." The officer frowned. The sword had not performed as impressively as he had expected, especially after he put even more strength into the second swing. Stay Up Late laughed and said, "I learned that from Han Senator. Humans are weaker, and their lifespans are shorter, but their creativity far exceeds ours. The skills they create are far more ingenious than what the crystallizers developed." "You are falling," the officer grunted. He waved his fire wings and swung his Western King sword. Stay Up Late's movements were similar to Han Sen's, but not exactly on the mark. He was borrowing some techniques and skills, but he was adding them to his own. He was still using mostly his own talents. Stay Up Late dodged the deadly attack, but he was too weak to escape it all. His body was wounded again. He was beginning to look like a bloodman. The officer, with armor from 2 crystallizer kings, was faster and stronger than Stay Up Late. Seeing Gujia get killed by Golden Growler, the officer had lost all his patience. He waved his Western King sword and prepared to unleash all his power. Stay Up Late had managed to avoid getting killed by the previous 3 strikes, but he had still been hit by each. With the wounds incurred, he wouldn't be able to evade the 4th. The sword was on its way, arcing down towards his chest. "It's over." Stay Up Late sighed. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, and he knew his body would be cut in half. Boom! Suddenly, a light came from the sky. It hit the Western King sword with the power of a small sun. It shocked the officer and his sword, and the sword missed its target, buying Stay Up Late time. Stay Up Late's body moved fast, and he avoided the strike. He looked to the sky in shock. The officer's face changed and he looked up, too. There was a shadow up there, moving quick. And there was a light coming down on the officer. The officer kept swinging his Western King sword to try and break the light, but he then saw a giant beetle land. Han Sen had finally come back to Roka, and he saw Stay Up Late was going to get killed. He used the unicorn beetle's weapon systems to save him. Seeing the person use a sword to break the beetle's light, Han Sen was shocked. The beetle's light was not as good as Geno armor because the mobility wasn't up to scratch. The officer saw someone appear, and he didn't want to waste any more time with the unexpected. So, he had to finish his task before Zagu was killed. He flapped his wings and teleported to the beetle. He slashed towards the beetle and cut a 3-meter-long crevice through it. Han Sen was shocked, so he quickly recalled the beetle. The unicorn beetle could not move fast to evade attacks. He was afraid it could very easily be destroyed if that continued. Hansen. The officer was shocked when he saw Hansen emerge from the machine. He used his Western King sword against him, trying to slash him like he had never slashed before. Hansen's face changed and he tried to dodge, but his fitness could not save him from those swipes. Before he could move, the glove on his right hand became an armor set that shielded his entire body. Then, the fist aligned itself with the arc of the Western King sword. Boom! The fist hit the sword, and it created an explosion in the sky. It was far worse than the detonation of an atom bomb. The impact turned the ground into an ocean. The city became a ruin. Hansen's body fell back a few thousand meters. He was rather shocked that he didn't fall over. He knew the immense power of the glove, but even so, he was still sent flying. His chest fell awful, but his opponent hadn't moved an inch. That was a testament to the sheer power he wielded. Hansen did not know Western King sword, Southern King wings, and the glove were all on the same level. The officer was simply stronger than Hansen, which made the glove appear weaker. Northern King glove. I did not expect one of the 4 Crystallizer King's armors could be found here. Let me take the Northern King glove and the Eastern King crystal shoes, then I can get moving. The officer looked excited, staring down at Hansen in the jade armor. He flapped his wings alongside his sword. The officer looked completely murderous, and he wanted to kill Hansen for the glove. Hansen used the story of genes and let his energy combine with the armor to assimilate with it. Pang! Hansen used his Dongxian movements, thinking he could dodge the officer's strikes. But he was hit, and he fell like a star. When he hit the earth, the impact created a big hole amidst the ruins and rubble. Why can't I dodge? Hansen wondered. He had seen himself manage to evade the strike, so it was a puzzle. Don't look at his sword, look at his eyes. Stay up late, called to Hansen. Look at his eyes? Why? Hansen did not know what that meant, but he did know there wasn't time to dwell on the matter and think it over. The officer was on his way to strike again. Hansen wanted to adhere to the advice and not look at the opponent's sword, but he found himself unable to do it. If someone was coming at you with a sword, how could you not look at which way the weapon was falling? You'd die if you didn't. This was instinct. Pang! Hansen was sent flying again. Even though he was wearing the glove and its protective armor, he ended up coughing blood. The armor hadn't broken yet, but there were some concerning dents across it. His organs felt ready to give up the ghost. Don't look at his sword. Look into his eyes. Stay up late was badly injured, and all he could do was shout at Hansen from afar. Explain it to me, how can I look at his eyes and not his sword? I can't do it. Hansen shouted, as the officer came at him to strike once more. With his Dongxian movements and heavenly go, he did his best to try and dodge it. But the tragedy continued. Stay up late had only learned a bit about Hansen's talents, but even through that, he had been able to dodge the officer. But Hansen had the glove armor and was stronger, yet despite that, his evasions were unsuccessful, and he was repeatedly hit. The glove armor was strong, but the Western King sword and Southern King wings were, as well. Hansen couldn't keep himself from being damaged. The hand is the heart eye. The eye is the beginning of the hand. You need to see through his eyes to see his sword. That is his trick. If you do not register his eyes, you won't evade a single one of his attacks. Stay up late, called as he healed himself. What does that mean? I don't understand. Hansen shouted. When the officer hit Hansen, the felon coldly said, "Knight, you are too naive. Even under my teaching, it took you 3 months to begin to grasp the concept. Do you think you will understand in 3 minutes? How will I know if I don't try?" Stay up late gave a wry smile. He knew this would be a difficult concept for Hansen to grasp, and it'd be a truly incredible thing if Hansen was able to see into his enemy's eyes in such a brief amount of time. But there was no choice. Hansen could understand that concept or die. There was no alternative. Hansen realized he could not do anything to avoid the officer's attacks, at all. So, he decided to stare into his opponent's eye and take his mind off the brutal sword. His eyes were nice. He had thin eyebrows and eyes as bright as a rising phoenix. While they were a pretty sight, Hansen didn't yet understand why he should be looking into them. At least Hansen had known how the earlier strikes had hit him. Now, if he was hit, he wouldn't know exactly how it had happened. Pang! Hansen fell into the ruins again. He stood up and exclaimed, "Brother, are you playing with me? What is the point of looking into his eyes? You have to learn this and look deep into his eyes. Understand, or you will die here." Stay Up Late was confident about this, and spoke very surely. So, Hansen ran back out into the fray. His armor had a lot of marks and dents now. It was pretty earlier, but now it looked like rugged scrap. If this continued much longer, it'd likely break and leave him exposed. Hansen's body was already badly damaged, too. He had coughed up a hefty amount of blood throughout the fight, and it was fair to say that his body was in a worse condition than the armor was. "Save me, officer." That was Yake's voice. Yake was severely damaged, with his arm all mangled. He was running away. The officer hesitated for a moment, but did not shy from his chosen target. He was still going after Hansen. The Northern King gloves were more important to him than Yake's life. Although Ji Yanran had the crystal shoes, they were only using her to fight. Hansen was a formidable foe, and he actually made use of the glove. If the officer took Hansen out of the picture, getting the other item from Ji Yanran would be an easy task. Arg! Yake screamed, right as Bauer annihilated his brain. He was very dead. Bauer's armor broke then, too. Not because the enemy had shattered it, but just because she couldn't support it anymore. She had eaten a lot of fruit, but it wasn't enough to sustain continued use of the gear. Ji Yanran then held on to Bauer, who slumped weakly in her broken armor. As she did, Ji Yanran's legs still fought and held off Zack and Zagu. Unfortunately, she was still unable to kill them. Near Little Angel, Golden Growler killed Rudy. Only Zack, Zagu, and the elusive officer were left out of the attacking forces. Golden Growler wanted to go over and help Hansen, but Hansen forbade this. He bid that they help Ji Yanran first. Their powers were good, but they had not grown enough yet. And furthermore, they hadn't generated self-geno armor. If they came over to help, the officer would likely kill them in a single strike. No. No. It's not working. Hansen tried staring deep into the officer's eyes, but it was all to no avail. Nothing was working, and he didn't really know what he was supposed to see. The officer's eyes hadn't changed. He looked at Hansen's body, but he attacked in a different location every time. It was difficult. Hansen was good at judgment, but this was the one foe that his predictions did not work on. Pang! Hansen's armor could not withstand the next strike, and it was broken by the Western King's sword. The strike almost obliterated the flesh beneath the armor. Hansen was knocked to the ground, and he had trouble getting back up. If it wasn't for the glove armor, he'd have already been rendered unable to fight. The officer looked excited. He used his sword to try to stab Hansen. He wanted nothing more than to kill the human so he could take the Northern King glove. Hansen gritted his teeth, wishing to summon Destiny's Tower to block. But suddenly, a scary power began to emerge. And it landed right on Hansen. The crystal armor on Ji Yanran became the crystal shoes again. They started running towards Hansen without the crystal shoes, though. Ji Yanran started to fall from the sky. She wasn't strong enough to participate in the fight in her ordinary condition. Zack, seeing the crystal shoes leave, raced over to Ji Yanran with the express desire of killing her. Golden Growler roared. He suddenly made himself as big as a battleship and absorbed the hit Zack was going to deliver. In doing so, he managed to save Ji Yanran and Bauer both. A gaping hole was left in Golden Growler's armor and body as a result, though. Fortunately, it didn't hurt as much when he was that size. As Golden Growler roared, Ji Yanran and Bauer were able to get to safety with Luo Lan. Since Ji Yanran had now lost her crystal shoes, Little Angel and Golden Growler were fighting Zack and Zagu desperately. Fortunately, their opponents had already been damaged by Ji Yanran and Bauer. If this wasn't the case, things would have been far worse for Little Angel and Golden Growler. The crystal shoes landed right before Han Senator, he put them on. At the same time, the glove armor returned to just being a glove again. Boom! The officer stabbed a number of holes into the ground. He was breaking the planet, but he wasn't managing to hit Han Senator. The crystal shoes and their power pulled Hansen away, preventing him from being stabbed. How is that possible? The officer was in shock. He looked at Hansen and the crystal shoes in much confusion now. The crystal armor was something special, and ordinary people could not make use of it. Once the shoes recognized someone as their master, they would never betray that master or be used by someone else unless the owner was killed. The reason the officer hadn't killed Ji Yanran was because the shoes would have selected Hansen as their new master once she was dead. He had the Northern King glove, after all. It was highly probable that the shoes, given a choice, would select Hansen as well. But the officer did not expect the crystal shoes to willingly follow Hansen and not strictly remain with Ji Yanran. Hansen had been very worried about his family being put in danger during his absence, so he had left the shoes with Ji Yanran. The shoes really did help the family, too, while they were in danger with him gone. The crystal shoes never truly obeyed Ji Yanran. When they sensed that Hansen was in danger, they went over to their master and slipped themselves onto his feet. Hansen didn't like wearing them, but fashion principles weren't much of a concern at the moment. He had an enemy he needed to defeat. The crystal shoes didn't become crystal armor around Hansen, though. They became shoes and the glove remained a glove. Neither item shielded him in the shape of an armor set. It's useless. Even if you have the crystal shoes and the glove, you are still so very weak, the officer said savagely, swinging his sword once more. The fiery wings of the officer sent him flying towards Hansen with the sword. Hansen felt the shoe's powers dragging him back a few thousand meters. It was too fast for Hansen to decide how to react himself. The crystal shoes on his feet provided him speed. They were much stronger than when they were taking the shape of an entire armor. And the shoes were far faster now than they were when Ji Yanran was making use of them. But the officer was still able to catch up. The fiery wings on his back could go faster than the crystal shoes. Seeing the sword approach, Hansen remained calm. He went towards it. Hansen had the crystal shoes and the glove. He had nothing shielding his body. He had a Geno armor inside his Sea of Soul, but he could not use it while he was wearing those other two items. Even if he could put it on, it still wouldn't be very good against the Western King sword. Now, all Hansen hoped he could do was use his gloved fist to hit the sword. If he missed, he expected he'd be cut in half. Before this, Hansen had failed many times. He couldn't block the sword no matter how many times he tried, and neither could he evade it. Now that he had no armor, this was his last chance. The officer looked cold, and he didn't think Hansen could block it. Just like all the other times, he expected he'd be able to deliver a cruel blow to Han Senator, and furthermore, Hansen's body had no protection because there was no armor on him. He could kill Hansen and take the crystal shoes and glove all for himself. Stay up late and the others all turned to look at Hansen now. He and Han Yufei both knew that if he was unable to successfully block the next strike, he would die. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Stay up late shouted out, despite expecting such a call to be practically pointless. Hard eye was a technique that was very difficult to teach. When Stay Up Late learned it from the officer, he had practiced the skill for a very long time. After many repeated failures, Stay Up Late managed to wrap his head around it and learn it successfully. Stay up late had learned it in the course of training, however. The officer had taught him by using the technique slowly. Months of training with it, Stay Up Late found success and managed to learn it. It resulted in others calling him a genius. Han Sen was in the midst of genuine combat, and there was hardly any respite. He couldn't dedicate much of his mind to learning new things right now. The sword and fist collided with each other, but the sword was like a shot that slipped by. It didn't touch Han Sen's fist and was instead going straight for his chest. He didn't block it. Stay Up Late's face changed. It's over. Han Yufei looked ill. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were unable to see the situation, and they had no clue Han Sen was in danger. It's over. The officer could feel his sword tearing through fabric and penetrating flesh. It made him feel very good. After this, he would receive all the Crystal King armors. If he could combine them all together, he'd have no issue surviving out there. Seeing the skin on Han Sen's chest start to break, he added more strength. He had to ensure that he killed Han Sen in a single hit, without giving him any chance of survival. The sound of breaking flesh felt good to listen to. Seeing the blood cascade from the torn skin, the officer became ravenously excited. Pang! Suddenly, a fist like cold water slammed across the officer's face. It broke the fire that enveloped the officer and sent him soaring away with a twisted body. He fell into the ruins. He stood up from the rubble and stared up at Han Sen, who was in the sky. He did so with a look of disbelief. He could not believe he had been hit by Han Sen, and his mask had been shattered. Stay Up Late and the others could not believe this either. They could not believe this had happened. I don't understand Hard Eye, and I don't need to. Han Sen licked his lips and looked down at the officer. The officer didn't say anything. He simply drew his sword and started swinging it towards Han Sen. Pang! Just as the sword was going to land on Han Sen, he managed to punch the officer's face with his right fist again. The officer's face looked all mangled, and his body was sent barreling through the sky again. How is that possible? The officer held his face, and his pupils shrank in absolute disbelief. It's fine. It does not matter how strong you are, I will always be faster than you. Before you kill me, I will kill you. When Han Sen said this, his crystal shoes propelled him like a rocket, bringing him right before the officer. This is impossible. The officer could not believe what was happening, and so he just frantically swung his blade again. The results were still the same, though. Just as the sword came down on Han Sen's body, the officer was punched away. Han Sen could not understand or learn the officer's hard eye, but that wasn't a concern anymore. All he had to do was be faster than the officer. Before he put on the crystal shoes, he wasn't as fast as the officer. Now, things were different. The crystal shoes provided him a speed boost that allowed him to rival the officer, and become just as fast as him. And the glove, when it was in glove mode, imbued his right hand with a lot more speed and power. It was far stronger than it had been when it was protecting him via the armor set mode. But the most important thing was Han Sen's predictions and judgments. When he no longer had to care about countering the officer's strikes, he just had to be faster than him. Pang! 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 The fist and armor kept hitting each other. Han Sen's hands railed against the officer's body, breaking it fiercely. The once pretty officer was covered in blood, as more and more oozed from his mouth. His face was swollen and blue, and all semblance of fairness had abandoned it. The officer kept on flailing his sword arm in vain, but he kept on getting hit by Han Sen every time he sought to land a blow. He could only damage Han Sen's skin, and he couldn't hurt him properly. The officer just needed to be faster than Han Sen to kill him, but he couldn't. He kept on getting hit by Han Sen each and every time. Stay Up Late was in a state of shock. He had never before seen anyone triumph over Hard Eye in this way. It seemed a very risky thing to do, but Han Sen managed to strike first and firmly every single time. It really was quite unbelievable. Boom. After all those attacks, the officer's Geno armor started to crack. Hansen punched him again, and he fell to the ground like a meteor. There was a giant crater following his descent. No. I cannot lose. I cannot lose to a human. The officer wanted to pull himself out of the earth and fight. Hansen swooped down from the sky and punched him square in the head, though. And then again and again, he kept punching his skull into the ground. The officer's head was beaten into a pit, which filled with blood that bubbled and sprayed. Eventually, the officer's fingers weakened and dropped his sword. The Western King's sword fell to the ground and emitted some ding-dong noises. Hansen wanted to keep on attacking, but the flames of the officer exploded like a sun. Hansen, I will be back. After the explosion, the officer was gone. Only the voice remained, like an echo on the wind. Hansen used Dongxian aura and attempted to search the vicinity for any trace of the officer. The officer had definitely become an enemy, so he'd feel better if he could kill the man now and spare himself some trouble down the road. The officer was already beyond the atmosphere of the planet, though. He was traveling fast. Hansen wanted to give chase, but Little Angel and Golden Growler were both injured. He looked at the officer, flying away, and knew it would be hard to catch up. So, he decided to fly in front of Zack. Boom! Hansen punched Zack's head. His right gloved fist was driven into Zack's metal helmet and obliterated his head. His headless body crumpled to the ground. Zaga looked eager to flee, but he was far slower than Hansen and his crystal shoes. So, Hansen was easily able to catch up and send his fist right through the escapee's chest. Aside from the officer who ran off, God's organization was out of commission. But even so, Hansen was still not happy. And that was because of his inability to kill the officer outright. Hansen looked at the white metal sword the officer had left behind. He held out his hand toward the metal sword, and the sword flew right into his palm. The sword had already left a big impression on him. It was as good as the glove, there was no doubt about that, so it was quite the treasure to have. Hansen did not know much about these items. He did not know the sword, glove, and crystal shoes were the armors of crystallizer kings. He did not know where the sword was from, but he sure knew how important it had been for the officer. Therefore, he spared no debate in taking it for himself. The crystal shoes slipped off Hansen's feet, and then the glove left his hand. That was a surprise. The glove and the shoes could move by themselves. He already knew the shoes could, but seeing the glove just flap around on its own was almost spooky. He did not need to clean up after all that fighting, as the city had been completely leveled. There were no undamaged buildings anymore. Ji Yanran called for someone to bring over a big airship they could stay in for the time being. Fortunately, while there were many injuries, no one had been killed. Han Yufei met Luo Lan with his true self. When Luo Lan saw him, she didn't say anything. She merely grabbed Han Yufei by the ear and dragged him into a room. After that, many horrible sounds were heard. Hansen got goosebumps just hearing them, but when he next saw Zero, he was shocked. He realized something. Zero was able to follow him into the sanctuary, and it never mattered which one. That meant she could always be near him. Up until now, Hansen hadn't been able to understand why that was possible. Now he understood. When Hansen first saw the 9-life cat symbol on Zero, he thought it was just a sign associating her with Blood Legion in some way. Now that Hansen was thinking about it, he realized the symbol was just like the tattoo on his back. Zero could enter the sanctuaries without issue, unlike others who were subject to limitations and restrictions. She never had to go through a formal ascension process either. Now Hansen was thinking that if Zero had a 9-life cat symbol like his, the mystery was practically resolved. Old Cat had said that having 9-life cat blood meant you could come and go in any sanctuary as you pleased. It was a fine explanation for why Zero was able to enter any of the sanctuaries, without ascending the proper way. And Zero teleported to Hansen whenever or wherever he ended up. That was something else that went against the pre-established system of the sanctuaries. That was similar to what had happened to Hansen when he ended up next to Old Cat. If Zero's tattoo was the same as his, that meant they shared a weird connection of some kind. They might have been one and the same, and that was why Zero would always spawn next to him. Hansen thought this was very possible. He'd only ever had one brief look at her 9-life cat tattoo, though, so he couldn't quite remember the details. He didn't know if it was exactly the same one that was on his back. Seeing Zero, who was currently treating his wounds, he thought to himself, she's a grown woman. I can't ask her to take her clothes off so I can inspect her. Hansen thought about this conundrum for a while, but he couldn't come up with an excuse that would permit him to get a look at her tattoos. Zero, you haven't bought any new clothes in a long time. How about we go and get you some later? Hansen looked at Zero's clothes. He only had to make her wear something that revealed her back, and he would see the tattoo. No, I have enough, Zero said calmly. But I need to. You are a beautiful girl and you need to dress up pretty. If you don't, people will find out I've been cheap on you. I will handle this for you, okay? Hansen said that all at once, not giving her another chance to respond. Zero did not say anything either. Once she had dealt with Hansen's wounds, she left. Hansen was on the sofa browsing Skynet. He bought a few different garments for Zero. He bought a number of different clothes to hide the ones he truly wanted her to wear, the ones that would display her back. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to buy a lot of different clothing that all showed her back. That would be too obvious, and it'd be like he was making a statement. By buying a bunch of different styles, she'd be none the wiser. 2 days later, the clothes were delivered by a drone. Hansen called Zero over and convinced her to try them on, one by one. And when Zero wore the clothes that revealed her back, Hansen was delivered quite the surprise. Zero's appearance hadn't changed much, but she had grown up a lot. She was a woman now. She looked very beautiful in the dress he got her, and Hansen couldn't stop admiring her looks. Zero walked around, with Hansen staring keenly at her back. He also took a photo for future investigation. But when he saw her back, he really could see that the 9-life cat tattoo was the same as the one he had. It wasn't just the shape that was a carbon copy either, he could sense it was the same via its color and feel. I was right. If Zero's back tattoo is the same as the 9-life cat pendant, it explains everything. But why would Zero have it and the pendant? Blood Legion had 2 of those relics? Where did Zero come from? Is she a human or a Shura? Or is she something else entirely? After Hansen discovered this, his mind found more questions than answers. Hansen believed Zero might be a human that had used a geno fluid at the Shura grave. It was certainly a possibility, but the tattoo posed other problems. When Hansen became a god, he had absorbed the 9-life cat. When had Zero combined with the necklace? And how had she done it so soon when she wasn't strong? Dear, what do you want for dinner tonight? Because you are injured, I will cook. Ji Yanran pushed the door open and walked right in. She was shocked by the scene she was witnessing. Hansen was lounging on the sofa, staring at a loosely clothed Zero. The dress she wore left her whole back on display. Hansen wished to give her an answer, but he immediately noticed a dangerous look take over her face. He quickly told her, Zero bought a number of different pieces of clothing, and she wished to ask me which looked the best. Zero, you bought these clothes? Ji Yanran nibbled her lips and asked Zero directly. Hansen bought them. Told me to wear them. Zero wasn't a liar and her EQ was low. She wasn't really sure what was going on, so she simply answered with honesty. Ji Yanran squinted her eyes and looked down at Hansen with a look that was more frightening than hell's most rotten demon. She slowly approached him. Let me explain. It isn't what you think. This is all a misunderstanding. Hansen wished to explain. Ji Yanran walked in front of Hansen and then smiled a smile that was creepier than the officer's. You love to watch girls change their clothes? I will show you how it's done right when we go home. The smile remained fixed on Ji Yanran's face, and it gave Han Sen a horrible chill. Let's go to the mall and buy the most expensive garment. Then, you can dress yourself up in it and show me. Han Sen quickly said. Shut up and get in here. Ji Yanran grabbed Han Sen by the ear and pulled him into the next room. Many screams were heard after that. A while later, Han Sen managed to explain everything clearly. He desperately wanted to escape the wrath of her finger. After dinner was done, Han Sen saw Stay Up laid up in the observation tower. He walked over and started to chat with him. This matter concerns our lives. Is there something you need to tell me? Stay Up Late was more injured than Han Sen was. He was reclining on a sofa with a hot cup of tea. He stared up at the sky as he replied. That was the 3rd Division Special Forces officer. He trained all its members, myself included. Stay Up Late sounded okay, just a little cold. Still, it was a soothing voice to listen to. But what he said next shocked Han Sen. Stay Up Late was just a soldier, not a high-ranking officer or important individual in the crystallizer civilization. He only knew the history of the crystallizers from what he learned in the history books. The history he knew about the crystallizers placed their origins in the sanctuaries. The crystallizers wished to avoid a war, and so they sought refuge in the sanctuaries. Heaven knew how long it took after that before their civilization developed into what it became. Many elites wished to leave the sanctuaries and return to the outside. They did succeed in doing this, but they were also destroyed. Something bad happened inside the sanctuaries that resulted in the destruction of their entire civilization. That was what became their recorded history. Stay Up Late didn't exactly know what had happened amidst the downfall and disaster. It affected him, anyway, and put him to sleep inside the Geno fluid. He remained there in stasis until Han Sen woke him up. Stay Up Late only remembered the powers passing over him that made things feel as if the world was ending. He couldn't resist it and passed out. Nowadays, all that remained of the crystallizers were fragments and remnants. Only ruins had been left behind, following what transpired. Stay Up Late said the crystallizers were far more advanced than humans, at their peak. They had evolved more than humans, as well. Even elites like him were just soldiers back then. He was in the special forces, but that still put him a long way from being the best of the best. There were 4 crystallizer elites, the Northern King, Eastern King, Southern King, and Western King. Aside from Eastern King, the others wished to escape the sanctuaries. They wanted to leave and reclaim the lands they had lost. But the crystallizers had been gone from that world for too long, and they had no clue how scary it had become. Their developments made them too confident, and Han Sen knew the end. Humans were a tribe of crystallizers, or to put it in a slightly starker way, they were test tube results of beings that had been spliced with crystallizer genes. Many test subjects were regarded as the lowest of the low in the sanctuaries, so they were given the opportunity to grow. The crystallizers were hoping to produce a greater race that would one day help them reclaim the lands they had lost. There were many races based on the crystallizers. Some were immediately sent out of the sanctuaries, but none were able to survive longer than a month. Stay Up Late recalled there was a place they used as a graveyard, where they could also store their Geno armors. But after the disaster, most of their civilization was destroyed, and the location of that place was unknown to him now. Han Sen could guess he was talking about the Hero Spirit Hall. What humans died there? Amidst the fighting? Han Sen asked. Stay Up Late went silent for a bit before responding. When he did, he said, the creatures were given crystallizer genes, but the splicing also included the genes of other beings, too. As a result, they were different. To the best of my knowledge, the humans were incapable of reaching the Alliance before the disaster. Humans did eventually get there, but it was only after our downfall. Once there, you started to breed. But you only created one creature. How was it able to reproduce? Han Sen asked. So? Your race is called human, but you have other genes within you. Still, your body kept the same height as the crystallizers. The other genes may have come from more crystallizers belonging to a different tribe, Stay Up Late said. Hansen asked Stay Up Late a number of other questions. Hansen was worried, as the last time the crystallizers opened the sanctuary, it remained open. If someone generated a geno armor, they'd be sent out of the sanctuary. It was impossible to close the sanctuaries now, and in regards to how that might be done, only the four kings had known. But even if Hansen and Stay Up Late did know how to close the sanctuaries, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it by themselves. What is the outside world like? Hansen was curious to learn about this. Stay Up Late gave a wry smile and said, I don't know. Like I said, I was merely a soldier. Even the high-class crystallizers didn't know much about the outside world, though. If they had, they wouldn't have made the mistakes they did, which resulted in the near obliteration of our race. They hid in the sanctuaries for too long, not learning about the outside world. Hansen thought this might be the case. After they were done talking, he decided to go and see Han Yufei. He explained the situation to him and told him not to generate his self-geno armor. Too many elites were known to have died out there, so it was too risky for him to do it, as well. Still, Hansen needed to practice, and he didn't dare slow down. He went as fast as he could. Even though the sanctuaries were open now, Stay Up Late said the creatures from the outside could not get in. But if that was true, that made Hansen wonder how the crystallizers ended up getting destroyed. So, Hansen did not feel too safe being inside the sanctuary. He kept on practicing. If something happened, having a great deal of power amassed would be the best thing. And Hansen did not believe that the creatures from the outside could not get in. If they couldn't, then how had the nine-life cat entered and gained so much authority? The officer did not show up again. Aside from constant practice by himself, Hansen also spent some time practicing with Stay Up Late and crystallizer technology. He also spent time learning about Heart Eye. He spent a whole month on that subject alone. If he had to go up against the officer again, there wouldn't be much of a risk. He'd be able to use Heart Eye. But the officer did not show up. Hansen wasn't sure whether that was because the officer knew he was too weak to go up against him, or whether he had gone back to concocting a new scheme that would take some time. As Hansen rested, he took time to investigate the Western King Sword. It was a crystallizer's geno armor, like the glove and crystal shoes. Hansen asked Stay Up Late what the difference between this geno armor and the others were. Stay Up Late did not know, though. He said every crystallizer could generate geno armor, but only the four kings could generate these special geno armors. The crystallizer glove and crystallizer shoes had wills of their own, but the Western King Sword seemed entirely inanimate. Hansen could not sense that it had a will, and neither could he sense any special power it may have possessed. After Hansen and Stay Up Late examined it, they thought the officer must have used a special method to combine the sword with himself. The sword had probably become lifeless because it was away from the officer. Hansen had nothing to do right now, so he used the Blood Pulse Sutra and dropped a smidgen of blood on the Western King Sword. The real blood geno core had become a part of who he was. It was in his blood, and Hansen's blood could therefore be called real blood. It was no weaker than the actual real blood geno core. And as Hansen grew and became stronger, it would develop too. Hansen put a drop of his blood on the Western King Sword. The blood didn't spread and blend into the metal, however, and it just remained a droplet upon the surface. I can't believe this isn't working. Hansen cut his wrist and bled some more of his real blood over the sword, and went at it until it was entirely painted red. Even after rubbing it in, it didn't work. Hansen put the Western King Sword aside, hoping the real blood would do something in time. If there was a will, there was a way, and Hansen wasn't keen on giving up just yet. That was one of the 4 Crystal King armors, and he didn't think there'd be a 5th in existence. According to Stay Up Late, whether someone was qualified was determined by the geno armor they generated. But the difference between the average Geno armor and the special Geno armors was something Stay Up Late couldn't accurately define. Fitness was not an accurate measurement, and it wasn't that you simply reached a certain fitness and were then able to generate a special armor. Eastern King, of the Four Kings, had a fitness that was not all that excellent during his earlier years. He was like an average crystallizer, and yet, he went on to generate one of those special Geno armors. So, the crystallizer observer's task was to watch their creatures grow and learn how they might go on to generate the special Geno armors. But before they could find another special one like those, the race was destroyed and brought to ruin. Even the crystallizers did not know if a qualified one currently existed. Hansen went to practice the story of genes. He progressed quickly, and it was like he was learning new skills every single day. And through that, his fitness was rising. Even so, it would still take a long time for him to recover the demigod strength he had lost. Entering the sanctuary again, Hansen appeared right where he should have been. Sietching King was still there, too. Although the 9-life cat had told him his blood would not restrict him from entering any sanctuary, he didn't really know how to get to any of the others, as of yet. For the time being, he was stuck in the fourth god sanctuary. Hansen was worried about the officer appearing, though, so he wouldn't stay there for long. He had a chat with Sietching King, and the spirit asked Hansen to take his latest issue of the comic. He wanted it uploaded. Hansen's life had been quiet for a while now. After the last fight, the officer and God's organization seemed to have been dealt with. He didn't hear anything about their movements anymore, and there was no news regarding potential operations. Hansen was a legend in the Alliance, but it was fortunate he was not one to revel in the limelight and fame of such stature. And truth be told, he could control the entire Alliance by force, if he so wanted to. Even though he didn't do this just yet, Hansen's power was still sending ripples across the Alliance. The G family grew more quickly and steadily. They were no longer given any trouble. Some said it was because of their strong ties with others, but those associations paled in comparison to the influence of Hansen. In the next election, Ji Ruozhen was planning on running for the presidency again. Some of the other families that had ties with Hansen also benefited. Even if Hansen didn't want to play any role or part in the politics of the government, his mere existence was influencing things. It didn't mean much to him, though. Controlling the whole alliance through bureaucracy wasn't even remotely interesting to him. Civilizations like the crystallizers were destroyed easily. Humans would fall even swifter if similar forces came against them. The officer was an enemy, yes, but what he said was true. Time passed, and Little Flower was 3 years old. Hansen wished to send him to a kindergarten, but he was afraid that God's organization might come and bring Little Flower harm if he was out there without Hansen's supervision. After a lengthy discussion with the family, they decided on having Little Flower study at a kindergarten on Roka. Hansen could protect him there, and Little Flower would be able to socialize with ordinary folk of society. Hansen decided to buy half of the planet, too. Little Flower's kindergarten was located on the side that he did not own, though. Traveling would take some time. Stay Up Late volunteered to take Little Flower to school every day and bring him home. He worked harder than Ji Yanran and Hansen, that was for sure. He frequently said Little Flower was special, and there was a chance he could be qualified. His potential was even greater than Hansen's. So, he spent a lot of his time observing Little Flower. That made Hansen feel safer. If the officer was planning on taking Little Flower, and Hansen was late to the rescue, Stay Up Late could definitely keep the child protected for a time. After soaking the Western King sword in blood for a whole year, a reaction was finally achieved. It wasn't falling under real blood's control, but the sword's own wool was finally returning. But even with the wool coming back, it wasn't quite like the glove and the shoes. It was easy to trigger the Western King sword's power, at least. Hansen decided to give it to Stay Up Late. Hansen would need someone to fight if the officer showed up again, and Hansen himself wasn't around. Little Flower was a popular kid in school. There, though, aside from the principal, no one knew he was Hansen's son. And even so, the kids and teachers all grew fond of him. He was the cutest kid in the kindergarten. Kids loved playing with him, and teachers liked treating him better than the others. But even so, Little Flower was still very quiet. No one knew he was Hansen's son, and so other than being well-liked, he didn't draw much attention. Hansen entered the sanctuary again, and there, he found the 9-life cat. "Why are you here?" Hansen frowned. He didn't believe that their unexpected meeting was coincidental. Old Cat laughed and said, "I found something interesting in the ruin, but I can't get it out by myself. Let's partner up again if you're interested. I might help you, but only if you answer a few of my questions." "No answer, no thank you," Hansen said sternly. "You have 9-life cat's blood. Come on, we're like family. You can ask me anything, and I'll give you a proper answer." Old Cat spoke as if they were brothers. "What is this thing on my back?" Hansen asked Old Cat. "It's nothing too exciting. That is the remains of a 9-life cat. It is their leftover genes," Old Cat said with a slight tone of awkwardness. "Does that mean there is more than one?" Hansen asked. Old Cat hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There aren't many." "What's going on?" Hansen frowned. Old Cat wasn't answering fully and forwardly, and it was clear he was hiding something. Old Cat retreated into thought before speaking next. He said, "It's not a big secret, only rare 9-life cats can leave behind something like that. And to the best of my knowledge, there are only 10. Hearing him say this, Hansen's mind drifted back to Zero, who had the exact same thing. He still went on to ask, "How many are there in the sanctuaries?" "Just one." It was from Human Emperor. Old Cat suddenly stopped short. Hansen heard half of what he said, and immediately, his face changed. He looked at Old Cat and asked, "Human Emperor visited the 9-life cat? 9-life cat comes from the outside, so the Human Emperor got out?" Old Cat smiled and said, "I guess, but he didn't go out with his powers intact." "What does that mean?" Hansen asked. "If I told you I helped him out, you wouldn't believe me. So, it would be best if you stopped asking. And if you ever do make it out, you'll hear it from him. But if you can't make it out, such knowledge is useless to know," Old Cat said. Hansen was shocked. He had no idea that an alpha human had made it out of the sanctuaries. "Is he still alive, then? Can you at least tell me that?" Hansen asked. "I don't know. When I came here, he wasn't dead. But predicting if someone is dead or alive out there is now something anyone can do. Even me." Old Cat shook his head. Hansen thought about this for a while and said, "How did you even get into the sanctuary?" "As far as I know, aside from the crystallizers, no others were able to get inside." That was what concerned Hansen the most. If the creatures from the outside could enter, just like Old Cat seemed to have, then that could spell out something pretty bad. Old Cat seemed to see through Hansen's thoughts, and answered, "If nothing could get in, then how could feathers be here?" Hansen's face changed. Old Cat, with a cocky expression on his face, went on to say, "But don't worry, if the crystallizers hadn't killed themselves, it would have been difficult for other races to enter. I came in when the crystallizers opened the sanctuaries. And yes, the crystallizers are practically all dead. They can't kill themselves anymore to open doorways." "Did you destroy the crystallizers?" Hansen asked, looking at Old Cat. "Do I look like I'm capable of such an act?" Old Cat revealed his claws. Hansen ignored the mocking and asked him, "Well, could other creatures have made it through?" Old Cat nodded. "There were others, but I don't know them. Now come on, I've told you everything you wish to know. Will you follow me now? Why don't you tell me what for? Maybe I'll consider coming." Hansen smiled. Breaking a promise made to the 9-life cat isn't a very wise move to make. think about it. Old Cat squinted his eyes. I said I'd consider coming along. I didn't say I'd come or not come. Hansen smiled again. Old Cat was a professional liar, and Hansen wasn't willing to put absolute stock into everything he was being told. And right now, there was every chance he might be getting sold out. Old Cat saw that Hansen really wasn't moving, so he went on to explain the ruins. Old Cat had discovered another lab with another race there. It hadn't woken up like the feather had, but just in case, he wanted to bring Hansen for help. Old Cat explained that if nothing happened, he would take the item. If something bad happened, then any treasures they found would be shared. Hansen asked him what he expected to find, but the cat's explanation made no sense to him. It was like some sort of bone that was similar to the one Hansen retrieved before. What is the point in getting such a bone? Hansen couldn't figure out what that other bone was for, so now was as good a time to ask as any. They're useless in the sanctuaries, but out there, they're highly sought after by all. If you can get out, you'll find out for certain. Old Cat didn't really explain anything. Hansen mulled the idea over some more, but ultimately decided to follow. He was quite curious about discovering another race, anyway. So, do the sanctuaries only have one of these items, brought here by Human Emperor? Hansen asked. It should be just one, assuming Human Emperor did not lie, Old Cat said. Hansen asked Old Cat how Human Emperor had managed to get the bone, but he didn't receive an answer. Old Cat was afraid of telling him. Hansen was planning on going alone, but Siaqing King overheard them and wanted to go along. Hansen wouldn't mind some extra help, and Siaqing King was nearing emperor status, too. He'd be very good to have along. But before setting out, Hansen returned to the Alliance. He took the glove, but left the crystal shoes for Ji Yanran in case something happened during his absence. The three of them entered the relics Hansen had been to before. Hansen thought the lab was the one he had previously visited, with the feather inside. But even though Nine Life Cat was taking them to the same ruins, that was not the lab they were headed for. Where did you find this thing? Hansen frowned. There are 3 other labs, and I found what I seek in one of the others. I know my way around, and if it doesn't wake up like the feather did, we should be safe. Old Cat spoke as he led them forward. They walked around the ruins for a while, before reaching their destination. When they entered, it looked just like the one Hansen had previously visited. There were many tools and crystal tanks. The laboratory was damaged, though. The room was in bad shape, and much of the equipment was broken. Many crystal tanks had broken, too, leaking their fluids everywhere. There were a number of rotten bodies and bones scattered all about. What is this? Asked Siaqing King, holding his nose and looking at the bodies and the liquids around them. They are creatures held for testing and experimentation. Some are prototypes of something else, like him. Old Cat jumped toward one of the crystal tanks, and he spoke with eyes fixed on it. Hansen and Siaqing King looked at Old Cat, and then observed the strange creatures contained within the tank. Hansen could not describe what it was. It looked like a human, but a bug at the same time. It had human limbs, but the head had the eyes of a fly, with a multitude of lenses. And while the limbs were like a human's, the joints were those of bugs. It looked very weird. It's just a disgusting bug. After Old Cat said that, he leaped onto the tank and began slapping it with a paw. He obviously intended to break it open. Are you ready? Dead or alive, it doesn't matter, behead the thing as soon as you are able to, Old Cat said to Hansen. Yes. Hansen was in agreement, paying. The crystal tank broke, and the liquid and the bug man came spilling out. Hansen did not say a word. He simply summoned the white Geno armor, and with his hand like a blade, struck the neck of the creature. The hand, now clad in the gauntlets of the armor, made a metallic striking noise when it hit. Hansen's power and Geno armor had only been able to make a slight scuff on its neck. Fortunately, the bugman showed no reaction. It looked to be already dead. But just to be safe, Hansen gave it another 100 cuts until he was able to break its shell. The meat inside was like jam, and there was no blood. It looked like it had been dead for quite some time. God knew how many times Hansen had to hit it after that, but eventually, the head was lopped off. As he worked on it, he thought to himself, "This thing is so tough. Thankfully, it is dead. If it wasn't, this would be quite a lot of trouble." Hansen, according to the terms of our deal, if it was dead when we found it, the item we came for belongs to me. You'll hold up your end of our bargain, correct? Old Cat saw the Bugman's head fall off and quickly jumped on it to speak. Fine. Suit yourself. Hansen did not plan on stealing from him, so he just walked back a few steps and watched the old cat. He was keen to see what he was going to obtain. Old Cat used his claws to scratch away at the Bugman's armor. A deep crack was instantly formed, and that gave Hansen quite the shock. Hansen knew Old Cat was not weak, but the action it had just performed was rather shocking. Even if Hansen used the glove, he knew he'd have much trouble trying to break the shell. It wouldn't have been easy. Old Cat was certainly much stronger than he was letting on, and much stronger than Hansen's own estimation. Old Cat's claws were sharper than a surgeon's scalpel, that was for sure. In no time at all, he was peeling the creature open. And before long, pulled back a paw that was holding something green. What is that? A stone? Hansen looked right at the item in Old Cat's hands. Those are its guts. Old Cat looked so happy to have obtained the jade-looking guts. Hansen didn't see where the cat put it, but he still asked, "They look like rocks, not organs. What are they truly for?" Hansen asked. "This is good stuff. You'll know all about it once you get out. With how you are now, you won't understand." After Old Cat dug up the guts, he ended his search. He jumped and said, "Let's go, there is nothing left." Xiaqing King, meanwhile, wasn't feeling too good about this. He said, "While we're here, shouldn't we explore more of this strange place? Do you think we have come here to sightsee? You'll die if you explore any more." Old Cat rolled his eyes and started walking out. Hansen and Xiaqing King looked at each other, and then followed after Old Cat, so they could be led back to where they had initially come from. The three of them walked past the greenhouse, and as they passed it, Old Cat hunkered a little and asked, "Did you touch the stuff in there?" "We were with you. You know that we didn't take anything," Xiaqing King said. "Old Cat, what's going on?" Hansen asked, looking across the greenhouse. "Someone has been digging in the soil." Old Cat stared at the disturbed earth. Han saw it, too. It was like a freshly dug grave, with soil churned up everywhere. "You didn't dig this, did you?" Hansen asked, with a frown. "If I did, why would I ask?" Old Cat madly rebutted. "If it wasn't you or us too, might there be other creatures around? And if that isn't possible, maybe the thing buried dug its own way out," Xiaqing King said. Hansen and Old Cat looked glum. No matter what the case was, this was bad news. "Let's get out of here." After Old Cat said that, he started to run. Hansen and Xiaqing King ran as well. They ran for a while, but eventually, their faces fell. They had run dozens of miles, but they hadn't escaped the vicinity. They found that they had walked in a loop, ending up back at the greenhouse and the fresh hole. It gave them a very bad feeling. They looked around, but it was all quiet. There didn't seem to be anything else there that was alive. Hansen's Dongxian aura could not feel the presence of other creatures. But they fell silent and went to examine the deep hole. "Keep going." Old Cat told them to keep going, and so they did. This time, however, they walked faster. It wasn't long before the three of them ended up back at the greenhouse. "How can this be happening?" Xiaqing King wasn't afraid, and he was actually quite happy to see the greenhouse again. Hansen and Old Cat looked at each other and prepared to run, but suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Pang! 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 The soil around the grave started to explode. Many more black holes were created, and the entire graveyard looked like one giant beehive. In the dark holes, there was something red like lanterns shining. When the red lights rose to the surface, they were revealed to be the triangularly shaped heads of snakes. The red lights were their gleaming eyes. Now, black things were pouring out of the dark holes. They came straight for Hansen, making a sharp noise. Hansen was startled as he looked at them. Old Cat had already escaped with incredible speed. Xie-Qing, run! Hansen shouted and started to run. They did not know what those black-scaled snakes were, but if Old Cat had run away upon seeing them, they thought it was a good idea to follow after him. Xie-Qing King did not want to run, but he obliged Hansen's request and went along with him. The toxic snakes were coming at them like a breaking tide. They were very fast, but thankfully, they were slower than Hansen. The trio kept on running as fast as they could. But a while later, the snakes appeared in front of them. The greenhouse also ended up in front of them, too. Somehow, through means unknown, they had been forced to make another loop. Now that they had snakes in front and behind, they were firmly sandwiched. Seeing the groups of snakes gathering together, Xie-Qing King unleashed a silver light. His fists were like a volcano, spewing silver fire as he threw them forward to punch the black snakes. Alu alu alu. The raging fists of silver light killed a vast number the black-scaled snakes upon contact. The toxic blood was thrown everywhere. I thought these things were something scary. They're this weak? When Xie-Qing King stopped punching, the place had undergone a makeover to look like a slaughterhouse. The bodies of the snakes were everywhere, and not a single one had survived his rampage. Old Cat looked at him as if he were an idiot, and he said, "Are you stupid? If this was that easy to deal with, why would we have run? You killed so many of those snakes, she is going to go mental." "Old Cat, what do you mean?" Hansen asked with a frown. Old Cat did not answer. An explosion came from the greenhouse, one that sounded like the earth tearing apart. Something emerged from the ground. It was a person with long hair and a beautiful body. Or at least the upper part was, for the lower body was a slithering snake. She'd have been a beautiful woman if she was a complete one. She opened her eyes, but there were no pupils. She even had the eyes of a snake. She stared at the three of them intensely. "Don't move. Don't make a sound. Her vision is bad, so there is a chance she'll be unable to see us right here," Old Cat told them, retreating to the side. "She can't see, but she's not deaf." "You're so loud, she'll certainly hear you," Xie-Qing King said, not moving. "She can't hear, either. She can see moving objects, so if we don't move, she won't be able to see us," Old Cat said. Hansen and Xie-Qing King did not believe him, but when Lady Snake came out, she made a noise with her tongue but did nothing else. She didn't pay them any attention. Lady Snake moved around a bit, but it appeared as if she couldn't see the three of them. It was as if she was moving around in search of something. She really can't hear or see us? If that's the case, why are we afraid of something so dumb? Xie-Qing King was shocked. Dumb? You better hope she doesn't find us. She can kill you as easily as she might a chicken. Old Cat looked at him with disdain. "Stop it, you two." "She's coming," Hansen said, looking at Lady Snake. Lady Snake could neither see nor hear, but she was sure Hansen was around there. It kept searching and searching, leaving him unable to move. "What should we do?" "She will bump into us sooner or later. And when that happens, we'll have no choice but to move," Hansen said. "She can't hear and she can't see. Why don't we just get rid of her when she comes too close?" Xie-Qing King said. Old Cat laughed and said, "No one is stopping you from trying. If you want to die, be my guest, I will be running." "How do we escape?" Hansen asked. Old Cat laughed and said, "I don't know. But judging from the way she's searching, she'll be bumping into you first." And when she's busy with you too, I can have a chance to run. You're King shameless. Hansen shot him a glare. That sounds like a good idea, but even so, you cannot leave here completely. She will hunt you down, one way or another. If we are all going to die, why don't we work together, find her weakness, and kill her through cooperation? Old Cat said, no. We cannot fight her. I am old, and I still want to live a while longer. I will run first, anyway. There's nothing you can do about that. Look around you, man. Don't you think this place looks a little different? Maybe her rising made the restrictions disappear. Perhaps we can waltz out now. Okay. If you want to run off, why don't you tell us what it is? Hansen said. Old Cat looked at Lady Snake, and then said, if I'm correct, this thing is a new creature. One combined with a Naga. She has the power of a Naga, and she's got the creature's genes. That makes her even scarier. What are their weaknesses? Hansen asked. I told you. Her vision and hearing are awful, Old Cat said. And? How do we kill her? Hansen pressed. Haha. Nagas are a noble race, and any of them can easily destroy the tribes and families of others. Where the crystallizers found Nagas, I have no idea. But I really don't think you can kill her. It would be best if you decide which of the two of you would rather die first. Who knows? Maybe one of you can make it out while the other is mauled. Old Cat sounded quite spiteful. After that, Lady Snake came right before them. If she slithered in another circle, she'd undoubtedly bump into them. She'd hit King first, too, judging from her position. When Lady Snake was only 30 meters away from King, the spirit said, if she's as strong as the cat says, I will try and fend her off while you make a break for it. Just remember to upload my comic. Hansen wished to say something, but the monster suddenly changed direction. It was supposed to hit King, but now it was going for Old Cat instead. Oh, *T. Old Cat's eyes widened. Seeing the beautiful Lady Snake coming toward him, Old Cat thought through many different options very quickly. He couldn't think of a way to get out of the predicament, though. Brother Han, didn't you say we should find a way to get rid of her? I have an idea, Old Cat said to Hansen. Hansen and King laughed and said, sorry. We've changed our minds now. You are right, living is more important. We'll run while you deal with her. Lady Snake came close and ran into Old Cat a number of times. Then, Old Cat raised his paws and started to scratch the creature. He was so quick, though, Hansen couldn't even see him do it. At that close distance, Lady Snake saw the movements. Her hands that were covered by scales came into contact with the cat's paws. Boom! A scary power blew a big hole in the earth. The dust and soil scattered everywhere, prompting Hansen and King to take off running. The scary power kept on appearing behind them, driving Hansen on in fear. And this time, they were really running forward. They were no longer looping. Before long, they were at the outskirts of the ruins. They made it outside. I didn't expect the fourth god sanctuary to be a habitat for such extraordinarily strong beings. Not even emperors could fight them, King said, as he felt the earth rock and shake. Emperors are nothing to them. Hansen stood outside the ruins. It was so dark in there, but you could still see the powers wreaking havoc. There were only two creatures fighting down there, but you could immediately tell it was a bad battle. Are we really going to just leave the cat? King asked. With the power we have, we can't help. After Hansen said that, he heard a cat start to squeal. Then a scary power swiftly began heading out of the hollow. Oh, no! Old Cat couldn't fight her. They are coming this way. Run! Hansen shouted, and the two ran away at an even faster pace. Before Old Cat could get to them, though, Lady Snake caught up to him and he was re-engaged in combat. As Old Cat fought, he squealed, "Idiot. You think I can't fight you? If it wasn't for the rules, you'd be dead already. You better run while you still have the chance. If you make the cat angry, I'll cook you alive." Old Cat still spouting that egotistical crap? Hansen thought to himself, but he didn't allow his legs to slow or stop. Suddenly, though, he felt something hot on his back. The heat increased until it burned. Hansen wasn't very happy about that. If something was now happening to his tattoo, then it wasn't a good sign. Hansen turned his head and looked. The shadow of a red cat started to cover the ground, and it looked very oppressive and scary. It covered the entire area around them. Hansen was frozen, and the cat's shadow gave him a fright and a half. It made Hansen feel as if he was as small as an ant. The burning feeling of the 9-life cat on his back was because of that. Old Cat's transformation had triggered the reaction of his tattoo. Old Cat did not have time to be tricky, and he looked like a beast as he tore off the arms of Lady Snake. Lady Snake immediately experienced immense pain, and she quickly wished to run away. But Old Cat was swift to break open her chest and pull out her beating heart. D***** thing. You ruined the cat's business. Now you die. Old Cat screamed aloud, as he raised his claws to the sky. Lady Snake was then ripped to pieces, and not a complete bone remained. Her blood was spilled everywhere, and Hansen and Xie King were put into a state of shock. The cat is that strong? Xie King's eyes opened wide. Hansen did not say anything. Old Cat was strong, but his back was still burning, and that worried him. Old Cat killed Lady Snake, and before anything else could happen, the sky started to change. A black sun appeared above them, expanding in size. It was like a whirling black hole, getting bigger in the sky. And as it grew bigger, a force of suction started to manifest. The scary old cat could not withstand the might of that suction power, and he was pulled towards the black hole. He used his claws to dig into the ground and fight it, but his attempts proved useless. The claws created drag marks that were a few miles long, but his body was still being pulled without reprieve. The suction did not seem to affect anything else. Not even the trees near Old Cat were swayed more than average, and it seemed only Old Cat was affected. But it wasn't as if nothing else could feel the suction, and by now, Hansen's 9-life cat tattoo was shining red. He felt the suction then, and he started flying towards it like a magnet. Hansen hugged the nearest tree to him, but the tree was pulled out by the force, unable to stop him from flying into the vortex. Xie King wished to help Hansen, but Hansen waved him off. If it could suck up Old Cat, then Xie King would definitely have been pulled in. Tell everyone I will find a way back. Tell them to be careful. Before Hansen could finish his speech, he was sucked into the black hole. Old Cat was squealing all the way, but he could not resist the force. He was eventually sucked in, as well. They were gone. The black hole, as if it had finished its mission following the acquisition of Old Cat, disappeared. And then, the lands returned to normal. Hansen felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. He kept getting rolled around, and he had no idea how long it took before the motion stopped. Pang! Hansen felt as if he had just been rudely thrown off his bed out of deep slumber. He felt great pain, enough to make it feel as if his bones were going to snap. In the plaza, there was music playing. There was a fountain, and there was a statue depicting a cat. It stood at a height of 40 meters, and it was situated in the direct center of the plaza. It looked to have been made of gold. Hansen was sitting on the foot of the statue, and he looked at everything in disbelief. He had only just gotten his vision back, and now it seemed everyone present was looking at him. Not with hostility, luckily, but with surprise and curiosity. It was akin to animals meeting one of a different species in a zoo. What was most unbelievable about the crowd was that they looked mostly human. But their heads possessed cat ears, and their rears possessed tails. The pupils were cat-like, too. They were round and cute. The rest of their bodies were practically human. The cat people were all dressed in individual ways. There were some in elegant clothing, some in simple clothing, some in sexy clothing, and some in very manly clothing. Some beautiful women wore skirts and tank tops, showcasing their snow-white arms and legs. They looked gorgeous. There were cars and motorcycles traveling along the streets. Aircraft were visible in the sky, and all the cat people were carrying swords. It was a weird sight. Hansen did not feel happy about this, though. Especially when a few of the cat people brought swords to his neck. Hansen wanted to gather up power and fight, but he felt his body start to sink. It was incredibly difficult to just stand, so making an expert combat move was out of the question. One of the cat people then said something to Han Senator, but strangely, he could not understand. He used his Dongxian Sutra to try to understand what the cat meant. But the Dongxian aura was strangely suppressed. It wouldn't leave his body, and he immediately wanted to cough up some blood. Old cat. Where are you? Hansen looked around but could not see him. It didn't seem as if he had come here. Without being able to find old cat, Hansen tried talking to the people before him. But they did not seem to speak his language. The soldier-looking cat people brought Hansen to a jail-looking construct and threw him in a cell. Hansen was unsure what was going on, and his body was suppressed. He couldn't fight, so all he could do was helplessly sit and watch. The cat people seemed very civilized. They didn't look savage or murderous at all, so he wasn't worried, at least. What is going on? Hansen wondered as he sat in the jail cell. The place was quite different than he had imagined. Hansen had expected to arrive in a horrible place when he left the sanctuaries. He thought there'd be horrible monsters around, looking to tear him limb from limb, requiring constant combat to survive. He expected he'd be running for his life, each and every single day. But this was very different from what he imagined, and it went against everything Hansen had believed about the outside. Is this really the outside world? Why can the elites of the sanctuary not return? Hansen did not understand. Hansen tried to cast the story of genes and the Dongxian Sutra. They now ran perfectly. They hadn't been suppressed or stolen, so he could still use them. But the thing was, the powers in the outside world were massive. They made Hansen feel dwarfed and extremely weak. He realized he could no longer even fly. There was a strong suction restricting his powers. The cat people seemed civilized. And while he might have been locked up, at least he was not being tortured. No one had taken his things either. And cats that looked like wardens even brought him food. Hansen could not get out, though. And neither could he speak to them. So, he just remained in the jail where he was, practicing what he could. He hoped to finally be able to generate a Geno armor. Where did old cat go? We went through the same vortex, so where could he have gone? Hansen was now hoping old cat could help him out. If he didn't receive help from the only person he knew out here, he was screwed. Over the next few days, a few cat people came over to try and talk with him. Unfortunately, they couldn't establish any communication. And all the while, Hansen was locked in the same cell. Hansen saw many different cat people, but the most shocking thing was that they all had Geno armors. And they were all on a 1-to-1 power ratio with the armor. His incarceration did not last too long, though. A week later, Hansen was taken out of his cell and brought to an interrogation room. After entering the room, Hansen's eyes opened wide. In the room, a beautiful woman sat on the other side of the table. She wore a white uniform. Her hair and ears were snow white. Even her tail was, too. She looked very pretty, and she filled out the uniform very well. Her legs were displayed, and they looked nice and long. Outsider, where are you from? Why are you on planet Kate? What do you want? The beautiful kitty policewoman asked Hansen in a special language. It wasn't a language Hansen knew, but for some reason, he was able to understand. It seemed as if the woman had a special power of some sort. I am from planet Roka. I entered a black hole and somehow just ended up here, Hansen said. The beautiful cat lady understood, but she did not seem to know where planet Roka was. She stared at Hansen, and after a while of silence, she said, okay. According to the laws of Planet Kate, we will have to conduct a test and have you monitored for a while longer, particularly when you work. When we have confirmed you are able to behave, we can consider getting you residency. Come, let's perform a test. We can see what you are able to do. After that, the cat lady opened a door. Hansen followed her through it. Things were turning out far better than his direst predictions. If this was the outside world, it wasn't so scary. And the cat people seemed rather nice. Hansen followed her to the station's exit. She slid into a car that looked like a ladybug and told him to get in. My name is Lansei. And here, I will be in charge of your work duties. You can ask me anything you would like to. Do you mind telling me what level your Geno armor is, though? The pretty cat lady had started to drive when she asked this. I don't have Geno armor yet, Hansen answered. Lansei was very shocked, and she opened her eyes wide when looking back at Han Sr. You are quite old. And you don't even have Geno armor yet? What race do you belong to? Why are you so weak? Weak. Hansen gave a wry smile. Hansen wished to rebut, but Lansei's communicator rang, cutting him off. She picked it up and said, This is Lansei, go ahead. Officer Lan, please go to the steel mill in the west, something has happened there, said a rushed voice on the other end of the line. I will be there in 5 minutes, Lansei replied, her expression growing tense. Lansen looked at Hansen, then thought of something. But the next second, she turned the car around and drove in another direction. It was rare to see cars in the Alliance, and Hansen had never before had the opportunity to sit in one. It was quite cool, witnessing her smooth driving skills. The car was very fast on the streets, as well. And because she turned on the siren, the cars around would move to let her pass by. With the siren and her crazy driving skills, Lansei did indeed make it to the mill in 5 minutes. There were many more cat policemen there, all cordoning off the area. They were all clad in Geno armor, and it was difficult to distinguish one from another. Sit here and do not move. If you run off, Planet Kate's laws bid we punish you severely. Lansei got out of the car and shut the door. Then, she went to the middle of the hubbub. I should follow you. I don't know this place, and I'm an outsider. I'd hate for there to be a misunderstanding, Hansen said, getting out of the car after her. Lansei nodded and said, okay. But you must do as I say and don't make any sudden movements. Yes, Hansen agreed. He could smell something very bloody coming from the mill, and he wished to see what had happened. Hansen followed her. The cops seemed to know who she was, and none moved to stop her. With haste, she entered the mill. Once they entered, though, Hansen frowned. It wasn't a very large mill, but there were many bodies scattered across its floors. The bodies weren't whole either. Many of them had been cut open, and limbs and legs were spread everywhere. It was a terrible sight. The bodies were those of cat people, too. They looked as if they had been ripped apart, and there was no clean-cut, weapon-dealt damage to the corpses. What surprised Hansen the most was that the dead cat people were also wearing Geno armor. But even so, with such strength, it looked as if they had all been brutally killed with no chance of fighting back. It seems that this place isn't as safe as I thought it was, Hansen thought to himself. What is this? Lansei moved over to another cop. She looked down at the bodies, her face gloomy. The cop said they were the night shift workers here. When the morning crew came in, they found them like this. There doesn't appear to have been any sign of a struggle, break-in, or combat. And yet, their bodies and Geno armor seemed to have been torn off of them by claws. They did this? Lansei looked sicker by the second. They could have. We contacted the supervisor, and the leader is sending a noble over. They should be here soon, the cop said. Lansei, looking across the mound of bodies, nibbled her lips and did not say any more. Don't be sad, say. If it was them, we can still stop them. The leader will resolve everything. The cop tried to comfort her. Hansen watched while Lansei examined the crime scene. Things didn't seem to be going well. Not long after, an aircraft landed just outside the mill. A cold-looking man was sitting inside, and when the cops saw him, they all parted to provide him a path that led to the scene. And furthermore, all the cops bowed when the man walked past them. Hansen looked at the man and noticed that he was another Catman. He had black hair, and the cops referred to him as Mr. Hae-sun. This Mr. Hae-sun gave Hansen a different feeling than the others did, but Hansen couldn't be certain what the difference was. Even Lansei bowed before Hae-sun, referring to him as Sir. Hansen could at least determine he was the superior amongst them. But Hae-sun just walked around, telling them he'd handle things from there on. After that, all the cops departed. Hansen followed Lansei to leave, too. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, who is Hae-sun? He seems powerful. Hae-sun is a noble who has a Geno weapon. You can't compare someone like that to normal people. When Lansei spoke about Hae-sun, admiration permeated her voice. Can I become a noble if I obtain a Geno weapon? Hansen asked, curious about this prospect. Of course. Those who can gain Geno weapons are called chosen ones. They are regarded as nobles, Lansei answered. If I had a Geno weapon already, would that mean I would receive special treatment here? Hansen asked. Lansei looked at him and said, if you can generate a Geno weapon, and you were willing to join us, you can most certainly be treated as well as Mr. Hae-sun. You'd be shown much respect. Speaking of that, Lansei went on to say, but you are an adult, and you don't even have Geno armor yet. Your race is weak, so I don't think you'll be able to generate a Geno weapon. Just go to work, and when you've got enough money, get lost and go back to where you came from. What are the requirements for obtaining a Geno weapon? Hansen was not angered by her insults, and he just continued asking his questions. You need a good race, for a start. That heightens the chance of earning one. Don't you know this? Has your race never generated a Geno weapon before? Lansei asked. No. Hansen gave a wry smile, but he went on to ask, are there any other eligibilities? Not really, they wouldn't be referred to as the chosen if there were. On planet Kate, nobles are very rare. The younger you are, the easier it is to generate one, too. There are no eligibilities, though. Some were quite weak compared to others when they earned theirs, Lansei said. Hansen frowned and thought to himself, can I generate a Geno weapon? Lansei brought Hansen to a testing room. She wanted to test his fitness and see what sort of job he'd be eligible for. Hansen thought Planet Kate resembled a modern society, so the testing methods should also resemble those of the Alliance, where all tests were conducted through various apparatus. When Hansen went in, though, he quickly realized his assumption was wrong. The test room only had one lobby, and there was no proper room full of equipment. There was a semicircular table with a vase on it. A small tree was planted in it, and the bark of the tree was dark. It had no leaves and looked rather dead. Dozens of people were queuing, and Lansei told Hansen to go and join them in line. Hansen watched a man up front step onto the table and extend his hand. With a dagger, he cut his finger to raise a drop of blood. He let the drop fall onto the planted tree, and when the liquid landed on the bark, it was as if the plant was a sponge. It was quickly absorbed. And then, an even stranger thing occurred. The dead tree that absorbed the man's blood came to life. It did not grow leaves, though. Across the tree, red flowers began to bloom. They grew rapidly like red bells all across the boughs. It was rather beautiful. Hansen took a look and counted how many red flowers there were. There were 23 of them, and they were all red. A flower power of 23. That's not bad for a commoner. Fire elemental sorts take up most jobs, Lansei said. Officer Lan, how much is a decent flower power? Hansen didn't know much about the metric. 1 flower is 1 flower. What do you need to compare it to? Lansei looked at Hansen. Hansen did not say anything. It looked like the alliance, but it was different in certain ways. Quickly, the bells started to die. Eventually, nothing was left behind, and the tree returned to its dead state. After that, the other people in line tested it out, one by one. Just like the man, they would drop a smidgen of their own blood onto the bark of the tree. The tree would shortly bloom with a different color and a different number of flowers each time. Only adults came to the clinic, and they each had around 20 flowers. The colors Hansen saw included red, yellow, blue, green, purple, white, light green, and black. They were their elements. It was Hansen's turn for the test next. He went onto the table and cut his finger, just like the others had. He let a drop of blood fall onto the tree. Hansen was curious to see how many flowers he could make bloom. In the alliance, his fitness had reached 100,000 points. But those numbers were different from the flower metric, so that figure wasn't very useful in comparison to this. The Planet Cape people had only managed to get around 20 flowers, so he didn't think he'd be able to bloom much. Not many people had come to the test, though. Hansen and Lansei had gone to the crime scene, so they had arrived late. There were 2 more Planet Cape people behind Hansen, so there were only 4 in the clinic now. Lansei looked at the tree. There weren't many people of a different race there, so she was curious to see what the little Hansen would show. When Hansen dropped his blood onto the tree, there was no immediate difference between him and the others. The tree started to bloom. The flowers were white, so the element was undetermined. But the number of flowers was quite depressing. He only bloomed 11 flowers, and that meant his fitness equated to 11 flowers. That was far worse than the average adult of Planet Kate. Lansei looked at Hansen's fitness and merely shook her head. Letting him work with a fitness like that was like putting a kid in a sweatshop. It'd be very difficult to find him a job. The 11 white flowers then started to open. They were really beautiful. The colors represented the element, while the number of flowers represented strength. Weak, Hansen thought. He wasn't really upset, though. He was prepared for a low score, and it was much better than he expected. He thought he would die in there. When Hansen came off the table, he heard the sound of bells ringing. He looked underneath him, and the 11 flowers were shaking and chiming. Hansen did not know what was going on. When the people from Planet Kate had been tested, all their flowers had died when they stepped off the table. Hansen thought he might have made a mistake, so he quickly turned to Lansei. Lansen's eyes were wide open, fixed on the ringing flowers. She looked to be frozen in shock. When the 2 people behind them heard Hansen's flowers ringing, they seemed to be in absolute shock. Earlier, when they only saw the lifeless 11, they looked at him with disdain. The tree for the test was called a geno tree. It used genes to survive. The flowers that bloomed upon it showed the strength and element of whoever put blood on it. The colors were the elements, and the numbers were strength. Usually, that was all that happened. Very rarely, however, something else could happen. If the tree enjoyed the genes it was given very much, it might request more. That ringing was a pleading for more of Hansen's genes and a proclamation that they were truly excellent. Ordinary people could not make it ring. People said a noble with a geno weapon could make it ring, but the nobles never tested in front of commoners, and the validity of the claims could not be verified. If a young man without a geno armor could make the flowers ring, there was a high chance he'd one day earn a geno weapon and become a noble himself. It wasn't a 100% guarantee, but it was definitely a 50-50 chance. There was a higher chance than there was for commoners, at least. I can't tell. Your genes are good if you manage to make the flowers ring. Lansei told Hansen as they drove away. If I have good genes, does that mean I am eligible for a good job? Hansen smiled. Although I would like to give you a good job, you are too weak. 11 flowers will prohibit you from doing anything half decent. Lansei then asked, what is your race, might I ask? Human, Hansen said. Lansen had never heard of the race before, so it must have been something small and insignificant. Therefore, she did not ask any more questions. She brought Hansen to the job center and helped him browse through possible options. She let him pick out what he liked first. Normal people weren't given this sort of treatment, but Hansen's genes had made the bells ring. It made Lansei look up to him, and so she was willing to let him pick and choose. It wasn't certain that he'd be able to generate a geno weapon, but people admired creatures who were superior. And this was within Lansei's authority to grant. Hansen looked at what was available for him, but all he could see was something that was the equivalent of washing dishes. A job like that required neither skill nor strength. There weren't any options here that Hansen really liked, and there was nothing that would be challenging. But it was getting late, and there were people waiting for him to decide. He had to pick something. It was a shame there weren't many options. That one. Hansen pointed at the job of his choosing. A grave watcher? Not a bad choice. This is a public place, so you can live there, as well. There is no need to look for additional housing. Lansei began sorting out the necessary paperwork for him. And then, Hansen became a grave watcher. He guarded the cemetery gates and kept the place tidy. This was different than what Hansen expected he'd be doing. The graveyard was not scary, and all the headstones were surprisingly clean. Lansei said it was a public graveyard, and there were over 10,000 graves there. If people lacked money, or if bodies were recovered and were unable to be identified, they'd be buried here. Other creatures would also be placed to rest here, too. It was different from how the Alliance dealt with matters of death. The graves here were simple. There was merely a name and date of passing written on the headstones there. Some had small samples of text, too. Aside from Hansen, there was another grave watcher, too. But this man was very old. They only had to guard the place, and so they would probably get bored easily. When they were bored, he supposed they could take the time to scrub the tablets and keep them all neat. Planet Kate was a nice place, all things considered. The tree leaves didn't even fall. Hansen was rather satisfied with the job he had selected. Lansei and the old grave watcher explained to Hansen his living situation and responsibilities, and when she was done, she left. She told Hansen that his co-worker was called Old Ku. He was a decent chap, and Old Ku brought Hansen over to where he was going to live. He didn't have to jump into work immediately, though. He was given the opportunity to get used to the place first. There was one thing that Hansen noticed immediately: the other grave watcher lacked Lansei's powers of communication. Hansen didn't understand what the old man was telling him, but he could at least feel that the grave watcher wasn't being hostile. There was nothing to do after clocking in. All the plots in the graveyard were filled, and no more dead people would be sent there for burial. So, aside from opening the gates for visitors, there was nothing to be done. Hansen walked around the graveyard, observing the place. If something happened, he wanted to ensure he had an escape route pre-planned. Hansen kept walking to get familiar with the place. He also examined the headstones of the graves themselves, to see what was written on them. The text on most of them was of the language of Planet Kate. Hansen couldn't understand the writing, but the formatting suggested only the names and dates were written on them. But suddenly, Hansen's body was delivered a huge shock. He saw one headstone with the name Han Jinji written on it. Hansen quickly walked over to get a closer look, and it really did say Han Jinji. And the text was the one used by ancient humans. No way. Han Jinji got out and died here. Hansen examined the grave closely. The only thing written there was the name. There wasn't a date listed. There was an additional line of words, but it wasn't of the ancient human language. It looked like the Kate language. Have you grown accustomed to living here? A familiar voice came from his side. Hansen saw Old Cat on a gravestone, smiling at him. Where did you go? If you followed me, why didn't you help me explain my situation to them? Hansen sounded angry. Old Cat laughed. I told you, 9 life cats don't have a very good reputation out here. If I was with you, you wouldn't be having the comfy living you are now. Isn't this 9 life cats territory? I thought the planet Kate people, with all their cat ears, would be related to you. Hansen looked surprised. Related? Maybe a little. But it's not a good association. Don't let them see your 9 life cat tattoo, okay? If that thing gets you killed, just don't take it out on me, Old Cat said. Hansen was too lazy to talk to Old Cat much more, but he did ask, what happened here, anyway? Can I go home? Old Cat went silent, then said, since you are out, you'll learn soon, anyway. Planet Kate is at the edge of the Big Silence System. And the Big Silence System is a restricted area of the galaxy. It's dangerous out here. Even nobles can be killed. You would be far worse. Are you trying to tell me the entrance of the sanctuary is here in the Big Silence System? Hansen said, looking at Old Cat. Yes, but it is not too difficult to go back. I am powerful, and I can take you to the entrance. But this is a big risk, so you'll have to pay me something that'll make the venture worth it. Old Cat smiled. What do you want? Hansen frowned. Didn't you get one of those bones from the feather? Give me 100 of those, and I'll send you. Old Cat seemed to have prepared this demand in advance. This is Planet Kate. So, where can I find feathers to collect these bones and then give them to you? Hansen frowned. Old Cat lifted his lips and said, even if there are feathers about, you wouldn't stand a chance against them. If you're looking to harvest their bones, you think too highly of yourself. The one you killed in that lab was some underdeveloped retard. That doesn't even count as a feather. That was rubbish. Do you actually think they are all like that? If you knew they are that powerful, why would you ask me to kill them? Hansen knew his power wasn't that high, compared to the breadth of the Geno universe. Old Cat looked at Hansen and said, I didn't ask you to kill them, but you are the one who wants to go back, yes? I can't throw my life away in the pursuit of helping you, you know. Hansen didn't reply, but the Old Cat went on to say, you don't have to go back, either. Even if I did help you return, what if you were simply pulled back here, anyway? Do you really think generating a Geno armor will allow you to escape Big Silence System? Many nobles have died there. Yes, even if you have a Geno weapon, you can still die. You are doing good right now as you are, and following me is the best course of action and the best card you have to play. Aside from the bones of feathers, is there anything else you'll take? Hansen didn't respond to what Old Cat had just said. Yeah. I want a xenogeneic gene, Old Cat swiftly answered. What is that? Hansen asked. Old Cat brought out the jade organ he had pulled from the weird bug creature. He held it up with a flourish, as if he had pulled it out of thin air. Look. This is a xenogeneic gene. Your bone is one, too. You will only find these on a mutated creature. Of course, the body parts can be different, as it all depends on how they were mutated. But the bottom line is the same, kill them, and then find these inside the bodies. Where can I find them? Hansen frowned. Xenogeneic genes can be found inside every race. Old Cat looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. So, at this point, you've learned that Geno armors and Geno weapons are different. Hansen nodded. Old Cat went on to say, in this Geno universe, creatures can generate Geno armor. Some are lucky enough to be chosen, and when they generate their Geno armor, they can evolve into 2 different things. They can create Geno weapons or mutate their bodies. Hansen quietly said, that means the mutated are the same level as Geno weapons, right? Yes. Whether a creature is xenogeneic or has a Geno weapon, it will have super gene powers. If you don't have either of those, you can't hurt them. You should just focus on generating a Geno armor, and see if further down the line you can generate a Geno weapon. Without a Geno weapon, there is little you can do. And of course, there is always the possibility you end up xenogeneic. But the biggest problem is that as a xenogeneic develops, they lose sense and become hostile and murderous. Old Cat laughed. Hansen didn't ask a question about that, thinking it was pointless. Without Geno armor, he wouldn't be able to kill a xenogeneic anyway. His biggest help right now was the Northern King glove. That was a Geno weapon, but it didn't quite belong to him. He couldn't use it as well as the nobles could use their naturally developed ones. What do those words mean? Hansen pointed to the grave of Han Jingji. Old Cat looked and said, "The biggest liar in the universe, Han Jingji." After reading it, Old Cat found it interesting, laughed, and said, "What an ostentatious epitaph. Do you think it is a human buried here?" Hansen asked Old Cat. Old Cat shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Not many people can leave the sanctuaries. I would say this is most likely a crystallizer." Hansen did not believe that both the name and the epitaph sounded like Han Jingji. Hansen could not dig up a grave, though. He wasn't afraid of doing some excavation, but this was not the Alliance. If the people of Planet Kate found out, he'd probably be sent to jail. And when creatures died here, they were cremated. There were only ashes, so there wouldn't be anything to see. Old Cat encouraged him to generate a Geno armor with some haste. If he had a Geno weapon, he could kill a xenogeneic. Before Old Cat left, Hansen asked how he might contact the cat in the future. The cat responded he'd come back himself sometime, but he left no details on how he could be found. Hansen kept on practicing, and he kept trying to understand more about Planet Kate and the Geno universe. Fortunately, there was an internet system. It wasn't as good as the Alliance's network, but it could send messages. Hansen was able to learn some of their language, and he was soon learning quite a bit about the place. Because the xenogeneic always wanted to kill, the universe was in some danger. And you could never tell when someone was going to become one of them. But once someone became xenogeneic, they grew much stronger. Unless nobles came to help, people with Geno armors would be shredded. He learned that the society there had really come to admire nobles, too. To the commoners, they were true royalty. They were protectors, in a way. There were different classes of nobles, too. There were dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. The xenogeneic had ranks, as well. Hansen only found these titles on the internet, and he was so far unable to learn the differences between them. But there was one thing Hansen knew for sure. If he encountered a xenogeneic before he generated a Geno armor, he'd be killed. It looks like I need to generate a Geno armor, quickly. Hansen worked as a grave watcher, but practiced his The Story of Genes, Dongxian Sutra, and Blood Puise Sutra whenever he could. Most of his energy was exhausted on The Story of Genes, though. It was the fastest to practice with, so it would be the easiest way for him to generate a Geno armor. That outsider really made the Geno tree chime? In a manager's office of Black Gold Group, Hardman asked his subordinates in shock. Those subordinates of Black Gold Group had been the two behind him in the test. "I promise it's the truth." "I heard it," a subordinate quickly answered. "Do you know who he is and where he lives?" Hardman asked. Beings that could make the flowers ring had a 50% chance of evolving. If Hansen became a noble, he'd become quite the hot character. Black Gold Group needed someone like that. If they were able to recruit him, it'd be very good for Hardman. "I am not sure, but I do know that he was in the company of Lansei. And when they left, he even traveled in Lansei's car." "For obvious reasons, I could not follow," the subordinate said. "Someone Officer Lon knows?" "That should be easy." Hardman let his subordinate finish and then dialed a number. He was calling the security department. Not long after, Hardman had acquired Hansen's information. "An outsider accidentally entered here? One from a nameless race?" he made the flowers ring? This is a great opportunity. After Hardman read the profile, he stood up and continued, prepare a car for me. I am going to the graveyard. Hansen was currently in the security room, learning the language. With his level of intelligence, he was able to start speaking the language in a mere few days. He might not have been fluent, but old Ku could at least understand all that he was trying to say. Hansen thought he would just have to make simple conversation, but he wished to learn more information off the internet. This required him to learn more of the language. Hansen's communicator rang with old Ku's voice. Hansen, someone called. He says he is the manager of Black Gold Group and he is looking for you. Hansen looked at the CCTV images and saw that there was a black cat-eared man standing outside the graveyard. He had dressed up rather nicely. Hansen was confused. He didn't know anyone here, so why would some manager come looking for him? He knew he couldn't escape this sort of rendezvous, and if something was going to happen, he would prepare to face it rather than shy away. So, he got up to go and meet with Hardman. You are Mr. Hansen? It is nice to make your acquaintance. I am the manager for Black Gold Group. My name is Hardman. This is my card. Hardman seemed to be quite the humble sort, as he gave his card out with both hands. Hansen accepted it. He could read the simple stuff of the Kate language, and he was indeed the manager of Black Gold Group. Why are you looking for me? Hansen asked Hardman, looking right at him. Hardman quickly responded by saying, I want to invite you to join Black Gold Group. I want you to become a member of our hunting team. Black Gold Group is a powerful entity on planet Kate, and will give you a lot of money. Hansen understood what the man was saying, but he had not had the time to investigate the factions of the planet yet. He wasn't familiar with who or what the Black Gold Group stood for. But Hansen knew that in this universe, many companies had their own hunting groups. Many were tasked solely with the hunting of xenogenic. Those groups didn't always include nobles, and many were composed entirely of common warriors. They were often referred to as pawns. Hardman wanted to use a lot of money to buy Hansen's cooperation and have him as a core member. But Hansen did not have a Geno armor or a Geno weapon yet. Hardman already wanted to sign a contract with him and provide him money and resources to help his ascension. That way, when Hansen did generate a Geno armor or Geno weapon, they'd sign another contract that would make him a proper member of the hunting team. It looked like the team was looking to pre-order Hansen before he hit the market. They wanted to buy into the prospect of his future. They were planning ahead. If Hansen managed to generate a Geno weapon, Hardman would pay him even more money. If Hansen could not generate a Geno weapon, the contract would be pointless to sign. He'd still be bound, and he wouldn't be paid as much. Hansen was not interested in opportunistic contracts like that, but there was one condition that made Hansen change his mind and end up signing it. Hardman promised Hansen he would not be observed in his work, and he would earn his citizenship. For an outsider, having those would make life much easier. And when he became a member, at least he'd still get a lot of money and resources. It sorted out all of Hansen's problems, and it was especially great that he did not have to work. If Hansen generated a Geno weapon and joined a hunting group, things wouldn't be all that bad. It would actually be a good thing to follow those with greater experience and see what battling the xenogenic was actually like. Hansen had only been a grave watcher for 10 days, and 2 years later, Hardman had completed all the paperwork and necessary procedures. He gave Hansen the best possible living quarters in the base. He also gave Hansen a Geno fluid that would help him generate a Geno weapon. Hansen lived in the Black Gold hunting base for the next 4 months, and every day, he'd spend some time soaking himself in Geno fluid. The story of genes was showing a promise of leveling up. The Kate laws and contracts required Hansen to undergo observation when leveling up. People like Hansen, who made the flowers ring, had every chance of becoming xenogenic. So, they had to be watched until the process was over. Planet Kate sent people over to conduct the study on Han. Senator Hae-sun and Lan Se were amongst them. Hardman, your business is great. You have spent such a small amount of money on someone who has the possibility of becoming a noble. Hae-sun sat down next to a monitor and started a discussion with Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, "It is difficult to tell if he will be able to generate a Geno weapon. Even with the flowers chiming, the possibility still stands on a 50-50. Everyone could hear the false humility in Hardman's voice. 50% was actually quite high, especially considering how few people could make the flowers ring. Lansei observed Hansen through the monitor and looked curious. She knew he had made the flowers chime, but she hadn't learned much more since then. She had looked for Hansen in the graveyard, but Hardman had already come to him first and whisked him away. Lansei was curious to see if Hansen could become a noble. If he was truly able to, he'd have a near-infinite amount of wealth and fame. Hansen started casting his skills. Nobody said anything now, and everyone focused closely on him. Hansen used the story of genes and felt that his flesh, skin, bones, chest, and even genes were releasing some mystic substance. The substance was like a sprout coming out of the soil. His skin was that soil, and the black substance began to grow across it. It enveloped Hansen, shredding all the clothes he had been wearing. The black substance kept on expanding, forming into a set of armor all around him. The more of that black substance arose, the more the armor took shape. Hardman looked at Hansen and his Geno armor, watching it as it changed. His palms were sweating in anticipation. He had spent quite a lot on Hansen, and if this evolution failed, Hardman would be losing quite a bit on the gambit he had taken. But if he succeeded, he'd be far richer. The mere prospect of having a noble join Black Gold Group made him supremely excited. He could very well become a chairman. Everyone looked at Hansen's armor in keen interest. Lansei was curious, whereas Hae-sun remained emotionless. It was almost as if all this did not matter to him one small bit. 10 minutes later, the shape around Hansen was completed. The black armor he was wearing was very detailed, and there wasn't a single seam around Hansen's entire body. Just as everyone thought the process was finished, the armor began to twist. A black pattern emerged across its surface. If you looked closer, however, you'd realize it wasn't a pattern. They were symbols and words none of them could understand. They sank into the armor's surface like engravings. When they were revealed, Hansen's armor looked very mysterious. No wonder he made the flowers chime. I have never before seen a set of armor look anything remotely like this, Hardman said. Generating a Geno armor was always a weird spectacle, but he had thought Hansen could also generate a Geno weapon. Hae-sun still did not say a word. He kept on looking at Hansen and his Geno armor. The patterns that had appeared on Hansen's armor looked mystic and beautiful. They made Hansen's armor a rather mesmerizing sight. Although there were no powerful energy readings, the Geno armor had a strange energy of its own. Of course, the armor was brand new, so the energy wasn't very strong. 10 minutes later, the Geno armor stopped developing. The process looked to have been completed. To Hansen, it didn't really feel like armor. It actually felt like a part of his own body, generating this massive power flow. Hansen's brain felt as if it was rattling, and then, all of a sudden, a voice started to ring in his head. Evolution process complete. Hansen was shocked hearing this. It was the same voice he had heard all the time in the sanctuaries, and he thought it was something that only played within the sanctuaries. He was shocked it still existed, even out here. Hansen looked at the information available on the internet, but he could not find any others who were associated with the sanctuaries. It seemed no one else on Kate was. Hansen wanted to know if things worked like they did in the sanctuaries. Where did genes come from? Were there beast souls to get? Stuff like that. When Hansen exited the training room, everyone was gone. Hardman had already left, and everyone else had followed him out. They were not happy that Hansen had failed, and they were not willing to sign any more contracts with him. But the contract was still not over, and despite knowing Hardman no longer wanted him, he knew he'd still have to stay until the terms of the contract were over and it expired. When Hansen walked out, however, Lansé was there. She had been waiting outside for him. When Hansen approached her, she said, "You know my phone number. If you require more work, call me. The graveyard still has a free slot for you." Lansé knew Hardman would not want to keep Hansen on any longer than he had to because he had not become a noble. And she was afraid Hansen might resort to desperate measures to survive that could bring harm to Planet Kate. She sympathized with him, and that was why she made the offer. "Thank you, Officer Lon." Hansen actually felt quite touched. Returning to his room, he noticed the door was open. Someone was already moving stuff into the room. Hardman's secretary, who was wearing high heels on and stood with her arms crossed, appeared to be overseeing the move. "Secretary Lena, what's going on?" Hansen asked with a frown. The secretary swung her black and white tail, and with her arms still folded, she said, "I am sorry, but there is not enough space in the base. It is a waste to let you live alone in this room. So, the manager will give you another place where you can live with a roommate." Hansen knew that he had failed and Hardman no longer wished to invest in him. He couldn't stay in the best room any longer, and his benefits would be severely reduced. Hansen had nothing, so he just picked up a few of his extra clothes and walked back out of the room. "Secretary Lena, where is my new room?" he asked. "I am too busy to take you there. It's room 702. Go there yourself." Lena did not look at Senator. She was acting completely different than she had before. Hansen did not mind, though. He just took his stuff and left the room, headed for the 7th floor. The 7th floor was living quarters for the hunting group. But it was just an ordinary dorm room, where 4 people bunked together. When Hansen reached 702, no one was there. He set up the room and got his own key for the place, then he took a shower and changed clothes. His old clothes had been destroyed, so he was walking around in his Geno armor. Wearing it did not cost him energy as it had in the sanctuaries, but he didn't really need to have it on right then. After the shower, Hansen found an empty spot to put down his few possessions. To Hansen's surprise, when he touched the bone he had found with Old Cat, he heard an announcement play. Xenogenic gene discovered. Old Cat had told him that the bones were useful outside the sanctuary, but he hadn't expected to have Old Cat's words confirmed so soon. "How do I use this?" Hansen checked out the bone, not entirely sure how he'd earn the Geno points it contained. Hansen ran his skills, but the bone remained quiet. He gave it a drop of real blood, but it also stayed quiet. The voice from the sanctuary had only spoken once, and it was now silent. Whatever it was, it couldn't help Hansen anymore. "Do I have to eat this to make it work?" Hansen tried to bite the bone, but it was so F***king hard, his teeth almost crumbled to pieces. That definitely wasn't going to work. "It looks like I'll have to cook it," Hansen thought to himself. The bone was not very big. It was red and purplish, and it had a metallic hue. If Hansen had not have found it himself, he would not have believed that it had come from some creature's body. He planned to make a soup out of it, despite not knowing if that would work. There was no other way, though. Hansen wanted to at least try it, so he bought a small cooker from a shop and brought it back with him to the living quarters. Back in the living quarters, Hansen filled up a pot with water and tossed the bone in. He then put a lid on it and plugged the cooker in. He turned it on and allowed it to cook. As he was doing this, the doorbell rang. 3 Kate people, covered in sweat, came waltzing in. Everyone in the base knew Hansen had made the flowers chime and that Hardman had bought him in the hopes of gaining a noble. Even if they didn't know, the word that Hansen had failed to generate a Geno weapon spread like wildfire. "Bud, don't take it too hard. It's okay if you didn't evolve twice. 99.9% of people don't, and you know what? We're still living." The Kate man patted Hansen on the shoulder. He didn't mean to mock Hansen, though. It was a genuine attempt at comfort. Thanks, but I'm okay. Hansen did not think failing was a big deal. When others failed, that was that. Hansen still had the Danshin Sutra and the Bloodpulse Sutra to work with, so he still had another 2 chances. It would be no big deal even if Hansen failed completely. Hansen thought that he could always absorb xenogeneic genes to evolve, as well. There was more than one way to progress. You are welcome. But don't thank me. If one day you are in danger, and people come to your aid, it'll cost you more than a thanks, another Kate told him. Then what should I say? Hansen laughed. Say nothing. Now, do you have cigarettes? A Kate asked, lying on the bed. No, I don't smoke. Hansen used to smoke, but he had been in the sanctuaries for too long. Since there were no cigarettes there, he was forced to stop. Is that yours? What are you cooking? The last Kate saw Hansen's cooker and just had to ask. There was a problem generating my Geno armor. This is a medicine that should help, and so I am heating it up, Hansen said. The Kate men nodded and no longer seemed interested. The 3 of them settled in and then went for a shower, and Hansen watched them. It wasn't hard to get along with people from planet Kate, and with Hansen's observational skills, he was able to tell that their fitness was greater than that of humans. But that seemed to be their only major advantage, their fitness. They were not as intelligent, and when it came to research and development, they were quite lacking compared to humans. Hansen hadn't seen the nobles fight yet, so perhaps they were much stronger than ordinary citizens. Hansen stayed in the living quarters. The names of his 3 roommates were rather strange, so he just called them Long, Suatu, and Kuan. They weren't hostile, but neither were they overly friendly. They were just average roommates, really. Hansen wasn't in a rush to open the cooker, so he waited until the next day, when the other 3 were out, to stop the cooker and lift the lid. It released a puff of fragrance and steam. When he gave it a sniff, Hansen noticed it smelled like blood. He knew that the cooker might not have any effect on such a hard bone. But now that he was taking a look, he was genuinely surprised. All the water had become purplish and red. It smelled like blood, and it was frothing. Hansen knew that should have been impossible, as when blood was boiled, it usually became solid. After poking around in the weird liquid with a spoon, he noticed that the bone was gone. There wasn't even a tiny bit left. He was even more surprised. That was just a normal cooker with a pot full of water. And yet, it had been able to cook the item successfully and melt the bone completely. Smelling that blood, though, Hansen wondered whether or not he could eat it. But since he had heard the unexpected voice of the sanctuary, Hansen wanted to give it a try. He spooned up some of the soup and sipped it. Hansen frowned. It tasted very bad. It was like drinking hot blood. Fortunately, he was used to eating bad things. He had grown accustomed to eating raw flesh, after all. A bit of blood wasn't going to put him off. Consumed a Baron xenogeneic gene. Baron gene plus 0 inch. When Hansen heard the announcement, he was delighted. It was working, but he had sipped such a small amount, it had added 0 points. Hansen lifted the entire cooker and pot, and then he gulped it all down like a vat of soup. The heat was in his belly then, spreading out through his whole body. Hansen's blood warmed and began to flow more swiftly. As his blood continued to surge, his entire body started to feel hot. He felt as if he was in a sauna, and his skin was red, burning with a constant sizzle. Hansen had almost finished drinking it all, but he had yet to hear an announcement. It appeared that he hadn't gained a single point. Was it because the bone was too small? Was it not enough to give me even 1 point? Hansen felt depressed about this, but he finished the last few swigs of the broth. Consumed a Baron xenogeneic gene. Baron gene plus 1 inch. When Hansen finished it all, he heard what he had wanted to hear. His gene tally had increased, and although it was only a Baron tier, which was the lowest, it was a good start, nonetheless. The heat inside his body lasted a whole hour, and after that, his body temperature returned to normal. Now, though, Han Sen was feeling much stronger. His spell armor, as he had begun calling it, didn't seem to improve. That surprised him. Xenogenic genes only increased the strength of Han Sen's actual body. They didn't improve his spell armor. As Han Sen was happily thinking about these changes, Kuan came back. He told Han Sen to pack a few things, because they had been given a mission to hunt a xenogenic. Han Sen and Kuan packed up, as he, Kuan, and Long were a team. There would be 10 people going on this mission, all led by one leader. In the plaza, they found 19 other teams. A captain oversaw them all, and he directed them to board a ship to fly elsewhere. Han Sen knew Hardman used his people as pawns and little more. Han Sen was prepared for this, though, and he had been expecting it. Hardman only saw them as cannon fodder. Han Sen's contract put him in a slightly different role. Soldiers could only earn money, but if Han Sen killed a xenogenic, he could earn rewards in addition to the monetary sum. Han Sen didn't see any nobles amongst them. They didn't mingle with ordinary soldiers. "Where are we going?" Han Sen asked Sua Tu. Sua Tu merely shrugged and said, "We are just soldiers. We don't know where we're being deployed. We'll end up fighting no matter where we drop, anyway. If this is so dangerous, why are you joining the hunting group?" Han Sen wondered. "Because there is a lot of money involved," Sua Tu said. He then got out his wallet and showed it to Han Senator. It held a picture of a beautiful Kate woman and a little girl. They smiled joyfully. But the little girl had no hair or fur, and she looked bald. "My daughter has a genetic problem. A lot of money is required to heal her. She needs expensive geno fluid to stay alive, and that is why I am here," Sua Tu said calmly. Han Sen didn't say anything. He wasn't good at comforting, so he wasn't sure what he might say that would make the man feel better. "I tell you this not for sympathy. I just want you to know that you should be careful. If you are in danger, don't expect someone to play the hero and attempt to save you," Sua Tu said, pocketing his wallet. "You're not bad," Han Sen told him. He knew the man meant it as a genuine warning, not a threat. After half a day, the ship was still moving sluggishly along. It was slowly descending now, though, and Han Sen made sure to look out the window. The ship was in the process of landing close to a mountain. As they got closer, Han Sen saw that they were landing in a valley. When Han Sen looked down, however, a strange sight met his eyes. The valley was shaped like a large hoofprint, and the mountain near it had been cut at an angle of 90 degrees. Cowfoot Valley. "There's a xenogenic here?" Long looked out and frowned. "Long, you know this place?" Han Sen looked at Long Sua Tu, and Kuan did so as well. Long said, "I used to live in a city near Cowfoot Valley, and I frequently visited here. The legends say a noble once rode a green cow here, but a xenogenic tried to provoke the noble. The noble ignored the creature, and the green cow stepped on it. The xenogenic and the mountain were crushed beneath its hoof, thus giving the valley its shape. The noble continued on his way, atop the green cow, leaving behind a purple mist in his wake. It remained there for 3 days. Some villagers believe that the presence of that noble still resides there and that the xenogenics will never dare to go close again. Many people moved close to the valley, gathering into a town that was aptly called Cowfoot Town. It looks like the noble isn't able to protect them anymore, though, considering that a xenogenic has now come. Everyone sighed after hearing the story. Han Sen thought the story seemed odd, though. The noble mentioned sounded very familiar to him. It sounded like someone from the Alliance. The ship came to rest in the valley, and all the soldiers disembarked the airship and lined up in front of it. Weapons like guns wouldn't work on xenogenics, so they were going to rely on melee weaponry. Aside from their geno armors, they were each given a shield and a metal sword. They had a flare gun on their waists, but they weren't intended to be weapons. They were for giving a signal whenever the xenogenic was found. Hansen finally saw the black gold hunting group's noble now, too. He walked toward the captain. He was a middle-aged cape man, and his ears and tail were yellow and white. The captain referred to him as Mr. Tiger. The captain and Mr. Tiger directed the team towards a nearby town. Before Hansen reached the entrance, he saw a few corpses scattered around a field. They were the deceased residents of the town. They were all Kate, and they were all in grisly pieces. Many had their heads wholly cut off. It was a very bloody and gruesome sight. Hansen examined their wounds and determined they had been killed by something's claws. Nine Life Cat said he was not welcome in the Geno universe. Is he a xenogeniac, maybe? Hansen wondered to himself. Hansen didn't think Old Cat did this, though. He didn't seem bored enough to attack random villagers, and the claws seemed different from those he possessed. Follow and maintain formation, the captain shouted, ushering them all on. Xenogeniacs, powerful hunters and formidable assassins. Unless you had an advantage, finding them was impossible. After entering the town, the entire group had goosebumps. Blood, viscera, and severed limbs were everywhere. The town was an ugly depiction of hell. Even young toddlers had been torn apart. D*****. Long shouted angrily. Sua too did not say anything, but gripped his sword tight with contempt. Hansen could now understand the helplessness that commoners might feel when pitted against a xenogeniac. Not even Geno armor could defend against their claws. Only the nobles could, most likely. That was common knowledge. Mr. Tiger brought them through the town, but they were unable to locate their culprit. He spoke to the captain, and the captain ordered the group to split up into smaller groups, so they could search in a variety of directions. Mr. Tiger thought the xenogeniac had to still be hiding in the valley. If that was the case, then they'd have to kill it. Now was the time when soldiers like Hansen came into play. Black Gold Group would use its grunts to smoke out the xenogeniac, so Mr. Tiger could be the one to kill it. The soldiers were expendable. Hansen's team was searching to the southwest. They maintained formation, holding their shields to the side. They approached their designated locale slowly. None of the soldiers would risk their life for the others. The shields they used were tough, but they'd only survive a few strikes before breaking, at the most. Hansen pulled out his Northern King glove and put it in his pocket. His spell Geno armor was not as powerful as the glove. The glove was a Geno weapon. It was a noble's item. Hansen figured it was probably low level, but he couldn't use its full power regardless. The soldiers continued to walk past scenes of horrific violence, but they couldn't be distracted by the cruelty. Otherwise, they'd end up just like the townspeople. Hansen was very focused, and although his Dongxian aura could not go very far, he felt he was all around better than the other soldiers. Pang! They moved forward slowly, but suddenly, there was a gunshot from the north. The wind carried the noise of gunshots and the sound of people shouting. Found it. Everyone head for the northwest sector. The communicator sounded with a voice. The captain acknowledged, then instructed the group to turn. But all of a sudden, Hansen paused. He detected a shadow bolting through an alley, headed right for Sua 2. Sua 2 was facing the captain, so he was unaware of the shadow coming right for him. Careful! Hansen shouted. He ran in front of Sua 2, but it was too late to pull the man away. Instead, Hansen sent a kick into Sua 2's back before leaping away himself. The black shadow went right past Hansen and Sua 2, almost touching them. When everyone heard it, their faces changed as they screamed, "Xenogeniac!" Hansen recognized what he was seeing. Judging from its appearance, it was a Kate. It looked like a human, but it had cat ears and a cat tail, too. That meant it was a Kate. But it was different from the other Kate people that Hansen had seen. It had no Geno armor, and its nails were half a foot long. They were like swords, and they shone with a fluorescent blue color. The eyes of the creature were glowing red, as well. The Xenogeniac did not stop after rushing past Hansen and Suatu, and it went straight for Long. Its hands, each bearing 5 dagger-like nails, flashed toward Long's head. It was too fast, and Long didn't have time to dodge the strike. He shouted, lifted his shield, and blocked the attack. Catcha! The sharp nails obliterated the shield and pierced straight into his Geno armor and skin, leaving him with 5 lacerations that bled profusely. Fortunately, the shield had absorbed most of the damage, and the hits he had taken were not half as bad as what they could have been. Immediately after, the Xenogeniac went right for another soldier. That soldier had been in too much shock and had forgotten to dodge. His legs trembled as the Xenogeniac approached, right until the moment the creature annihilated his head and painted the surroundings with his brain. Fall back! Fall back! The leader fired his gun at the Xenogeniac. When the bullets hit the foe, they crackled against him like fireworks. They didn't even break the skin, though. Report. Xenogeniac discovered in the southwest. The leader barked his report into his phone, all the while shooting at the enemy. The Xenogeniac didn't even seem to notice the bullets. He just jumped back towards Long, who had only just gotten back on his feet. Long's face turned white. It was too late for him to dodge, and he had no shield. He lifted his sword and brought it down toward the Xenogeniac's hand. The Xenogeniac's hand grabbed the sword. The creature gently pressed on it, and it shattered. The creature's other hand was moving forward to grab Long's head, though. There was nowhere Long could run, and he abandoned all hope. He fell back, wanting to escape, but he was far slower than the Xenogeniac. Dodging was a futile endeavor. Just as the hand was coming down to plant itself on Long's face, a fist wrapped in black armor appeared above him. It punched the Xenogeniac right on its temple, knocking the creature away. The punch did not hurt the Xenogeniac, but it freed Long. And when he turned to look at the savior fist, he noticed it was the doing of no other than Hansen. Long looked at Hansen with a complicated expression. Hansen was surprised by what he had done, too. He had gathered up all the strength of his spell Geno armor to deliver that punch. He punched the Xenogeniac's head, but all it had done was knock the creature off balance for a few steps. The Geno armor wasn't comparable to the Xenogeniac. The Xenogeniac looked at Hansen and then jumped towards him. It was so fast, it was like a shadow. Run! Suatu picked up Long and shouted at Senator Hansen could not outrun their foe, though. Not that Hansen planned on running. He was very calm and confident, and his steps were as gentle as the slithering of a snake. He lowered himself into a beautiful fighting form. The Xenogeniac's power was stronger than Hansen's, but that did not mean he could not rival it. Hansen's power and speed were nothing compared to what could be achieved in the Geno universe, but his combat skills were the best. Hansen pushed his movement to the max, making his body bob and weave left and right. No one could predict where he was going. The Xenogeniac tried to jump and catch Hansen, but it couldn't lay a finger on him. Suatu and the team were frozen in shock at the spectacle. Although the creature was only a step behind Hansen, he was not at all frightened. Each of his movements was made with absolute composure and calm, and he managed to avoid the Xenogeniac's attacks each and every time. It was rather difficult to believe. Hansen's speed was not too far off Suatu's, but it was still quite slow compared to the Xenogeniac. But he could dodge the Xenogeniac's attack all the same, and the Xenogeniac couldn't even scrape his armor. It was very surprising. Hansen used his abilities of prediction and judgment to lead the enemy north. Hansen wouldn't be able to kill the vile thing with his own power, so he wanted to draw it to Mr. Tiger. Perhaps the noble could get rid of it. The soldiers had cameras, and when Hansen's group was attacked, those at CIC could view the situation. D*MN. There are 2 Xenogeniacs. What do we do? Mr. Tiger is already dealing with one, and we can't deal with the other. We should have invited Mr. Allen. Commander Gura's forehead was sweating. Wait a minute. There's a soldier leading the Xenogenic at 11 o'clock, a moderator shouted. The commander could not believe that. No way. How can an ordinary soldier do that? When he saw it clearly, he was shocked. The soldier's body was moving left and right, and you could see that he was not scared. He was intimidating to watch. The Xenogenic was chasing the man, unable to hurt him. The soldier was evidently leading it in a particular direction. Who was that soldier? Commander Gyrus was frozen in awe. Hansen was like an artist. He had never before seen someone move with such grace and dexterity. Sir, his name is Han Senator, he is the outsider Hardman brought in, the moderator said. The outsider that was able to make the flowers chime but failed to become a noble? Commander Gyrus mumbled to himself. Then, his face changed. He grabbed the phone and said, "Don't draw the Xenogenic to 11 o'clock, do you hear me? Answer me." Mr. Tiger was already fighting a Xenogenic, and if another one joined the fight, he'd be in danger. If that occurred, the operation would be over. "Commander, where should I lead it?" Hansen asked calmly. Gyrus was shocked that the voice he heard was so relaxed. He barked down the line, "Go to the southeast and buy Mr. Tiger some time. Wait until Mr. Tiger is able to finish dealing with the other." As soon as he said it, Gyrus realized that was one of the strangest commands he had ever given. It was odd telling a soldier to keep a Xenogenic busy for some time. People would think he was crazy for issuing such an order, but he had no choice, given the circumstances. "Sure, but I can't make any promises." Hansen agreed and changed direction, leading the beast east. "You do your best, son." Gyrus gritted his teeth. He couldn't imagine that someone like Hansen would delay the Xenogenic long enough for Mr. Tiger to kill his own enemy and move in to help. And when Gyrus reviewed Mr. Tiger's situation realistically, he wasn't even sure if the noble would be able to fight another Xenogenic immediately after. And that just made the situation even more worrying. Hansen moved his body and dodged the Xenogenic's attack. He brought the Xenogenic over to the southeast as he had been instructed to, but he wasn't planning on waiting for Mr. Tiger to finish dealing with his own Xenogenic. After moving through several different streets, Hansen dipped into a building. He deliberately broke his camera and his communicator to avoid the prying eyes of the others and keep them in the dark. As Hansen had led the Xenogenic forward, he had punched the creature many times. None of his hits were effective, though. The Xenogenic did not have Geno armor, but it was far stronger than an armored Kate. As a result, Hansen could not deal any damage to the creature's body. After Hansen evaded the next strike of the Xenogenic, he put the glove on his hand. In the Alliance, Hansen hadn't been able to use the Northern King glove while wearing armor because he hadn't possessed his own Geno armor. Now that he had generated his own set of armor, this was no longer a problem. So, Hansen was able to put the glove on his right hand and make it look something more like a gauntlet. Hansen dodged another of the Xenogenic's attack, delivering a strike to the beast's belly as he did. Pang! The fist hit the belly, and it echoed like a drum. It didn't break the flesh, but the Xenogenic coughed up some blood. It looked injured almost immediately. Not that the attack really slowed it down. It came at Hansen with undiminished bloodlust. Hansen was fighting and falling back as he did, retreating into the shelter of another building. He punched the Xenogenic, whose body was scary. By this point, Hansen had to have punched it with his glove a dozen times. And while the beast was bleeding a lot, it refused to die. It was a supremely powerful foe. If I had a sword that was sharp, I could kill them all, Hansen thought, annoyed that he did not have a self-Geno weapon. He couldn't use the full power of the Northern King glove. If he could, he would have killed the Xenogenic with ease. Hansen used up a lot of his energy in the fight. The Geno universe's power was too strong. His repeated castings were exhausting his energy at an alarming rate, and Hansen fought the Xenogenic with all the effort and energy he could spare. But a while after, he felt very tired. Just as Hansen was about to give up and resort to taking the enemy back to Mr. Tiger, he felt something very hot on his back. It was the 9-life cat tattoo, sizzling on his back like a fresh branding. Hansen felt immense pain due to it, but all of a sudden, his exhaustion vanished. Hot power surged inside him, and his body's cells erupted like a volcano. It made Hansen feel like he was filled to the brim with power. Pang! Hansen punched the xenogeniac again, sending the creature flying. It smacked into a concrete wall and left a deep hole in it. The xenogeniac fell down onto the floor, heaving up blood. The place on the creature's chest that had touched Hansen's fist was scorched, as if the beast had been branded by his burning fist. Hansen was, needless to say, happy about this. He ran forward and gave the xenogeniac another punch. And where the next fist landed, the entire patch of the beast's skin was blackened. Hansen punched it another 3 times, and eventually, the chest was broken and caved in. What was left was a black, gaping hole where the heart had once been. It was dead. Xenogeniac Baron hunted, xenogeniac gene found. Perhaps it was because he had left the sanctuary, but the rules seemed to have changed a bit. The announcements were starting to get vaguer. When the xenogeniac died, the heat on Hansen's back faded away. His condition returned to normal. Before he had the time to think about what happened with the tattoo, though, Hansen leaped over to the creature and pulled out its 10 nails. The nails were where the thing had mutated. Perhaps because it was dead, the monster's body was far weaker. Hansen was able to remove the sharp blue nails with ease. And after Hansen took the 10 nails, the body became much softer. It returned to looking almost like a normal cat. Its previous strength was all gone. Just as Hansen wondered how he might deal with the body, it started to flare and burn. It quickly turned to ash, and when the wind blew, it scattered like dust on the breeze. Hansen was frozen. He didn't know 9-life cat's tattoo could imbue him with such power. I need to find out what this whole 9-life cat business is about. Old Cat did say the reputation was bad. If it really is infamous, however, it should be easy to learn a thing or two, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen, answer me. What's going on? Gyrus had seen Hansen enter the building, but he hadn't seen what had transpired there. He had wished to send someone else to check on Hansen, but no one had been willing to enter due to the fact that Hansen had been tangoing with a xenogeniac. Soldiers were tasked with finding xenogeniacs, not hunting them. If they knew where a xenogeniac was, they wouldn't go near it. Before Gyrus received a response, though, he saw someone exit the building. It was Senator, the xenogeniac that had been chasing him was gone. In Black Gold Group's base, Hardman, Lena, Gyrus, Mr. Tiger, and Alan were all watching a video. The video was of Hansen's encounter with the xenogeniac, and his subsequent flight to the building. The video was not taken from one angle. There was a multitude of different views, so it was a little messy. Even so, it highly impressed those who were now watching it. Hansen's speed and power were average for a Geno armor soldier, but the fact that he lasted so long without sustaining an injury was nothing short of a miracle. What do you guys think? After watching the video, Hardman looked at Gyrus, Mr. Tiger, and Alan. Mr. Tiger and Alan were barons. Gyrus was not a noble, but he was still very talented. All of them were qualified enough to speak on behalf of the entire hunting corps. Interesting man. The power and speed shown are normal, and so were the skills used. Theoretically, any soldier might manage to do what he was capable of. The fact that he was able to dodge the xenogeniac again and again made him look as if he was invincible, though. I don't think it was luck either. He must have something that makes him far better than the rest and enables him to do what he did, Alan said. You're saying this lucky dodging method is actually a skill? Hardman asked, after thinking for a long time. Mr. Tiger considered that and said, perhaps it is not a skill, but it could be his instinct. All creatures have instincts, and they can vary from creature to creature. Maybe that was an instinct belonging to his race. Hardman nodded and asked Gyrus, "What do you think?" "I think he is most certainly different," Gyrus answered. "Be more specific," Hardman said. Gyrus quieted a bit, and answered, "He gave me the impression that he was not new to this. It's like he has been through a lot, and he is a fighter who has endured many life and death scenarios. He has only just generated his Geno armor, so how much experience could he possibly have?" "You overestimate him," Lena said. "This is just my opinion, of course." "I could always be wrong," Gyrus said coldly. "Manager Hardman, if we can, I'd like to keep this guy," Alan suddenly said. "Why?" Hardman looked at Alan with a shocked expression. Alan was not prone to sudden outbursts. "He's an interesting guy, and he may prove useful if we keep him around," Alan said. "I'll consider it." Hardman nodded. The day's fight ended with Mr. Tiger killing his Xenogeniac. Hansen said the Xenogeniac chased him into the building and then ran off. Where it had gone to, he did not know. Gyrus and Mr. Tiger commanded the entire platoon to scour the rest of the valley for it, but when they were unable to find the other Xenogeniac, they returned to base. Suatu and long-thanked Han Senator Hansen quickly became rather famous after that day, and people viewed him differently. Hansen didn't think anything of what he had just been through. He had endured far worse in the past, so it mattered little. Hansen spent a lot of time on the internet after that, but he couldn't find much information about Xenogeniac genes. Ordinary people did not know anything about them. They were collected by noble and higher class sorts. Commoners didn't have much information on the subject. And Hansen was not able to learn anything about the nine-life cat either. He could only find out that nine-life cat was also called Cruel Beast. But the information surrounding Cruel Beast was very vague, and he learned nothing concrete about nine-life cat. Hansen planned on getting rid of the 10 claws, but before he was ready, someone called him into the manager's office. Hansen went to Hardman's office, something he was getting used to now. Hardman smiled when he looked up. "Hansen, there was a misunderstanding. Please don't worry about what happened after you generated your armor. If there is anything you would like, please, do not hesitate to ask. I will satisfy all your desires." "It's fine, Manager Hard. Just tell me what it is that you want," Hansen said coldly. Hardman nodded and smiled. "Straight to the point, this is a contract the group is willing to give you. If it's okay with you, you can sign it and become a proper member of Black Gold Hunting Group." Hansen looked over the contract, and he found that its terms were great. He would earn far more money than any of the ordinary soldiers. "Manager Hard, according to our current contract, I can't dissolve the contract for an entire year. But I remember the contract saying I should be treated like a noble." Hansen put down the contract as he spoke to Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, "Brother Han, you are excellent. I want to give you a better contract, but you didn't become a noble. That's the fact of the matter. If I gave you the same treatment as the nobles, they are bound to say something. You must understand this. If things are like that, then I can reject signing a new contract, right?" Hansen calmly said. Hardman's face changed, returning to normal. He smiled and said, "Brother Han, I only ask that you think about it. This contract is very good. Ordinary soldiers will never receive a contract such as this in their entire lifetime." "Okay, but I'm not an ordinary soldier. Give me a noble contract, or I'm leaving." "The decision is yours to make," Hansen said. Hardman saw that Hansen had made up his mind. There was no room for further negotiations, so he said, "Fine. We will use the standard noble contract with you. But I have done so much for you already. Once I give this contract to someone without a Geno armament, the chairman will begin putting great pressure on me. So, how about a 10-year contract?" Hansen was surprised. He didn't think Hardman had the pull to give him a noble contract. 10 years is far too long. Hansen shook his head. The last contract he signed would only last for a year. 8 years, then. I must suffer so much pressure, Hardman said. Hansen went silent, and then said, 2 years at the most. Okay. Hardman had the legal department write up the contract. A 2-year agreement for Hansen to be treated like a noble, just like Mr. Tiger. But when Hansen left, Hardman dialed a certain number and said, Ciao, I have a 2-year contract. We can trade now. Hansen quickly found out that Hardman was loaning him out to a hunting group called Wizard. It was a very small team. It was run privately, too, by an owner called Xiao. The team wasn't a powerful enterprise, and the inferior members and equipment they used was a testament to that. Hansen was moved to the western part of a city called Gran. He was told that he was being loaned out, but it looked more like a sale. Hansen's contract was now in this team's possession, and if he wanted out, it'd be 2 years before he could terminate the contract. Kate's Law ensured this. In the manager's office of Black Gold Group, Lena laughed and said, Manager Hard, that was a good business move. You sold Hansen for a fine price. You even earned back all the money you had invested in him. I can't imagine why Qiao wanted him so badly. Hansen's good, but he's not a noble. There's no way he can kill a xenogeniac. She spent so much money on this, and the ongoing fee for Hansen in her employ. It seems so stupid. Hardman smiled and said, she had to. Old Wei is dead, so there are no others close to being a noble in Wizard. And no sensible nobles are prepared to go there. With that being the case, the team is practically done for. Somehow, she heard about Han Senator. She paid this much in an all-or-nothing gambit. She's using someone like Hansen as her last gamble? That's pathetic. Lena laughed. Although Hansen is good, he is not as good as a noble. The way he fought with the xenogeniac was very dangerous. If he made one wrong move, he'd have been killed. He was fortunate that luck was on his side that day. Hansen said goodbye to Sua too, packed up his things, and left the Black Gold base. At the exit, there was a red car waiting to pick him up. When Hansen neared it, the door opened. A black-haired woman with a white jacket and shoes stepped out of the car. She walked directly in front of Hansen. Hey, I'm Qiao. I am the manager and leader of Wizard. You belong to us now. The woman reached out her hand. I'm Han Sr. Hansen shook her hand. Her skin was delightfully delicate and soft to touch. I know. Why else would I be here? Qiao got back into the car and gestured to Hansen, saying, Come. I would like to show you something. It'll be very important for us. Perhaps it is the humble beginning of a bright and prosperous future for us both. Our future? Hansen glanced at her, a little weirded out. After Hansen got into the car, Qiao took him away from Black Gold Group. She drove them to West City. Why are you buying me? Hansen couldn't help but ask as they drove. His salary was equal to that of a noble, and she must have had to pay Black Gold a lot of money. Hardman had already paid a lot for Hansen, but Qiao had spent even more. Hansen thought the entire situation seemed rather unbelievable. For all intents and purposes, buying him had been a terrible business move. Of course, with Hansen's abilities and the items he secret owned, this might work out very well for Qiao. Hardman had screwed up in letting him go. Qiao did not beat around the bush. To be honest, I had no choice. The price I can pay is something no noble is willing to accept. Hansen flinched. She was very direct. Lansei and Gurus recommended you, and I also researched the way in which you fought a xenogeniac. After a lot of thought, I decided to borrow you, Qiao explained. Officer Lan? Hansen was shocked to hear that. Qiao smiled and said, She is a very good friend of mine. She told me you were a nice person. Then I will have to thank her. Hansen smiled. But you should know that even if I can keep a xenogeniac occupied, I am unable to kill them. That is why I need to show you something. Qiao looked excited. What is it? Hansen asked with curiosity. You will know. Xiao did not answer directly this time, but she looked confident. The car took them to a big house. Xiao got out and told Hansen to follow her. They both entered the house, and then Xiao took Hansen to a room on the second floor. The room was very old, and it must have been built a long time ago. Xiao walked over to a fireplace and crouched. She popped her head inside and rummaged around for a while, then she pulled back. She was covered in soot now, even her face. But she still looked very serious, despite her humorous appearance. Hansen saw her hand now contained a rectangular box. It appeared to have been made out of metal. Perhaps it had been burned for too long, but its color was black like soot. It looked as if it had just been pulled out of a tub of ink. Xiao placed it on a table and wiped her hands. She pulled out 2 contracts and said, "Sign these contracts and you may use the box." "What is inside?" Hansen asked, looking at the box. "Open it." Xiao tossed Hansen a key. Hansen took the key and lifted the box's lid. It was rather heavy. Hansen opened the box and saw a dagger inside. It had a handle, and the whole thing was about 1 foot long. It had a sheath, which was also made of metal. It was decorated with some additional leather trimmings, but Hansen couldn't tell what creature the leather had come from. It looked like the hide of a snake, but a little thicker. The dagger's blade was curved like the horn of a cow. It was black and half-transparent. It looked very nice. Hansen took it out of the box and looked at Xiao. Xiao nodded, and he pulled the dagger out of its sheath. The blade was the same as the handle, except it was even more transparent. The tip of the dagger was almost invisible. There was no color, but it broke the light like a diamond. It was created by a Baron-class xenogeneic rhino. It is really powerful. Even Geno armor soldiers can pierce the flesh of a xenogeneic with this. Baron-class xenogeneics, of course, Xiao said, looking at Hansen. Now Hansen understood why Xiao had bought him. With that dagger, you could kill xenogeneics even if you weren't a noble. Still, it wouldn't work if given to the average soldier. They lacked the speed and physical prowess to match a xenogeneic, and they would likely end up killed before ever getting a chance to use the weapon. Xiao must have studied the fight between Hansen and the xenogeneic and determined he was capable enough to wield the dagger effectively. It was the reason why she had bought him. So pieces of xenogeneics can become weaponry? Hansen asked as he fiddled with the rhino horn dagger. There are many different xenogeneic materials, and most can be used to create weapons, Xiao answered without even having to think. Can we eat them? Hansen smiled, as if he was joking. Xiao shook her head and said, I have never heard of an edible xenogeneic material. And who would want to? Unstable genes can affect the genes of your entire body. Most ordinary people wouldn't even be able to digest them. Some xenogeneic materials can be used for medicine, however. Hansen was confused when he heard that. If nobody could consume xenogeneic genes, how was he able to? And the stuff had melted through a simple boiling process. Hansen wanted to see if he could cook the rhino dagger and eat it. Unfortunately, he knew it didn't truly belong to him, so he shelved the idea. He looked over the contract Xiao gave him, and one of the terms said the dagger would be lent to him for the duration of his time in Wizard. If he ever left the team, he would have to give it back. Hansen signed it without hesitation. He had to work with Wizard for the next 2 years, and for the time being, that weapon was perfect. It was only after Hansen became a part of Wizard that he realized the team was all sorts of bad. The training base had been sold, and the dilapidated old house they were standing in had become their new base. It was all that Xiao had. And the only other member of the team who was an old woman who had raised Xiao. She was in charge of housework most of the time. That meant the only real members of Wizard were Hansen and Xiao. Can the 2 of us slay xenogeneics? Hansen asked. They had no one to assist them, so there was the whole matter of even finding a xenogeneic. Even if they knew where one was, they might not be able to force it out. Xenogeneics were faster than ordinary creatures, and they were very good at hiding. That's why most teams used so many people to hunt for them. I have thought about this. The Xenogeneics are evil, but they won't risk anything unless they are confident. If a noble was out hunting them, there is a chance they would not dare strike. You are different, however, you aren't a noble, and there's every possibility they'd relish the chance to try to attack you. Before Qiao could finish, Hansen understood what she was getting at. Hansen slumped his shoulders. What kind of resource will I need to harvest for the production of a weapon? You need the right materials, and you have to find an expert to forge it for you. They are difficult to produce, so you'd need to enlist the service of a genuine professional. Otherwise, the weapon you produced might not even function properly. I hear 30% is the usual percentage for success in forging, due to the instability of the base resource. My father used up many resources through the years in forging endeavors, but he was only ever able to successfully craft this dagger, Qiao said. When should we go hunt? Hansen asked, as he needed Xenogeneic genes now. I have been looking for a Xenogeneic. For the time being, you should rest. I will find us one before long. Qiao escorted Hansen to a room that was to be his private place. This place isn't all that bad. It's better than black gold, leastways. Hansen was satisfied. Although he needed to share half his rewards with Qiao, Qiao did all the mental heavy lifting. Searching for information and scouring for reports was what she did, and it was something Hansen couldn't. Without help in such matters, Hansen wouldn't be able to find any himself. And if he couldn't find Xenogeneics, he couldn't kill Xenogeneics. And Qiao had given him the rhino horn dagger, too. Now Hansen could kill Xenogeneics with greater ease. It was more than right to give her half the loot. The 9-life cat was also a liability, since it didn't always work. He couldn't put his faith in it after killing the Xenogeneic. Hansen had tried to activate the 9-life cat tattoo again but couldn't. When Qiao left him to settle in, Hansen locked the door and made sure no one was watching before he brought out his pot. He put the 10 blue metal claws inside to cook them. The second day, when Hansen opened the pot, he had to hold his nose. The water in the pot had turned to something that looked like swirling blue ink. It had a pungent stench. Hansen used a spoon to give it a good stir, and he noticed all the nails had been melted away. Weird. If the Xenogeneic materials can melt this easily, the people here should know. There's no way they can be used for weapons. Something is most certainly wrong with all this, but what that is exactly, I can't say. Hansen frowned. He couldn't figure out what was going on. There was nothing unusual about the pot or the water, so the problem had to lie with Senator, but Hansen did not know what he had done to cause the ingredients to change in such a way. Hansen drank the blue juice, and he immediately noted how different it was to the bone juice. It wasn't even hot, it was actually cold. It felt like he was freezing his own bones when he drank it. Consumed a Baron Xenogeneic gene. Baron gene +1 inch. Hansen's head began to emit a white mist. His hair and eyebrows were covered by a thick layer of frost, and his teeth began to chatter. Hansen had to cast skills for over an hour in order to recover. The 10 nails had only provided him a single gene, so Hansen frowned. It seemed that it did not matter how much of the material was consumed. He stayed there for the next 2 days, and eventually, Qiao called Hansen with a quest. When Hansen entered the car next, Lansei was in the passenger seat. Hansen, we meet again. Lansei smiled. Officer Lan, why are you here? Are you a part of this quest? Hansen asked. Lansei smiled and said, remember the Xenogeneic that murdered the factory workers? You guys are going to kill it. I hope you don't wind up dead. A train's horn cracked the air, while powerful aircraft flew through the sky above. Hansen was a little confused when it came to Kate technology. You could see old steam trains, but you could also see nuclear-fueled aircraft. Some people even rode creatures on the street. It was bewildering to witness the great mix of technology that coexisted. Hansen scoured the internet to learn more about Kate's history. He knew Kate wasn't very well developed because they had been invaded a few times, and much of their technology was left over from other cultures. That was one of the primary factors that contributed to the mix of different technologies. The Kate people had only had their liberty for a few dozen years. It wasn't too long ago that they had been ruled by outsiders. Xiao's red ladybug car came to a stop before the abandoned factory. Xiao and Lan Sei's faces darkened. A big truck was parked in front of the factory, and a few aircraft circled the airspace. It looked like someone had beaten them there. It's Black Gold Group. Xiao saw the symbol on the truck and frowned. Lan Sei frowned and said, "Weird. Why are they here? No one else should know, except for the members of security." Xiao looked disappointed and said, "With Black Gold's power, it's not a surprise they can grab information like this." As they discussed this, two people dismounted an armored truck and approached them. Hansen noticed that the approaching figures weren't strangers. It was Hardman and his secretary, Lena. Hardman walked to the car and knocked on the window. Xiao rolled the windows down, and with a smug and boastful face, Hardman immediately said, "Xiao, are you interested in the Xenogeneic here? It is a shame you are late." After that, Hardman glanced at Hansen but did not say anything. "It looks like you haven't got what you came for, though. That means it isn't too late." "Sorry, we're in a rush. Can't talk." Xiao started up the car and drove past the truck. Hardman didn't try to stop them. He just looked at the car and laughed. They are for real. Xiao really thinks that Hansen has what it takes to kill a Xenogeneic. Like she said, they are in a rush. Desperate people will do anything. Lena laughed, too. Hardman shook his head and returned to the armored truck. Gyrus was inside commanding the operation. Lan Sei observed the soldiers situated all around, and her heart sank. It looks like we won't have the slightest chance. Black Gold employs far too many soldiers. He'll find it before we will. Maybe they won't, and maybe it's a good thing. Xiao's eyes went bright, and she sped up. "Sit tight. We are going to find the Xenogeneic." The car kicked up dust while speeding ahead. "How does Xiao know where to go?" Lena asked in surprise. She watched the car through Black Gold's cameras. "Xiao is a smart woman. Although I tried to position my soldiers to mislead her, she still found it. They used us to find the Xenogeneic," Gyrus said. Hardman said coldly, "It's fine. Let them go first. Tell Mr. Tiger to wait outside instead of going in." Gyrus frowned and said, "Manager Hard, it would be great to get an easy kill. But Xiao and Hansen aren't a threat that we should take simply. Commander Gyrus, you worry too much. Even if we gave them the Xenogeneic on a platter, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Let them be our pawns to lure out this Xenogeneic." "It is better not to sacrifice our own soldiers," Lena said. "Do what I say. With Mr. Tiger here, the Xenogeneic will not reveal itself. It is better to let them die than our soldiers," Hardman said. Gyrus did not respond any further. He relayed the plan to the team and Mr. Tiger. "Xiao, are you certain this is the way? The people of Black Gold aren't over here." Lan Sei scanned the surroundings quickly. "It must be here. Their little sham isn't fooling me." Xiao also looked around, while picking up even more speed. The car was leaving huge clouds of dust behind them. Aside from the abandoned factories in the area, there was a closed mine. They drove the car inside. Pang! They had only just driven in when a loud noise sounded above them. The ceiling was caving in, almost crushing the back of the car. Xiao and Lan Sei were in the front of the car. They pushed their doors open and scrambled out. They looked up and saw a silver-haired, 3-meter-tall ape dropping down on the roof of the car. It jumped up and down repeatedly, crushing the ladybug car. The fuel tank eventually ruptured and exploded, but the explosion didn't even singe the beast's fur. Xiao and Lan Se were incredibly worried about Han Sen, because he was still in the back of the car. And amidst the attack, they had no idea what had happened to him. Good stomping. Let Mr. Tiger strike. Hardman had watched what occurred through a drone's camera. He was laughing his head off. Mr. Tiger, we have a lock on the target. You can go now. Gurus told Mr. Tiger. They confirmed the big, silver ape was inside the mine. A few soldiers had gone there previously to scope the place out, but all contact with them had been lost. They had yet to be found. Now Han Sen had done them a favor by luring the Xenogeneic into action. And now that it was in their sights, Mr. Tiger was running over. He was only a mile away. Hardman was still laughing, watching the battlefield. He loved nothing more than taking advantage of the work of others. Xiao and Lan Se then saw Han Sen exit what was left of the car. That brought them a feeling of safety. Seeing him emerge in one piece was quite relieving. The silver ape saw Han Sen and grabbed hold of the wreckage of the car. He threw it at Han Sen. Han Sen moved quickly, evading the car. The car flipped end over end until it was stopped by a warehouse, which promptly collapsed. The silver ape roared and jumped towards Han Sen with blinding speed. Han Sen went forward, going right for the ape. His eyes were calm like well water. The rhino horn dagger was in his hand, but he didn't unsheath it. His right hand grasped the handle as he went for the ape. Kid, this is my prey. Mr. Tiger was already in the mine, sounding excited. Hardman and Lena looked as if they were watching a movie. Until the Xenogeneic was killed, no one could tell who would take the beast down. They didn't think Han Sen could kill the Xenogeneic, and he had actually helped them draw it out. He was very nice. Hardman even lit up a cigarette to enjoy what came next. Xiao and Lan Se looked at Han Sen and the silver ape, hoping that the soldier she had chosen would be able to deal with the creature. Even though Mr. Tiger had joined the fray, there was still a chance that Han Sen could get the kill. Mr. Tiger roared as he ran, holding a tiger head sword. He lifted it as he ran up to the ape. He was quite a distance from the creature, and before he reached the foe, Han Sen had already run past the ape. When Han Sen passed the creature, there was a gleam of light across the ape's neck. It was so small that no one was able to see it. After he went past it, Han Sen stopped a few steps later. The big ape quickly turned around and looked at Han Sen furiously. It wanted to roar again. But when it opened its mouth, it only made noise for a single second. Its red eyes opened wide, as its neck suddenly split open, gushing blood like a fountain. The silver ape clutched its cut neck and fell to the ground as blood began to pool and run around. After a moment of writhing, the beast lay still. Mr. Tiger was only 20 meters away from the ape when he started to slow down. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The ape was on the ground, bleeding profusely. Xiao and Lan Se looked on in disbelief, remaining quiet in suspense. Inside the armored truck, Gura's eyes were shiny. Hardman and Lena had nothing remotely close to a smile, but their eyes were opened wide, staring at the monitor. They were fixed there, unmoving. It wasn't until the cigarette burned low enough to scorch Hardman's hand that he changed. The pain made him stop. He lobbed the remains away, and with a glum look, he asked hopelessly, how was that possible? Xenogeneic Baron hunted, Xenogeneic gene found. Xenogeneic beast soul obtained. When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was dumbfounded. He had never expected that killing a Xenogeneic could grant him a beast soul. Nice job. Before Han Sen could check out the beast soul, Xiao and Lan Se came forward to compliment him giddily. Xiao had faith in Han Sen, and she had placed her hope in his abilities. But she still hadn't gotten used to Han Sen, and his performance made her believe she was dreaming. Lan Se looked at Han Sen in exuberant excitement. She did not have a Geno armament, but she was absolutely thrilled to see Han Sen perform so well. Then Mr. Tiger approached. Xiao's face changed as she moved to block him. She waved her phone and said, Mr. Tiger, it's fairly obvious who this belongs to. I have sent a video to the official website already. The video is already uploaded, so please go. Mr. Tiger laughed and said, I'm not the kind of person who would try something so cheap. Mr. Tiger looked at Hansen and gave him a thumbs up. That was good. Thank you, Mr. Tiger. If we ever have the time, we should chat about sword skills together. Hansen might not have liked Hardman, but that did not mean he disliked everyone that belonged to Black Gold Group. Hardman didn't represent the individuals in his employ. Sounds good. Give me your number, and I'll give you a call sometime, Mr. Tiger said. Hansen gave him his phone number. Mr. Tiger then looked over to the body of the silver ape. After that, he looked to Chiao's broken car, laughed, and said, There's no one else in the area, but I can give you a ride out of here. In Black Gold Group's meeting room, the video of Hansen slaying the ape played repeatedly. It was slowed down on a perpetual loop of playback. Hardman, Lena, Gurus, Mr. Tiger, and Alan were all there together. There was also a young man in the host seat. The young man watched, while everyone else didn't say a word. They just watched the video with him. Finally, the young man paused the video. He looked at Hardman and calmly said, Manager Hard, was this man once a member of a Black Gold hunting team? Hardman developed a cold sweat, and he said, Third Master, this man failed to become a noble. Chiao offered us a decent price, so. I want this person, the Third Master said. He stood up. I'm going to join the next meeting. I'll be back in half a month. When I'll see him standing in front of me. After that, the Third Master left along with his people. Hardman sat down on a chair. His expression looked awful. Manager Hard, you are in trouble. Gurus patted him on the shoulder. You acquired Hansen, but then you went and sold him. Why would you do such a thing? Mr. Tiger was mocking Hardman, and not even he was happy about the fact that Hardman had shamelessly sold Hansen off. Why don't we just buy him back? With Black Gold's power, we can guarantee his return to the fold. He is merely a commoner wielding a xenogenic weapon. I'm not really sure what the Third Mister thinks he sees in him. Lena lifted her lips in a sneer. Shut up. Before Mr. Tiger could speak again, Hardman stopped Lena. Hardman was not a big-boobed woman with no brains, he was a very smart man. He knew what the Third Master had seen in Hansen's performance. He knew the weapon was not the only thing that Hansen wielded. He had offended Hansen many times, so he wasn't sure if he could get Hansen back. But he had to commit to the order given to him by the Third Master. He didn't even want to think about the consequences of failure. Hardman looked very nervous. Aside from Lena, everyone else eventually left. No one was able to help him out of this predicament, after all. The silver ape's body was in the warehouse. Hansen did not have time to look at it, as he was investigating the xenogenic beast soul. Baron xenogenic beast soul, violent ape, shapeshifting type. When Hansen saw that it was a shapeshifting type beast soul, he was exuberantly happy. If the xenogenic beast souls were the same as those in the sanctuaries, that meant he would become the violent ape he had just slain. With violent ape's power and speed, his own lack of power and speed would no longer be an issue. In his room, Hansen tried summoning the violent ape beast soul. When he did, the shadow of violent ape consumed Hansen, and his muscles bulged swiftly. He grew silver fur all over, as he embodied the silver ape. Hansen felt as if his body possessed a new strength. He was incredibly happy, and he was eager to test how strong he had now become. But there were no geno trees around. He would have to go to the testing clinic for that, but it wasn't as if Hansen could randomly transform in front of everyone. This was not a sanctuary, and he didn't think that the people of Kate had seen a shape-shifting beast soul before. They would probably think he was a xenogeniac and kill him. Also, I'm not sure if I can use Geno armor after I transform. Hansen wanted to try it out and see if he could, so he summoned his spell Geno armor. The results surprised Han Senator. After transforming, he could indeed make use of it. The armor seemed to change shape to match the user's body. It made him even stronger. Amidst Han Sen's happiness, he suddenly felt a pain in his head, though. He immediately felt tired. It looks like I am already exhausted. It seems that shapeshifting takes too much out of me, at this stage. Han Sen turned off the beast soul and put it back. He had only transformed for a few minutes, and if he was in battle, he didn't think he could use it for any longer than 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not too shabby. With this, and the rhino horn dagger, killing barons will be a trivial task. Han Sen thought that when his gene tally increased, his time with the beast soul would probably increase, too. The rhino dagger was good, especially its tip. It was very sharp and able to cut through violent ape's skin and flesh with ease. Without the dagger, Han Sen knew he might not have been able to kill it. But I don't know why I am unable to activate Super King Spirit mode. If I could, I'd be even stronger, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen fingered and fiddled with the dagger, appreciating its smoothness. It was now time for food. He went downstairs for dinner, and he found Lan Se and Qiao sitting at a table, waiting for him to join them. Come and drink. We should celebrate the success of our very first mission. Qiao lifted her cup in a toast. Cheers. Han Sen and Lan Se raised their cups up to join her. Celebrating with Qiao felt good. Let's talk about our reward, shall we? We can sell the body of the beast to the official laboratories. It should be worth at least 8,000. We can then pay Lan Se for the information she provided. Nah, you guys killed the Xenogeniac. You helped me out a lot. Now, the department no longer has to be troubled by this. Lan Se then paused and said, if you are willing to bring the whole body to the department, though, you can pick up a hearty bonus. Han Sen knew the security department did not have many nobles. It was normal for them to contract bounty hunters. That being said, the money they'd receive would be lower. I have plans for the body. We don't need the bonus. After dinner, Han Sen should cut it open to find the material within. Qiao did not want to sell the body. After food, they went to the warehouse that was supposed to be a garage. Violent Ape's body had been placed there. Han Sen pulled out the rhino horn dagger to cut the thing open. Han Sen was very used to this. He always dug into the bodies of dead creatures in the sanctuaries, so it was a smooth process. For Han Sen, this was normal, boring work. But when Qiao and Lan Se saw Han Sen's dagger cutting the ape's bones and skinning the hide with startling precision, they received a nasty chill. Han Sen suddenly seemed like a heartless butcher. Life was nothing to him. He could kill anything with his sword, within the mere blink of an eye. Seeing Han Sen's knife going between muscles, Qiao and Lan Se felt their hearts quiver and shake. What kind of man is he? Both of them thought. Because the mutation was different in each Xenogeniac, Han Sen wasn't sure what to look for within Violent Ape slop. He had to search thoroughly. Finally, Han Sen found that the ape had a muscle that was different from the rest. It was spindle-shaped, the size of 2 fists. It was red like a ruby, and as hard as a rock. It's a muscle material. Qiao frowned after seeing the material. That was because muscle materials were the cheapest. They were worth 20% less than any other part. Muscles were common, and weapons could not be made out of them, so no one wanted to pay as much for them. According to our agreement, the material should be shared equally. I now plan to sell it, though, and share the money. Is that okay? Qiao asked. Han Sen said, if you are selling it, can I buy it? What do you need it for? Qiao looked at Han Sen curiously. Xenogeniac materials were rare, but she didn't think they could process or do anything with it. They'd need special noble powers to make anything of it. I would like to examine it, Han Sen said. He couldn't say he was going to eat it. If he did, Qiao would think he was nuts. Sure. Baron muscles are worth 100,000. If you give me 50,000, it's yours, Xiao hastily told him. I don't have money. Could you deduct it from my wages? Han Sen asked. Aside from the share of spoils, Han Sen still received a salary. It wasn't much, but it was still quite a lot compared to most. Okay, no problem, Xiao quickly agreed. Xiao wished to say something more, but the phone rang. It was Hardman on the line. Han Sen made a silent gesture to Lan Se. Xiao picked up the phone. Xiao answered the call at dinner because it was Hardman calling. Everyone knew what he'd be calling for. Xiao didn't want Han Sen to get any confusion or doubts, however, so she answered the phone right there in front of him. She didn't let Hardman know that Lan Se was there with them, too. President Xiao, can you talk? Hardman was worried about Han Sen possibly being there. He thought he had offended Han Sen, and that Han Sen wouldn't agree to any repurchase. So, he thought to get to him through Xiao. Yes, you may speak, Xiao answered. Hardman didn't beat around the bush. He directly told her, Xiao, I want Han Sen back. How about I double the money you gave me, in exchange for him? Manager Hard, I only have one person in my employ. Giving me money doesn't solve the issue of having that number reduced to 0. Xiao looked at Han Sen and smiled. Hardman gritted his teeth and decided to raise the price. Okay, triple. Manager Hard, this isn't a monetary issue. No matter how much money you give me, I will not be able to find anyone to replace Han Senator. My team needs to go on. Xiao's face didn't change, and she remained smiling. That meant she was telling Hardman that Han Sen was not for sale. It didn't matter how much money she was offered. Hardman looked glum, so he decided to play his final card. President Xiao, how about I quadruple the price you paid me? And I'll find you another baron to replace him, with abilities that can equal Han Sen's. On top of that, he'll be loaned out to you for 3 years. Xiao and Lan Se thought this was very strange. The offer was extremely good. Han Sen thought this was normal. He actually thought Hardman was being too cheap and still offering far too little. Xiao said, Manager Hard, you should know Han Sen has used a xenogenic weapon. It does not belong to him, and if he leaves Wizard, he will have to return it. Knowing this, do you still wish to buy him? Yes. Hardman gritted his teeth. He really had to buy Han Sen to please the third master. If he didn't, things would go poorly. He had to buy him back through any means necessary, even if that meant dipping into his own pockets. I am so sorry. I can see your sincerity, but I cannot sell him, Xiao said firmly. Hardman looked ill, but he still went on with his plight. He said, Xiao, don't reject me just yet. At least sleep on the prospect. You said Han Sen relies on a xenogenic weapon, and he can't fight xenogenics otherwise. If something went wrong, he'd die. He is not a noble, and he won't level up to slay higher tier xenogenics. The baron I can lend to you will be a different story entirely. Plus, with the money you'll be given, you could assemble a great team. Even if you keep him for now, do you really think Han Sen will stay with Wizard 2 years down the line, when the contract is up? Manager Hard, I am sorry. Han Sen is not for sale. Xiao spoke with seriousness. There is no need to answer me yet. Again, you should think about it. And if the price still isn't enough, there is plenty more we can discuss. Think about it first. Think about it. We can talk more another time. Hardman's heart was bleeding. After the call, Xiao turned to speak to Han Sr. You heard what he has to say. What are your plans and thoughts? I would like to keep you, but if you do want to switch, I won't force you to stay where you do not wish to. Hansen smiled and said, I don't have too much to offer Black Gold. Plus, I'm lazy. I can't be bothered moving. Xiao looked very happy when she heard that. She raised up her cup for a toast and said, Han Sen, I may not be able to promise you much right now, but the one promise I can make is that, while I live, I will strive to make Wizard the best it can be. Let us drink in the hopes of a brighter tomorrow. Lan Se raised up her cup as well. Cheers. The glasses chinked against each other, a symbol of the promise. Hansen didn't want to go to Black Gold because of his relationship with Qiao. He did admire her, but he also thought staying in Wizard meant greater freedom. Black Gold was locked down with too many rules, and since Hansen had a lot of private stuff he wished to dive into, he thought he would be better off where he was. Hansen brought the ruby-looking mussel to his room for investigation. The thing looked far prettier than any hunk of beef. It was hard, but the fat and the meat looked as soft as snow. It made people want to cook it like a good steak. Merely thinking of this, Hansen's mouth began to drool. When he tried to pull it apart, he couldn't. The rhino horn dagger would only leave light marks across it, and even if he could cut through it, he'd be unable to fry it. What is changing the mutated materials when I boil them? Surely there is more to the process than water in a pot. Something has to be affecting the materials. If I can figure out what that is, perhaps I can enjoy it like proper food. Hansen was going to take a while to think it over this time instead of boiling it immediately. Over the next few days, there was little to do. Aside from practicing, he was researching how to eat xenogeneics. As he did, he discovered something of note. Hansen did not find out what affected the xenogeneic genes, but he learned something quite interesting. He tried cooking the violent ape's meat in a fire. As he did, he noticed that the mussel's texture was changing, almost as if it was thawing out. The ruby texture melted into the fire, and the gemstone-like item began to transform into normal meat. It was the same as throwing the meat into water. The materials looked like they were frozen, but after a good boil, they began to look like fine cuts of meat. Hansen knew this couldn't be a normal process for Planet Kate. If this was the way things always worked, the beings in this universe should have discovered the process before. There was no way he was the first to try cooking a xenogeneics material. Hansen still didn't know what was causing the changes, but he wasn't too worried about it. At least he could now enjoy it as meat and not as some lame soup. Hansen found a frying pan and got some seasoning. He placed the thawed meat on the pan, and cut it into a few slices of a good steak. He threw the seasoning on and started to cook it. This is how people should live. Hansen placed the cooked meat in his mouth and chewed. The juice and seasoning filled his mouth, and the tastiness almost made Hansen moan. Qiao looked glum. Over the last few days, she had kept her ears to the ground and tried to find the location of more xenogeneics. But strangely, it was as if they had all vanished from existence. It was like she was deaf and blind, unable to learn anything. Qiao knew why, though. It was because she hadn't agreed to return. Senator Hardman was using his ties and relationships with others to prevent her from getting news of any more xenogeneics. Compared to Black Gold Group, a tiny team like Qiao's was nothing. No one would favor Qiao and her team over a grand organization such as Black Gold Group. A hunting team that could not locate xenogeneics was pointless. Hardman's tactic to get Qiao to relinquish Hansen was definitely below the belt. But Qiao did not have the power to fight back against Black Gold. Hardman seemed to have enough money to block every single avenue. Still, Qiao wasn't going to crawl back to Hardman. If she went to him now, he would start mocking her. Qiao had to overcome the roadblocks herself. Are there too few xenogeneics on Planet Kate? Hansen asked Qiao as they ate. Qiao thought for a moment before responding. There are two different sources of xenogeneics. One is when beings evolve and mutate, or when those mutated beings reproduce. The other source comes from another place, called xenogeneic space. What is the difference? Hansen asked. Qiao explained, the two xenogeneics you have encountered were the result of a mutation. They were barren class, but they could become stronger in the future. Dealing with those is the easiest. We can usually fight ordinary barren types. If it was a xenogeneic coming from xenogeneic space, however, it could be of any tier. They're dangerous. Are there any xenogeneic spaces around West Gran? Hansen knew it was rare to encounter xenogeneics, and they were rarer than nobles. It was difficult to say if there was even one spawning once a day. There is one, but it is dangerous. Although it is a small xenogeneic space, most of the creatures inside are Baron class. Some are Viscount class, however. And they are too dangerous to risk going against. I'm trying to find new sources, hoping to find a single Baron we can take out, Xiao said. If it isn't too much trouble to go out and take a look, let's go, Hansen said. It's too dangerous. Xiao shook her head. Hardman has blocked your resources, right? Hansen said quietly. With the way Xiao worked, it shouldn't have taken this many days to find another monster. Hansen wasn't stupid, though, and so he could imagine what had happened. I will find a way. I am a manager, so it is my role to face this problem myself. You just need to keep in the best of shape. You will have a job coming your way soon enough, Xiao said stubbornly. Hansen nodded and did not reply. Xiao didn't want him to take any risks, and Hansen understood that. Besides, he had never seen the power of a Viscount at work before, so it might really be quite dangerous to go seek them out. What else can I do? After eating, Xiao went out, and Hansen went on the internet in his room. Hansen wanted more money-making opportunities. Xiao didn't need the ingredients, so Hansen could buy the parts of the material she'd otherwise sell off. The only problem with that was that he needed money to do it. He needed a lot of it, too. But Hansen didn't have money, and he had already spent all his wages on buying the muscle from the silver ape. If he wanted to purchase more xenogeneic materials to absorb more xenogeneic genes, he had to have more cash. Violent Ape gave him 1 Baron gene. Even if he could kill more of the monsters, that meant he'd have to kill 100 Barons to get 100 Baron genes. There were many jobs available online, but not many would provide him the chance to earn big bucks. Hansen wasn't very good when it came to financing, so he couldn't do financial stuff to make money. Hansen scrawled the web for a while, but he was unable to find anything that'd give him a lot of cash. The phone suddenly rang, and Hansen noticed it coming from a number he could not identify. He picked it up. Hansen, where are you? I am coming to find you. Let's practice sword skills together. It was Mr. Tiger calling him, and he shouted down the line loud enough to deafen Hansen. Where are you? I'll come to you. Hansen lived in Xiao's house, which was also Wizard's base. He didn't want to invite strangers there without Xiao's permission. I'm at home. Come here, I'll wait for you. Mr. Tiger gave Hansen his address and then closed the communicator. There was nothing for Hansen to do right then, so he packed a few things and went to the address Mr. Tiger had provided him. Mr. Tiger's house was far larger than Xiao's, and its luxury was comparable to a 5-star hotel. It was gorgeous, but it didn't even feel like a home. Hansen. You are finally here. Come. Let's head to the training room. Mr. Tiger was wearing baggy pants and some flip-flops. He welcomed Hansen wholeheartedly and invited him in. Hansen followed him to the indoor training room. There, he saw a variety of equipment. There was also a geno tree there for testing. You want to try that out? Mr. Tiger offered when he saw Hansen looking at the geno tree. Mr. Tiger was quite curious to see what Hansen's fitness was like. Sure. Hansen wanted to know his own fitness, too. Hansen walked in front of the geno tree, then dropped a bit of his blood on its bark. The blood was absorbed, and all of a sudden, the tree started to grow. If a Kate had just received their geno armor, they typically bloomed 20 flowers. That included the strength of their geno armor. Mr. Tiger said he could produce 100, which was the average of a Baron noble. There was obviously a large difference between commoners and nobles. Normal people, with geno armor, could not even hope to fight against a noble. Hansen and Mr. Tiger were looking at the flowers that grew, and the noble was surprised to see how many flowers actually bloomed. 54 flowers? That is scary. You are the first I have seen to have so many flowers, despite having just generated their armor recently. Mr. Tiger looked at Hansen with genuine shock. Hansen hadn't evolved twice, though. He only had his spell Geno armor, and even he didn't expect that he had become twice as strong as the average Kate. Hansen did not know how many flowers a Baron Jean could increase. He would find out the next time he tested his strength. In the Alliance universe, in the kindergarten on planet Roka, a little boy was writing, and there was a little girl with a hairstyle that resembled the horns of a goat. She moved her chair over to sit next to the little boy. She lay down on the table and looked up at him. The little boy was still writing, and didn't stop. "Little flower," the little girl said. "Yes?" Little flower stopped writing, raised his head, and looked at the little girl. The little girl smiled with her eyes squinted closed. She said, "Little flower, you look so good. When you grow up, can you be my boyfriend?" "What is a boyfriend?" Little flower asked. The little girl opened her eyes wide. "A boyfriend is the best man for me. I would always let a boyfriend eat good stuff first. I would let him play with toys first. If he was in trouble, I'd help him. I'd protect him." "How does that sound, then?" "Would you like to be my boyfriend?" the little girl asked, taking Little Flower's hands. Little Flower thought for a moment, but then shook his head. "My mom said it is the man who should protect the girl. Otherwise, he is not a real man. I don't want to be your boyfriend. I want to be a man." The little girl rolled her eyes. She was still holding his hands, and she said, "Okay, be my husband then." Husbands protect their girls. They are the manliest of men. "Really?" Little Flower asked, with shock. "Of course." The little girl blinked and asked, "Little Flower, are you willing to be my husband to protect me?" "In that case, yes." Little Flower nodded and spoke with gravitas. "Great. You'll be my future husband." The little girl hugged Little Flower like mad and kissed his cheeks. Little Flower, "Me too." A few more little girls came racing over to surround him. Above the kindergarten, the dimension started to distort and twist. The leader of God's organization came out of it. There were no elites around him, and all alone, he watched Little Flower. "Officer, you shouldn't be here." The moment the officer showed up, Stay Up Late appeared as well. He was standing right next to him. "Knight, do you really have to go up against me?" the officer said icily. "I won't go against you, as long as you don't put a finger on the child I am tasked to watch," Stay Up Late said. "That means there is nothing we can do." The officer did not move, but the fire wings on his back looked like the wings of a phoenix. They covered the entire sky. The sky was bright, and when the wings spread, they scorched and turned the atmosphere red. Stay Up Late's face changed. He drew the Western King's sword and raised it up towards the officer. The officer flapped his wings and flew directly before Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late was calm, though, and he merely swung his sword. Boom! The air around the sword cracked as flames rained down across the buildings. Rock and concrete started to quake and fall all around. The kindergarten was in the middle of that chaos, and the whole building was violently shaking. The kids and the teachers started to scream. "Little Flower, run!" The little girl pulled Little Flower away, but after a few steps, there was a catch-a noise. The 7th floor of the building fell, burying the playground in rubble. The kids were crying even louder, out on the grass. When the teachers who were helping to evacuate the kids saw it collapse, they looked utterly hopeless. "Little Flower, run!" The little girl pushed him, as Little Flower got to a place that was not covered in shadow. But she pushed too hard and landed on the grass. Seeing the building falling down, the kids cried even harder. The teachers tried to shield the kids, closing their eyes as they did. Little Flower was in a normal school, and the teachers and kids were from ordinary families. There was nothing they could do, but not even elites could protect them all from a disaster such as that. Boom! A white holy light suddenly erupted like a volcano. The building was hit and shattered by the holy light, which then blasted into the sky and on into space. The kids and the teacher stared at the holy light, and they forgot they were even crying. A little boy was hovering in the air with white, long hair. His eyes were shining like a holy sun. Little flower. The little girl on the floor looked at his back, speaking uncertainly. As a husband, I will protect you all. Little flower spoke with seriousness, as the volume of light increased. It covered the entire kindergarten, and nothing could penetrate that defense. Stay up late was fighting the officer. The officer, when he saw little flower in the air, gave the child a strange look. He couldn't believe the air of a human could be that strong. Not even the babies of crystallizers were that powerful. I need to get him. The officer looked at the child with excitement. Suddenly, a sword light manifested in the sky. The sword was so overbearing, the officer threw a punch at it, but even he was knocked back 50 meters. Officer, I can't believe that you dared to come here. The woman was clutching a copper sword. She looked like a sword fairy from some legend. Gu Qingqing. You just became a god, you can't talk to me like this, the officer said coldly. It isn't just me here. Gu Qingqing smiled. Many scary presences started to appear. Bower showed up first, flying right next to Little Flower. Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Han Yufei all arrived, then. A man with silver light approached, too. It was Xie King. Somehow, he had managed to come to the alliance. They all started to surround the officer. Ji Yanran raced to Little Flower's side in her crystal armor. Officer, just give it up. Even without Hansen here, you know you cannot challenge us. Stay up late, sighed. I may not be able to fight you, but I do have something you can't block. The officer had a weird smile, and he pointed his finger to the sky. A strange power burst out from the officer. It became a blast in the air and then quickly disappeared. After 1 second, a vortex manifested in the sky. It was light, and the dimensions inside whirled and twisted. The sky was like a lake with a whirlpool. It was scary, and even elites like Gu Qingqing frowned. Stay Up Late's face changed, and he said, no. He wants to open the sanctuary gate. What does that mean? I thought it was always open. Han Yufei asked. Stay Up Late quickly explained, the sanctuary is open. But that simply means that it isn't locked for beings that wish to exit it, easy for creatures to leave this universe, as when they generate a Geno armor, they can summon and push a gate open. Even if they don't want to leave. But the door is still closed to creatures from the outside. The door currently only allows travel in one direction. Now that the officer is opening it, creatures on the other side can enter. When the crystallizers went out, that is why they were destroyed. Stay Up Late said all this, and then shouted, Officer, what is it that you want? Do you want to repeat the tragedy that befell the crystallizers? The officer looked calm, but his eyes glinted with excitement. He looked at the rumbling sky and said, Knight, you do not understand. We cannot stay here. We have to exit. No matter what we do, it is imperative that I go out. You aren't just leaving. You are destroying the sanctuary. You do not have to open the door if you wish to go out. Stay Up Late shouted. Why are you still talking to him? Just kill him already. Xie King jumped towards the officer with a silver light. The officer waved his fist and blasted Xie King away, though. The silver light shattered as his body fell to the ground and produced a deep crater. Xie King managed to get back up, but he was bleeding from the corners of his lips. He is getting stronger. Gu Qingqing's face changed. He used his body to open the gate. He is going to go over the maximum power threshold believed attainable, Stay Up Late said. Didn't you say Geno armor can't level up? How is he increasing strength like this? Gu Qingqing asked. I don't know. His presence is a little strange. Stay Up Late shook his head, and he looked at the officer who was hovering in the sky. We have to kill him to end this. Little Angel looked calm. She summoned her holy white armor and swung her angel sword. Golden Growler roared, and his golden armor shone. He was charging a roar blast at the officer. Gu Qingqing didn't dare slow down, and she immediately swung her blade. Ji Yanran's crystal shoes and Stay Up Late's Western King sword were both headed for the same target. Many scary powers were going converging, but the officer remained motionless. Perhaps it was because he was leveling up, or there was another sinister motive entirely. Boom! All that horrendous power went against the officer, producing an explosion that was scarier than a supernova. Luckily, the impact was wholly in the sky. If it had gone against the ground, the entirety of planet Roka would have been destroyed. When the power died off, Stay Up Late was shocked. The officer had not been killed. He hadn't even been injured. But his body had experienced a number of weird changes. The Southern King Fire wings were being eaten by the armor he wore. They were actually being eaten. The officer's black armor had a number of black cracks, like many mouths from hell that were gnawing and gobbling up the wings. The power they cast had been absorbed by the armor, and that was why nothing had come of their strikes. This is the presence of the other race. You, Stay Up Late's face changed. Yes. Ever since the disaster of the crystallizers, I have searched out the leftovers that destroyed them. After all this time, I have found a way to infuse it with me and make my Geno armor more powerful. There is a price to pay, however. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have bothered doing it. The officer was in the sky, looking calm and passionate. Why? Why do you have to do this? Does going out mean that much to you? You will destroy the world we live in, just so you can leave? Stay Up Late looked at him and said. Knight, you don't understand. You never will. It's because you're not here yet, the officer was being honest. Then tell me what it is that you are afraid of. Stay Up Late shouted. What am I afraid of? The officer looked to the sky, where the vortex whirled. There was some black stuff in there, and it was spreading, like a black hole. Inside the black hole, something scary was emerging. It sounded like some sordid, frightening beast. Officer, you really want the sanctuaries to have a repeat of the first disaster? Stay Up Late shouted. The officer laughed and said, the crystallizer disaster? That was nothing. If we don't get out, something 1,000,000 times worse will happen. After the officer said that, something roared. A dragon-like creature came out of the black hole. Everyone's face changed. Only the officer looked greedy. Come. You guys know what this world looks like. The officer ran to Stay Up Late and touched his shoulder. The armor on his hand was like a mouth, biting into Stay Up Late's shoulder. It chomped into Stay Up Late's flesh and armor. Stay Up Late held back the pain and swung his Western King sword at the villain. The officer grabbed it, though. He didn't break it, but cracks started to form across the blade. They were starting to spread. Stay Up Late wanted to pull his Western King sword back, but it wouldn't budge. And when he gave a firm tug, it went catcha and broke. Half of it was swallowed by the officer's armor. Little Angel and Golden Growler ran towards the officer. With one hand, though, he was able to latch onto Little Angel's sword. His other hand grabbed Golden Growler's face. His hand bit into the angelic sword, while Golden Growler was sent flying away with missing chunks of flesh. Gu Qingqing and Stay Up Late attacked the officer, but nothing they tried worked. The officer's powers were too much, and they far exceeded what should have been possible inside the parameters of the sanctuary. The scary presence was something tangible, in itself. Boom! The black vortex in the sky became bigger. The dragon-like talons were emerging from the pit. The body of a monster began to emerge. It had red eyes and it was covered with scales. The creature was rank with the smell of blood, and only seeing half of the beast was scary enough. Roar! The beast loosed a murderous roar. It generated a shockwave across the galaxy, breaking meteors. The planet itself was damaged. We can't let that thing in. Although the sanctuary has its own protocol and system to kick that being out, it'll take a little time. And that monster will only require one hit to wipe out the entire alliance, Stay Up Late said. How do we stop it? Gu Qingqing looked glum. She was wounded, but she was still standing. We have to kill him and close the gate. Stay Up Late gritted his teeth. Of course we will. Xie Qingqing's silver light surrounded his fists. He discharged it against the officer, but the armor was able to swallow it. The attack didn't yield any damage at all. The crystal shoes brought Ji Yanran into the air, throwing a kick against the officer. The officer swung his hand and blocked the attack of the crystal shoes. The mouths on the armor were able to bite right into the crystal armor, ripping out a whole glistening chunk. The officer punched towards Ji Yanran's belly, but all of a sudden, there was a golden light. A small fist blocked the strike. It was Bauer, clad in her Geno armor. Pang! Both of their powers exploded against each other, sending everyone rolling away. The officer looked at Bauer in shock, as his armor was unable to consume or eat anything of hers. Bauer looked very angry, too. The godlight across her kept flaring as she punched the officer. The officer's own fists repeatedly dashed their way across Bauer's armor, and the constant shockwaves prohibited everyone else from getting close. It's too late. That thing is getting out. Gu Qingqing saw that the monster in the sky was pulling free of the vortex. Pushing back the pain she was now suffering, she called out to the others. An energy current stormed through the galaxy. Trails of electricity were everywhere, affecting all the nearby planets. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Bauer's body fell, creating a big hole in the ground. Bauer was still in the shape of a baby, and she couldn't fight the officer. This time, the officer's body experienced a big, new change. An eye opened in the center of his forehead. Horns grew from his head as his body became wrapped in scales. He had spliced his own genes with genes from the outside. His body was evolving into another race. He was no longer a crystallizer. After getting rid of Bauer, though, he followed after her. He turned to look at Little Flower, and he moved so quickly, Stay Up Late could not react. Little Flower's light was still shining across the entire kindergarten, with his little body hovering in midair. He didn't fall back, though, and he tried using his holy light to stop the kidnapper. Pang! The officer broke through the holy light, ready to grab Little Flower. But a bloodlight suddenly appeared, and it stabbed the officer. Zero flew past him, grabbing Little Flower as she sped off. The bone dagger that she had used to stab the officer was swiftly consumed, though. And he hastily tried to turn and punch Zero. His fist was so strong and fast that it was far more than she was capable of evading, and she was struck in the back. She held on to Little Flower, though, as she came crashing into a building. It kicked up a storm of dust. The officer wanted to give chase, but Stay Up Late had caught up with him. Still, whether or not the officer could be stopped was another matter entirely. However, as the officer stood in front of the ruin, he stopped. He didn't go inside to take Little Flower. Gu Qingqing looked towards the ruins and noticed a scary presence bleeding out from the rubble. A red light came bursting forth like water. Boom! The red light was like a volcano, and it laid waste to the ruins. Zero was holding Little Flower in the midst of the rubble. The red light was streaming from her back. The officer squinted his eyes as he looked at Zero. He suddenly dashed before her and unleashed a strike, targeting her head. But Zero merely stood where she was, with the red light shining on her back. It looked as if she might have been unable to move. The red light had almost reached her head, and still, she showed no reaction. Inside Mr. Tiger's training room, sword lights kept on flashing. Mr. Tiger was very depressed. His strength and speed should have been better than Han Sen's, but his sword could not even send a ripple through Han Sen's clothes. Reaching past Han Sen's sword was an impossibility, it seemed. You want to fight? Mr. Tiger looked annoyed and threw his sword on the ground. He thought he might have been going crazy. Hansen placed his practice sword back on the shelf. After fighting with Mr. Tiger, he had learned some interesting things about the skills that the Kate had developed for combat. The combat skills of nobles like Mr. Tiger were not strong. Hansen looked like a superstar master next to them. His only disadvantage was that his body was weaker, as things currently stood. It's almost time. I should get going. Hansen packed up his stuff, ready to leave. Mr. Tiger jumped in front of Hansen and said, I must say, brother, your sword skills are obscene, but I like them. Do you take students? I can be your student, so that you can teach me. Hansen looked at Mr. Tiger in shock. The noble looked like a powerful and competent person, and Hansen had never expected that he'd be so interested in Hansen's combat sword skills. I'm not interested in being a teacher, but I sure like money. How much would you be willing to pay, if I were to teach you? Hansen said. And it was true, he really did need money. If it's money that you need, then that is of no concern. Mr. Tiger was very happy. Hansen was on his way back to Chiao. Mr. Tiger offered to take him home, but Hansen politely declined. Since Hansen had nothing better to do, it was best that he exercised anyway. When he went past an alley, Hansen felt a searing burn develop on his back. It was like someone had thrown boiling water across him. Hansen was shocked. He could endure the pain, but he could feel it growing and becoming hotter. A red light burst out of his back, and not even his clothes were able to dim the brightness. Hansen could see there were quite a few people around, so he summoned his Geno armor to cover his body. The last thing he wanted was for people to see it. Unfortunately, the light was getting even brighter, and the Geno armor itself was starting to glow red. Hansen looked around and quickly found a public bathroom he could dip into. After he rushed inside, his back released more and more red light. Eventually, his entire body was pulled back into the light. The red light was like fireworks, and then, there was nothing. The red light disappeared, taking Hansen's body with it. Planet Roca. The officer threw a punch at Zero's head when all of a sudden a hand came out of the red light behind her. It punched towards the officer's fist. Pang! Incredible power was unleashed in the collision of both forces. The officer's body was sent reeling back, out of the atmosphere and into space. He looked back at Zero's red light, and the fist that had emerged from it. A tall body came out, and when everyone saw who it was, they were so happy. They all exuberantly shouted, Hansen. Hansen had no clue what was going on, but he was able to guess, judging from what he had just done. What happened here? Hansen looked at the xenogenic beast in the sky. It wasn't from the sanctuary, he knew that much. It was too powerful for that. The officer used his powers to open the sanctuary gate. Stop him, or the creatures from the outside will enter. Stay up late shouted. Dad. Little Flower jumped into Hansen's chest from Zero. Hansen saw everyone there was injured, and even Ji Yanran was holding Bauer, blood streaking the baby's face and mouth. They each looked wounded, and that made Hansen a very angry man. Officer, I have no grudge with you, and yet you attack my family again. Do you think I'll let this slide again? Hansen's power was frighteningly strong. The Geno armor's power exploded away from him. Inside the sanctuary, there was no other power to suppress him. The Geno armor's power was difficult to rightly fathom. Blame Han Jinji, the officer said, before teleporting in front of Hansen and punching him. Hansen felt a strength that was greater than a crystallizer's come into him. His foe had the presence of a xenogeniac from Cape Planet. Hansen frowned. But Hansen's fist did not stop. It hit the officer's fist again. He punched the officer and sent him back into space. Then, he followed up and chased after him. Impossible. How could you achieve such power? The sanctuary should be kicking you out for this. Why? The officer's mouth gaped in disbelief. He had spliced as many mutant genes as he could to earn that power, and he was going to leave soon. But Hansen was more powerful than him, and above that, he could stay in the sanctuary. He had surpassed the system and was above the rules. Hansen wasn't interested in talking with him, though, so he just threw another punch. The Xenogeniac was entering the sanctuary, and Hansen didn't think it was just a baron. If it entered fully, it could most certainly deal damage to the entire alliance. Dad! Hit him! Little Flower was clinging to Hansen's neck, and he looked very angry. This was the first time Hansen had seen Little Flower so angry, and it prompted him to increase the volume of power he was delivering. Pang! The officer's eyes watched Hansen's fist come for him. He wanted to punch it back, but he couldn't. The fist landed on his jaw, and he was sent flying. Before he went too far, though, Hansen appeared above him. His legs were like an axe, and heaven only knew how many of the officer's bones snapped under the impact. Swing. Fist. Punch. Uppercut. Kick. Knee. Elbow. Hansen became a killing machine with his repeated attacks on the officer. The officer could block a few punches at first, but more of his bones soon broke. And as they did, his defenses crumbled. He started to bleed, and his armor started to break. Hansen! Quickly kill him or it will be too late. Stay Up Late shouted, as he looked up at the black vortex. Half of the Xenogeniac beast was already in, and it looked ready to slip through the black hole any second now. Of course, Hansen wanted to get rid of it. Unfortunately, although the officer's body was broken, he was not destroyed. He was still alive. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I have the Xenogeniac power. You can't kill me. The officer took another punch, blood spraying from his body. He laughed, saying, "When it arrives, you'll all be dead. Give me Little Flower, for only I will be able to save his life. No one can take my son away." Hansen grunted. The shape of a half-transparent black dagger manifested in his hand. He thrust it into the villain, cutting open his flesh and armor. The dagger sliced open the officer's chest. It didn't kill him, though, and his body was able to recover easily. This is pointless. You can't kill me. Give me Little Flower and I will save him. The officer was angry, but he didn't care much for the wound. Hansen looked at him coldly. And as he repeatedly stabbed the officer's body, he asked, "Why do you want him so much?" "Because he can be the real, Arg." Before the officer finished, he screamed. There it is. Hansen looked murderous. He used the rhino horn dagger, shoving it into the officer's brain. Catcha! Something was broken by the dagger's attack, and the officer's face froze. Blood oozed from his head, rolling down to his lips. No way. I can't die, me, Arg. The officer's head cracked wide open. In between the brain juices, a black crystal had been smashed in two. Hansen raised his head and his face changed. The officer died and the black hole shrank. But the Xenogeniac had already come in, and that was terrifying. Everyone was in shock. The Xenogeniac officer was incredibly hard to deal with already, but now they had a real monster from the outside to contend with. It wasn't a low-tier Xenogeniac like the ones Hansen had already dealt with before, either. The sanctuary door led to the big silence system. It was where the high-level Xenogeniacs resided. There were high-tier Xenogeniacs there, very much like the Dukes. If they entered, there'd be a grand disaster, just like what had occurred to the crystallizers. Hansen knew those creatures were somewhat restricted when they were in the sanctuary, and their strength would be limited by the parameters of the place. They'd end up like Old Cat and get flushed away. Old Cat was a 9-life cat, and it had authority in the sanctuary. There was no need for his power to be suppressed in the sanctuary, but the Xenogeniacs coming in would. But the problem was, a Xenogeniac could probably get off a few attacks before it was kicked out of the sanctuary. If the Xenogeniac was too strong, even those few attacks would be enough to level the entire alliance. The moment the Xenogeniac came out, it opened its mouth in a roar. But no sound came out, instead, a scary power gathered in its mouth. It was ready to fire. A black light was getting stronger around the creature. The power created a vortex, generating storms in a multitude of systems. It's over. Han Sen's face changed. That Xenogeniac was not a baron or viscount. It was probably a marquis, or even a duke. Regardless, Han Sen knew he could not fight an enemy such as that. Skills were useless in front of such raw power. That was something that could destroy anything without question. Stay Up Late's face looked glum. Everyone thought the monster was way too scary, too, and that it looked indestructible. F***ck. I have to try. Han Sen knew he could not fight it, but he couldn't just sit around and wait for a wretched end, either. He suddenly turned into a 3-meter-tall silver ape. The inscriptions across his Geno armor all shone. A sword of power entered his right hand. Han Sen used his strongest attack on the monster in the sky. He used his super spank power. Xie King, Gu Qingqing, and Stay Up Late all used their own strongest attacks, too. They all attacked it together. All those frightening powers smacked against the beast's mouth. Han Sen didn't expect that they would be able to kill it, but destroying the power inside the being's mouth might be able to deal some decent damage. And releasing that much power might trigger the sanctuary to force the creature out. This was the only way, and if they couldn't make it work, they were all dead. No one could take that power and survive. The overbearing sword lights and the high-tier holy lights and the shocking sword air all converged on the monster's mouth. They didn't do anything to the black light, though. It's over. Han Sen's heart trembled, and he broke into a cold sweat. The others felt hopeless, too. Just like the crystallizers, humanity was now facing an extinction event. The monster's mouth opened wider, and the black light whirled faster. The monster lowered its head, ready to spit it all out. Han Sen held on to lip flower, as his brain repeatedly thought, nothing can stop this. Suddenly, though, a hand emerged from the shrinking black hole behind the monster. The hand grabbed the Xenogeniac beast. The hand did not look big, but the scary-looking beast shuddered when the hand landed on it. And then, all its blood and flesh started to fly apart. It formed a blood river, as the beast blew into pieces under the grasp of that one small hand. Everyone was in shock, and extremely happy. They were delighted that the beast's attack had been thwarted. They were shocked, wondering who the hand might have belonged to. The fact that it had just broken the monster so simply was terrifying. If the hand's master was hostile to the sanctuary, they were afraid humans would be wiped out completely. But the sanctuary gate then shut, and the black hole was only small enough to show the hand. The body couldn't come in. Everyone looked at the hand, and then a voice followed it out. I did not expect to find someone like this in the sanctuary. Not bad. Han Sen wondered what that might have meant. He saw the hand move, as an invisible power started to suck Little Flower in its direction. Little Flower. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't care about anything else at that moment, and with his ape body, he jumped at Little Flower. He wanted to stop Little Flower being pulled away by the hand. But the power was way too strong to deny. It pulled Han Sen into the hand, too. The hand did not look big, but when they landed on it, they felt as small as ants on the center of its palm. Before anyone did anything, the hand grabbed them both and pulled back through the black hole. The black hole disappeared then, too. Ji Yanran almost fainted. Luo Lan and Han Yufei were extremely worried, but there was nothing they could do. The sanctuary gate was shut, and they could not go out even if it hadn't closed. They couldn't hope to go up against a single finger of that hand. Han Sen and Little Flower won't be killed so simply. Xie King looked at the sky. I never expected something so strong could be found here. I too need to get out. Everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Gu Qingqing approached Zero, though, and said, Zero, how did you summon Hansen here? Can you do it again? Zero shook her head. It activated itself, and I can't control it. I don't know how to do it again. Gu Qingqing did not respond. She merely lifted her sword pure and slashed toward Zero's head. What are you doing? Everyone was shocked. Hansen held Little Flower, and as he did, he felt the power extinguish. He fell to the ground and almost broke his bones. After getting his vision back, Hansen saw a broken palace around him. It was made of jade and metal, and it looked as if he had ended up in heaven. It was all broken. And there was a fissure that was as wide as a valley across the palace. What had occurred there, Hansen had no idea. Hansen was standing on a gold plaque. There were strange symbols inscribed across it, ones he could not discern. Not far from Hansen stood a man with green clothing. He was smiling at Little Flower, who was in Hansen's arms. It was like the man was inspecting an ancient antique. Little Flower looked scared, though. Hansen held his child tight, and he stood up off the floor. Hansen said, Thank you for killing the xenogenic beast. But why have you brought us here? The man did not even look at Senator, he only looked at Little Flower. I require one more student. This kid looks decent. Let me take him. If you want to accept my son as a student, at least tell me what you are and tell me where we are. Hansen did not want Little Flower to have a master, but the man was obviously quite scary. So, he went along with it. If the man wanted to take Little Flower away by force, no matter what strength Hansen could muster, it wouldn't be enough to stop him. As this occurred, the man's vision turned away from Little Flower. He now looked at Han Sr. I am the king of Sky Palace. You have such an amazing kid. If he follows me, he can become so powerful. You cannot imagine it. Hansen had never heard of Sky Palace before, but seeing the man, it must have been a very powerful faction. I am glad that someone powerful like you wants to take my son as a student, but he is still young. And I hope you can approve of me coming with him, Hansen said. The man shook his head. You are too weak. You cannot go to Sky Palace. I don't expect myself to become a student. I can be a janitor or something, Hansen said. You are too weak to enter the palace, so stop talking. The man sounded annoyed, and he reached out to grab Little Flower. Hansen felt an incredible strength come and try to snatch Little Flower, but he held on to his son and got pulled, too. The man looked as if he did not care about family one tiny bit. He grabbed Little Flower and tried to take him away from Hansen. Dad. Little Flower was in shock. He tried using his holy light, but it couldn't overcome the power. He was still being pulled away. Hansen roared. He walked forward and tried to punch the man's hand. Boom. When Hansen's fist hit the man's palm, he could not hurt the palm, and his arm snapped immediately. You are his father, so I will forgive you for this disrespect. I'd turn you into dust if you were anyone else. The man grunted and pulled Little Flower again. Hansen's legs released a power. He took half a step back and got pulled away. Boom. The red light behind Hansen was shining, turning into a red vortex. Before the man could grab Little Flower again, the vortex consumed Hansen and the child. They just suddenly vanished. D***it. He is a descendant of the 9-life cat bloodline. The man's face changed, as he gritted his teeth. In the Alliance universe, Gu Qingqing was swinging her weapon at Zero's head. As the blade touched her skin, everyone stared at her speechlessly. The red light behind Zero shone like a flower. And Gu Qingqing's sword was brought to a halt. It only touched Zero's neck, and it didn't really cut it as the light gleamed from Zero's back. 2 bodies fell out. It was Hansen and Little Flower. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were so happy, they cried. They raced over to them. The dangerous fight had passed. Everyone was injured, so they all went home to heal. Hansen was worried that the Sky Palace guy might show up in the sanctuary again, but luckily, it didn't happen. It was quiet over the next few days. Now that Hansen knew how the sanctuary operated, not even elites like that could destroy it in his absence. Hansen was also quite glad he was back in the Alliance, but he was still worried. The 9-life cat tattoo was far too weird. Hansen could travel between his tattoo and Zero's tattoo. That wasn't what he worried about the most, though. He was mostly worried that if Old Cat had that power, the cat could also summon Han Senator. It had happened to him once before, and he had no doubt it would happen again. So, Hansen wanted to learn more about the 9-life cat tattoo. He and Zero were unable to control its power, but it was obvious that something triggered the activation of those tattoos. Its unpredictability annoyed Hansen. Hansen couldn't figure it out, though. Not long after, the Luo family contacted Luo Lan. Luo Haitang was hoping Luo Lan could bring Hansen, Han Yen, and Little Flower to see him. Although Luo Haitang couldn't explain what it was all about, Luo Lan was able to guess why. They had a family meeting, and ultimately they decided to go and see the Luo family. Hansen did not object. If Luo Haitang was telling the truth, he did not have much time left. The man had raised Hansen's mother, and even if Luo Lan did not explicitly say she wanted to see him, it was clear that she did. Aside from the Han family, they also brought Bauer along. Is he really? Luo Lan couldn't help but ask Hansen about Luo Haitang. Hansen shook his head. That's what he told me. I don't know if it's true. Luo Lan's face looked sad. People like him. I don't think he'd lie about this. I hope he is okay. Hansen sighed. When they reached the Luo family's planet, Luo Li welcomed them in. But even Luo Li looked terrible. Sister, you are back. He has waited for you for a long time, Luo Li said sadly. How is he? Luo Li asked, feeling ill. Follow me. He's waiting. Luo Li did not answer. She simply brought them to a garden. When Luo Lan saw Luo Haitang, she couldn't control a sudden urge to sob. When Hansen saw Luo Haitang, he was shocked. The Luo Haitang he saw now was completely different. The man was so slim that he was practically skin and bones. His eyes were sunk deep in their sockets, and his hair was white. He looked like a dying old man, and not the fabled godslayer Luo that Hansen had known. It was hard to imagine Luo Haitang's body had become like this over the course of a few years. Don't cry for me. I just wanted to see your smile and anger. Luo Haitang touched Luo Lan's hair. I'm too stubborn. I'm sorry. Luo Lan refused to raise her head. She did not want him to see her cry. If you weren't stubborn, you wouldn't be my granddaughter. Luo Haitang looked so happy, brushing Luo Lan's hair. Luo Lan smiled and cried. She touched Han Yufei and Hansen, and introduced Luo Haitang. It is nice to see you here. Luo Haitang accepted their bows and returned to smiling at Luo Lan. If you are willing to, you can stay with us. This is not the Luo family, but ours can be your home, Luo Lan said as she held Luo Haitang. Luo Haitang smiled. You guys can have dinner with me. It's been a while, and I asked people to make your favorite leaf with rice. Sure. Luo Lan wanted to cry, unable to believe he could remember small things like that. The meal was fairly normal, like an ordinary family dinner. There wasn't much talk, just average conversations like ordinary families have. At the end of the dinner, Luo Haitang asked Luo Li to take them to their rooms. Before they left, though, Luo Haitang said to Hansen, there is no more of the Luo family. You can do whatever you wish with the falsified Sky Sutra. If you really want, you can give it to Jade Shura. Hansen looked back at Luo Haitang in shock. The skinny face was wearing a smile, but it had turned red, and the eyes in it were bright. When Hansen saw this, his heart felt bad. Luo Haitang's life force was so strong in that moment, and it was obvious he was going to die. He didn't think they'd ever meet again after that. Han Sen stopped and looked at Luo Haitang's life force. He didn't really care about matters concerning the Luo family, but Luo Lan and Luo Haitang had a connection. And Han Sen did not want to see his mother upset. Luo Haitang's body was messy. It was a human body, but he had Shura Qi. When a human practiced the powers of the Shura, it was something of a miracle for them to last this long. Luo Haitang wasn't like Zero. She had Shura blood and could use Shura change. Luo Haitang's body would be damaged if he used Shura change. It was something few could imagine. Han Sen knew that every time the man used it, the pain would be excruciating. Luo Lan told them to leave, but Han Sen turned back. He stood in front of Luo Haitang and placed his hand on the old man's chest. "What are you doing?" Luo Li was shocked. She started to run over to him, but Han Yufei stopped her. Han Yufei said coldly, "If Han Sen wanted to kill him, there'd be nothing you could do to stop him." Luo Li stopped struggling. It wasn't a nice thing to be told, but it was pretty much the truth. Without Godslayer Luo, the family was likely to fall, too. Luo Li knew Luo Haitang was dying. And at this point, Han Sen was much stronger than Luo Haitang had been in his prime. "It's fine." Luo Haitang nodded to Luo Li, and then said to Han Sen, "Little Han, you don't need to bother with this. I know what is happening." Han Sen didn't say anything, but he used his Dongxian aura to cover Luo Haitang. Then, he used Yin Yang Blast to punch it in. Luo Haitang's problem was the fact that his Shura Qi could not combine with his body. The longer he practiced, the stronger the Shura Qi became, and the more the old man was injured. This was more than bodily decay. His very life force was being injured. It was like he said, his body had been irreversibly damaged. Han Sen knew a few healing skills, but they weren't very strong. Even the Silver Fox could not hope to heal Luo Haitang now. Han Sen did not need to heal his body, though. Han Sen just had to get rid of the Shura Qi inside him. Without the Shura Qi around, he'd be easier to heal. And this wouldn't happen again. Luo Haitang had practiced Shura Qi for many years. It had combined with his flesh and integrated into every cell. It did not matter how strong you were, it would be difficult to remove Shura Qi without harming the body. But to Han Sen, this wasn't an impossible task. That was because his Dongxian aura could observe the sequential structure of Luo Haitang's body. He could break the chain of the Shura Qi. Han Sen just had to find the correct sequence chains and break them. Then, he could remove the Shura Qi without hurting Luo Haitang. But that also meant all those years of practice would be gone, and Luo Haitang would not be as strong as he once was. Han Sen put a small amount of the Dongxian power into Luo Haitang's body. Then he broke the Shura Qi, one by one. Every time he broke a Shura Qi, Luo Haitang felt better. Luo Lan and Luo Li were delighted. Han Sen could only break a little each time, otherwise he'd harm Luo Haitang's body. Because of this, progress was slow, and it took him a number of hours to reach the halfway point. Han Sen admired the fact that Luo Haitang had practiced the Shura Qi, though. He had obviously put in a lot of effort. It was shocking that he had managed to endure all that pain in its practice. Luo Lan and Han Yufei were waiting patiently, while Ji Yanran brought Bauer and Little Flower to rest. Bauer was not tired, though. She watched Han Sen with wide eyes. But Little Flower was young, and so Ji Yanran put him to bed. After Ji Yanran laid him down, she returned to watch Han Sen and Luo Haitang. While Little Flower was sleeping, he felt an itch on his face. It was so itchy, it made him sneeze. And when he did, he opened his eyes. There, he saw a red beast that looked like both a cat and a fox. It was smiling at him. Little Flower climbed up and looked at the beast at the end of his bed. He was curious. The beast stood up and walked around him, observing, all the while smiling. The beast was Old Cat. When the sanctuary gate was open, he had managed to sneak back in. Everyone was focusing on the xenogenic monster and officer, no one had seen the cat sneak inside. "You are Little Flower?" Old Cat walked around some more, before sitting down in front of Little Flower. He looked at the child and smiled. Little Flower nodded, and with curiosity, he asked, "Are you a cat?" Old Cat had a cold sweat, his mouth twitched, but he still said, "Little Flower, would you like to play a game?" No, Little Flower shook his head. "Why not? It'll be fun." Old Cat looked depressed. "Mom told me not to bully animals." Little Flower spoke with seriousness. Old Cat almost choked. He rolled his eyes and pulled out an item before him. He said, "Little Flower, if you win this game, I will give this to you." Little Flower looked at it carefully. It was a beautiful gemstone like a fist. A lovely-looking smoke or mist enshrouded it. Seeing Little Flower show no interest, Old Cat said, "How about this, then? If you simply play with me, I'll give this to you." But Little Flower shook his head. "Mom said I shouldn't accept gifts from strangers." Old Cat wanted to grind his teeth, but he quickly scrambled to say, "Then we should play the game. If you win, it's yours." Little Flower looked at the gemstone, and then looked at Old Cat. He blinked and said, "If I win, can I not have the gemstone? Can I have a doll instead?" "What doll?" Old Cat did not know what Little Flower was talking about. Little Flower looked at Old Cat and asked, "Aren't you an owl doll?" "You are the doll. You're all dolls." Old Cat was angered by the question, and he resisted the urge to punch Little Flower. He forced himself to present a smile and said, "Okay, but only if you win." "Great. Let's play the game, then." Little Flower clapped. Old Cat, hearing that Little Flower finally wanted to play, sighed. He touched his body and pulled out a box. "Are you a Doraemon?" Little Flower asked Old Cat, his eyes wide. Old Cat ignored the question and simply opened the box. There was a book inside it. Old Cat brought the book out and flipped it open to the first page. There was a picture on it, of a human body in a strange position. There were a lot of green and red dots. It was a complicated image. "Little Flower, here is the game. You have to copy my posture. If you can, you win." Old Cat squinted and smiled. "Okay." Little Flower nodded. "Watch carefully, then," Old Cat said, then assumed a strange position, in accordance to the book. The animation inside the book looked weird, and the fact that it was being done by a cat made it even stranger. Little Flower looked at Old Cat and imitated him. For Little Flower, it wasn't difficult, as he had a very bendy body. "Try and breathe like me," Old Cat said. He kept the position, but started breathing with a strange rhythm. Little Flower followed, and it was no big deal. Old Cat looked quite happy, so he flipped to the second page and said, "You did that? Wow. Let's try the next." Old Cat followed the instructions in the book, and animated himself in the positions demonstrated. Little Flower thought it was funny, but he followed and found it to be fun, putting himself in various positions. Old Cat started to feel happy, but as more and more animations were done, he eventually became shocked. He was frozen with the surprise. Little Flower was able to follow perfectly, all with the greatest of ease. No way. Is he super lucky, or can he really just learn all of this? Old Cat felt so shaky, he had trouble flipping the pages of the book with his claws. As he did more animations, Little Flower followed suit without flaw. The movements and rhythms were precise, and he had no trouble doing as instructed. Old Cat was happy, but he also had a thought. If Little Flower learns everything, I'm going to lose. Old Cat didn't actually plan on losing, though. He wanted Little Flower to try out a few animations so he could see if the child was talented, that's all. But it was no longer about a test of talent. As Old Cat flipped through the book, he knew that Little Flower was going to become something amazing in time. There were only 3 pages left, and nothing had challenged Little Flower yet. It didn't seem as if it was difficult at all for the child to learn the positions. Oh no. It is no wonder the monster in Sky Palace wants him. This is very weird. Old Cat clenched his jaws and finished off the final 3 animations. Little Flower had trouble doing them, but only a small amount. He was still able to complete them. Cat doll, you lose. Little Flower looked right at Old Cat. He wasn't stupid, and he knew Old Cat had been following the book, and now there were no fresh pages left to do. Old Cat was a little mad, but shock was the reigning emotion. Little Flower did not know what the book was about, but Old Cat did. It demonstrated breathing techniques, and very few people could actually copy its teachings. There is one more animation. If you can do this, then I lose. Old Cat laughed. After Old Cat spoke, he assumed a position. It was not from the book, but it didn't look difficult and Little Flower thought he would perform it with ease. But when Old Cat assumed the posture, he spat out some air that became a purple swordlight in front of him. If you can learn that, then and only then will I admit defeat. I won't be just your doll. I'd accept you as my grandpa. Old Cat was very cocky about this. Although Little Flower knew the movements thus far, they were all things he could copy. Learning something like what Old Cat had just done could take years. You couldn't just generate a sword on a whim. But the next second, Old Cat was shocked. Little Flower opened his mouth, and a swordlight appeared in front of him. Hansen spent a whole day breaking the Shurachi in Luo Haitang. He might have saved Luo Haitang's life, but the power of Godslayer Luo was dead. Luo Haitang responded well, though. He could not make use of the falsified Sky Sutra without the power of Shura change, so he gave it to Hansen and bid that he do whatever he wished with it. Although Hansen did not really care about the falsified Sky Sutra, it was a trouble for Han Yin. So, he planned to visit the Shura and sort it out. Plus, Hansen still wished to figure out the relationship between the Shura and Azura. He stayed with the Luo family for a few days, but before he returned, Bauer said she wanted to return to the sanctuary. Hansen asked her why, and she said that it was because the gourd had matured and she now wished to see it. Hansen did not know if he could go back, though. He tried stepping into a teleporter, and it worked. They arrived in a spirit hall in the fourth god's sanctuary, but it was still random and he did not know where he had ended up. When he walked out of the teleporter, 2 angry monsters approached. Hansen merely waved his hand, making them fly away and get pinned against nearby walls. The inhabitants of the entire shelter were shaken after seeing that, and they did not dare attack. Hansen grabbed a hold of a creature that spoke the human language, and after finding out where he was, he and Bauer made off in the direction that would take them to the underworld. Hansen didn't kill the creatures there, though. It would be pointless for him to do so, and it would be best if he saved them for others. Bauer told him the gourd had matured. He didn't know how she knew, but he was confident that she was correct. There was no reason to doubt, and Hansen himself wanted to see what was inside the gourd. Hansen kept flying in the direction of the underworld, worried that the Dark Spirit Elder might have already done something to the gourd. Hansen spread his own life force around, so others would know he had come and creatures and spirits wouldn't bother him. They traveled to the underworld. He went straight to Mask Shelter, to see Ling Mayer, but she was no longer there. The snake wasn't there, either. He asked the creatures where they were, and he was told that they had gone to Dark Spirit Shelter. Hansen traveled to Dark Spirit Shelter with no difficulty or doubt. Dark Spirit Elder looked rather bored in the vine garden. The gourd there was shining like some glowing orb, with enough luminosity to light the entire shelter. It was like a glowing fountain of life. The creatures of the underworld were growing quickly, and many genoplants mutated in the warmth of its glow. Dark Spirit received the most benefits, and this was a good thing. Dark Spirit definitely had a bright future, but Dark Spirit Elder could not pick the gourd or block the life force. A few days later, news had spread. Many elites came, and they were elders, too. Dark Spirit Elder did not wish to share the treasure he had held on to for years, and while there were so many enemies, he could not pick the gourd and move it. It was likely Dark Spirit could end up destroyed. After that, Dark Spirit Elder established a few rules. He allowed others to come into the shelter and try to grab the fruit. If they could remove it from the vine, then it was theirs to keep. If they failed, they'd have to leave and never bother them again. All the other elders had the same problem as Dark Spirit Elder. None were able to pick it up. Dark Spirit Elder was happy that it was over, but Beast Elder and Feather Elder were hoping to claim the shelter itself. Beast, Feather, are you this shameless? We made a deal. Since you were unable to claim it, you should have left. Now you wish to conquer my shelter. Care you nothing for the 100-tribe contract? Dark Spirit tried to contain his anger. Feather Elder smiled and said, we will uphold the contract. We don't want to take the shelter from you, we just want to share it. If you don't want to live with us, then you can always move. Obscene, said Ling Mayer, who was near the elder. Feather looked cold. He fired an arrow towards Ling Mayer, coldly saying, I was talking to your elder. You do not have a rank worthy of speaking with me. Dark Spirit Elder was shocked by the sudden transgression. He smacked the arrow away and protected Ling Mayer, angrily shouting, Feather! Do not do that. So? Let me make this clear today. Dark Spirit folks, get lost. Otherwise, ready yourself to become fertilizer for the treasure. Beast Elder didn't even try to feign politeness. He stared at the Dark Spirit members with an evil look, as if he was hungry and wanted to eat them. Dark Spirit was very angry, but seeing the elder class enemies, they did not dare say anything back. All they could do was stare with moody faces. Dark Spirit Elder looked glum. He had to give up the shelter he had lived in for so long, and the treasure with it. It was something very few could ever accept. But if he didn't leave, the whole of the Dark Spirit tribe would be destroyed. Dark Spirit Elder gritted his teeth, looked at Ling Mayer and the grandkids, and said, let's leave. Elder, all the Dark Spirits looked shocked. Don't say a word. Let's leave. Dark Spirit Elder was gritting his teeth so hard that he thought they were going to crack. If he was alone, he'd have fought. But he had to leave to secure the safety of his people. That's right. It's nice to see you so understanding. Feather Elder mocked them. Dark Spirit Elder ignored their mocking, though, and called for the evacuation. Before he left, he took one last look at the gourd on the vine, and he felt terrible. He couldn't find a word to describe what he was feeling. The Dark Spirit submitted to the humiliation and left. Not even Dark Spirit Elder knew what they could do. Ever since the 100-tribe war, they hadn't had to leave the underworld. And there were so many people, they did not know where they could go. As they walked away, something suddenly came toward them with speed. The life force felt very scary, and even Dark Spirit Elder was frightened by its approach. $. Ling Mayer was delighted to see Han Senator. She already knew Han Sen was his true identity, but that mattered little at this point. Mayer, Elder, why are you here? Han Sen asked in confusion. Dark Spirit Elder heard Ling Mayer and remembered Han Senator with a strange expression. He said, it is hard to tell. Ling Mayer explained with anger, and when Han Sen heard what had happened, he turned to the elder. He told him, Elder and Mayer, you should head on over to Mask Shelter first. When I get rid of them, you'll easily be able to go back and reclaim Dark Spirit Shelter. We can go and deal with the bad guys alongside you. Ling Mayer waved her fist. It's fine. You guys should go on ahead to Mask Shelter and wait, Han Sen said. He couldn't really take the gourd if Ling Mayer was there. After convincing them to leave, he brought Bauer to Dark Spirit Shelter with them. It was good news, learning the gourd was still there. Elder, can we believe that man? One of the Dark Spirits asked Dark Spirit Elder. He is unpredictable. Whatever the case may be, meeting him is not something you can sit back and ignore, Dark Spirit Elder said with seriousness as he looked at them. But he abided by Han Sen's request, and he commanded his people to seek refuge in mask shelter. He himself, however, went on to Dark Spirit shelter alone. Han Sen was thinking about how he might get the gourd. He did not want to hurt Ling Meier through its theft, so this event had saved him some trouble. Regardless, the elite elders occupying the shelter were practically nothing to Han Sen now. Bauer was looking at the shelter with much excitement. A huge life force was radiating from it, making the underworld creatures stronger. Han Sen could not see the gourd, but he knew this was not something common in the fourth god's sanctuary. The elders and others were all staring at the gourd. While they might have taken the shelter, they still couldn't take the gourd. The gourd was like a golden crystal, only a little bit bigger than a man's hand. But it was an incredibly sturdy thing. Not even an elder class elite could damage its spines. Feather, you know a lot. Do you know what this is? Beast Elder asked Feather Elder. Feather Elder said, I don't know, but it is definitely not something from the fourth god's sanctuary, it must have come from someplace high above. Dark Spirit had this thing for years. Now it is ours, but we cannot take it? I don't feel safe. Is there really no way to bring it down? Beast Elder said. As they discussed the matter, someone else suddenly appeared. The man was wearing armor, so you could not see his face. There was a little girl perched upon his shoulder, and they stood in front of the gourd, looking at it. The elders were so angry over the intrusion, they were ready to quickly destroy the pair. But before they moved, coins fell down from the sky like rainfall. All the creatures around were hit by at least one of them, especially Beast and Feather. They were unable to dodge the coins, which planted themselves firmly upon the elders' heads. Boom! All at the same time, the creatures fell to the ground. Even the elders did. They were all lying on the floor, unable to get up, no matter how much they tried. Han Sen didn't spare time looking at them, however. He remained occupied with gazing upon the gourd. Dark Spirit Elder was in shock as he watched them from a distance. He knew Han Sen was strong, but he could never have guessed he was that strong. Beast Elder and Feather Elder were mighty foes. Out of all the other elders there were none stronger than those two. But Han Sen did not even have to look or move to suppress them all. It was an incredible display. Are you Mr. Dollar? Beast Elder shouted, with actual fear. We didn't know you were here. Please forgive us. The other elders heard him and reacted the same. From now on, you cannot enter the underworld. If you do, your tribes will be destroyed. Han Sen spoke to them, but did not even spare them a glance. Beast Elder suddenly felt the pressure vanish. And then, he and the rest all got up. They made a promise to never come back ever again. Taking their men with them, they all left. For humans, creatures were a resource that could not respawn. So, Han Sen didn't want to kill them for no reason. He thought it was best to allow other people to do it and earn something. When everyone was gone, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to enshroud the entire shelter. Then, he let go of Bauer, who was wriggling with the desire to run to the gourd. Bauer was exuberantly happy, and she leaped for the vine. She hugged the golden gourd. When Bauer touched the gourd, it fell from its place and landed on her chest. This item really is related to Bauer. Han Sen was in shock. He heard Ling Meier and the elder saying they could not remove the gourd, no matter what they tried. Now, Bauer had brought it down with just a touch. It definitely had a connection to her. It cannot be Bauer's sibling, surely. It'd be crazy to have a second Bauer running around, Han Sen thought to himself, while staring at the gourd. Suddenly, the golden gourd Bauer was hugging began to shine. It did so with the luminosity of a firework. Mist came out of it, like the cascade of a fountain. The life force that appeared was like a dragon, descending out from the fog. Music could also be heard. Han Sen looked at the gourd with shock. The power from the gourd was something that really impressed him. Amidst all these strange scenes, however, something began to rise. When Han Sen looked, he became even more shocked. A drop of blood emerged from the gourd. It looked like a tear. It looked like it had been forged from a golden crystal, and there was a weird light inside it. When the gold blood rose, the strange scenes began to fade. The gourd in Bauer's hand became pale. It became little more than dust. Then, the wind scattered it all away. The golden blood was like life. It landed on Bauer's forehead and sank down into her. It left a gold in the middle of her forehead. Bauer's small body was in the air. The gold on her forehead began to spread, dyeing the entirety of her little body gold. She looked like a small sun. The golden light had so much energy, Hansen bathed in its glow. He felt as if he was back inside his mother, swimming in the life force. Hansen's heart jumped, and he cast the Blood Pulse Sutra, absorbing as much of Bauer's life force as he could. The Blood Pulse Sutra required more energy than any of Hansen's other skills. It was different from the Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes. It was not destructive, but it had the strongest life force. The Blood Pulse Sutra was pushed to the max amidst this energy. His blood started to boil, as if his life was suddenly ignited. His blood became a fire, rushing through the construct of his body. Hansen was very happy. With the help of that life force, his Blood Pulse Sutra was going to break through. His blood, bones, and cells were refined by this fire blood. A red substance was released. This red substance covered Hansen's entire body, and it kept twisting and turning, until it formed into a red battle armor. Hansen had already generated his spell Geno armor, so he knew to run his Blood Pulse Sutra and help generate the armor. Hansen's success in generating the red Geno armor made him feel as if he had a layer of bones. It was a part of his body, like the spell Geno armor, and he could control it. Hansen was getting used to the new armor, but it suddenly changed again from armor mode. A second evolution? Hansen was so happy, so he kept on running his Blood Pulse Sutra while he waited for the change. Now Hansen could see what Geno armament he would receive as a noble. The Geno armor melted into Hansen, becoming his blood. Just as Hansen thought it would become a Geno weapon, it went inside him. Xenogenic? Hansen's face changed. Things seemed to be turning out a way he had not expected. There were two directions that things could go in a person's second evolution. One was to generate a Geno weapon, and the other was for him to end up mutating and becoming a xenogeniac himself. Hansen was currently undergoing his second evolution. That was his situation right now. The Geno armor was combining with his body to prompt a mutation. Hansen did not want to be a xenogeniac, as it couldn't be reversed. It was comparable to the human body, which could not become younger. So, he had no choice but to watch it happen. Am I going to become one of those monsters? Hansen felt a chill run down his spine. Hansen had seen two xenogeniacs before. They weren't just creatures, they were killing machines. Hansen did not know if they were all like that, but whatever the case might have been, he didn't want to end up like one. The red liquid from the Geno armor blended into Hansen, going into his blood vessels and becoming one with his blood. Hansen's blood began to boil, and inside the red liquid, it exploded. Hansen's blood was detonating inside the vessels, causing him severe pain. It was like he was becoming powder. Blood was everywhere, and so Hansen felt the pain everywhere, too. The mutation was more painful than getting kicked in the balls or delivering a baby. Hansen couldn't help but scream. The vessels had endured too many changes, and it made the smaller vessels twist and writhe like snakes. Hansen's blood vessels were sticking out, like snakes curled around his bones. His body was red, making him look like a muscle monster. The blood mutation continued, and his other body parts were soon affected. Although they didn't change as dramatically as his blood, his fitness was given a jump. Hansen was glad he was still awake right now, though, and he didn't feel an urge to kill. He hadn't lost control of who he was, but being awake meant the pain was more excruciating. Perhaps it was the mutation. But Hansen's 9-life cat tattoo suddenly lit up, emitting a red light. As the mutation went on, the red on the tattoo went into the blood, combining with the mutation. Hansen did not know if that was good or bad, but his blood's mutation was now crazier and more painful than ever. Roar! Hansen opened his mouth and screamed, then fainted with the pain. But after passing out, the pain roused him to wakefulness again. Then the sheer pain knocked him out and woke him again in a cycle. Hansen felt as if his brain and bones were exploding, but his body wasn't actually being destroyed. Hansen, despite having a strong will and wanting to live, wished his body would just blow up and be done with it. God knew how long it took for the pain to finally subside. He was like mud, lying on the floor now. He felt numb and powerless. Hansen did not know when the pain left him. But after a while, his will rejoined his body and formed a reaction. Hansen could only barely see Bauer in front of him, looking very worried. She stroked his cheek and hair, telling him something. Dad. Dad. Hansen tried to open his eyes to stay awake. He heard a voice, which was very familiar. It was Bauer. Bauer. Hansen wanted to speak, but his throat hurt, as if he had swallowed a grinder. He sounded rougher than an 80-year-old smoker. As time passed, Hansen's body recovered. He eventually regained some proper wakefulness. His body was covered with countless lesions, as if someone had cut him 1,000 times. But it was strange. He wasn't bleeding. There was not a drop of blood, and when you looked into the exposed wounds, you could see fat like jade. Hansen looked inside his body and was shocked. Hansen observed his blood and vessels. He wasn't even sure if it could still be called blood, though, because the red liquid had become crystal like a ruby. His heart and vessels had stopped working. They didn't want to stop, but they too had become like rubies. They wouldn't animate. If Hansen had an electrocardiogram, the inside of his body would look like a ruby spiderweb. It was as pretty as it was creepy. Although his heart, vessels, and blood had stopped moving, the lack of motion didn't seem to be causing Hansen pain. He actually felt as if his body was improving. His blood was healing fast, and his wounds were visibly fading. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. Hansen didn't feel any pain now, and in fact, he felt very energized. He felt as if he could annihilate an entire galaxy with a single punch. Did I become a xenogeniac? Hansen clenched his fist. The energy coursing through him felt good, but he didn't fancy the prospect of killing anyone. Hansen felt a strange power fill him up. He wanted to spend some time examining the feeling, but Bauer jumped up to him and disrupted his concentration. Hansen held her. She didn't seem to have changed much. Aside from the gold dot on her forehead, there was nothing about her that was visibly different. Hansen felt a difference in her weight, though. Bauer, are you fatter? She felt heavier. Bauer had been with him for a long time, so Hansen could immediately tell that there was a difference in her body weight. Hansen put her down and noticed she had grown taller by about 2 centimeters. It wasn't much, but she was taller. Are you finally growing up? Hansen was delighted. Although Bauer was already a powerful companion, it was still good for her to develop. Hansen would be happy with the prospect of her growing up. I can grow? Bauer looked at her body and seemed confused. She didn't seem to understand. Hansen looked at the vines, next. He noticed that the underworld's holy vine was dead, with no more energy. And the gourd was gone, too. But that aside, the underworld itself hadn't changed. Hansen picked up Bauer and turned to leave. He also told Dark Spirit Elder he could go back and return to his rightful shelter. I'm sorry, but I broke the holy vine. Take these as compensation for the damage. Hansen offered a few life geno essences to Dark Spirit Elder. The Elder didn't accept them, though. He smiled. It's best that it is gone. After this, I now understand that the item was deadly. If it was still there, I wouldn't dare allow Dark Spirit to remain beside it. Hansen knew the man was speaking the truth. As long as that treasure remained there, Dark Spirit's shelter would never have been safe. And Hansen couldn't always be there to protect them. Without the gourd and holy vine, this was the best resolution. Hansen decided to return to the Alliance from Dark Spirit's shelter. He went home to check on his body. He wanted to know what benefits solid blood might have. Before Hansen could closely examine his blood, though, he noticed that the 9-life cat tattoo had vanished. Was the 9-life cat absorbed by my blood? Hansen checked his own blood, and couldn't help but be impressed by its beauty. Hansen tried running Blood Pulse Sutra, and when he did, his solid blood began to melt. It moved like a living creature as it started to float around Hansen's body. Hansen was getting stronger and stronger, and the crystallized blood melted more and more quickly. Hansen felt safer, knowing his blood was not doing any damage to his body. Then Hansen turned his attention to investigating a weird power that was rising around him. It didn't quite seem to belong to him, but the more his blood cycled, the closer he felt to this strange power. The power, whatever it was, seemed both far away from him and right beside him at the same time. Hansen could only feel it when he ran the Blood Pulse Sutra to activate his new blood. When Hansen's blood became liquid, it was almost like a new sense was waking up. He could feel the power if he wanted to, he didn't know what it was. He didn't want to take any unnecessary risks playing around with it until he learned more. Hansen was still with the Luo family, so he planned on visiting the Shura. And so, he left. His mom decided to stay with Luo Haiteng for a while. Ji Yanran and Han Yen stayed, too. And so did Little Flower. Hansen wanted to give him a hug before he left, so he went out into the garden. Before he reached his son, though, his face changed. He teleported toward Little Flower. Little Flower was sitting on a swing, and a red beast crouched on his shoulder. It looked like a fox, but it wasn't a fox. It looked like a cat, but it wasn't a cat. It was Old Cat of the 9-life cat. Old Cat, what are you doing here? Hansen looked at him darkly. Old Cat had come to see Little Flower, and that did not make him feel good. Old Cat smiled. Do not worry, friend. We are good friends, and I won't hurt you. I just want to borrow your son for a few years, and then return him once he has grown up. Hansen did not say a word, and he just ran towards them. Before he arrived, there was a red flash. They both disappeared. It looked as if they had been consumed. Old Cat, you *shoal. I won't let you go. Hansen was so angry, but they were both already gone. Ji Yanran almost passed out. Hansen held her and said, don't worry, if he really wanted to harm Little Flower, he wouldn't have waited until now. He didn't take him away secretly, and he wanted to let us know he wouldn't harm him. Will Little Flower be okay? Ji Yanran's eyes looked wet. She was worried because she was a mother. Yeah. Don't worry. I will find Little Flower. Hansen continued, shouting angrily, Old Cat, you *shoal. I won't let you go. When Hansen said that he would find them, he was not joking. And that was because he had found a way to leave the sanctuary. When Old Cat vanished into the red light, Hansen felt a surge of familiar power. It was the same as the power that rose when he used the new abilities of his blood. Now Hansen knew that the strange power he had detected was the path to leave the sanctuary. Hansen did not know if it was because he practiced Blood Pulse Sutra or if it was because he had absorbed the 9-life cat tattoo, but it now looked as if he could leave the sanctuary. Hansen did not have time to deal with the Shura right now. They weren't a problem for the time being, and with Little Angel, Golden Growler, Gu Qingqing, and Xie Qing King, they could handle the Shura while he was gone. Hansen was worried about Little Flower. He didn't think Old Cat would kill him, but he didn't know anything for certain. He didn't feel safe, knowing he couldn't keep an eye on the boy. Hansen packed and said goodbye to Ji Yanran. He found a safe place where he could try to use the strange power to follow Old Cat. After he ran the Blood Pulse Sutra, his blood started to melt. He could feel the power whirl in the air. He didn't want to take any risks, so Hansen waited for all of his blood to melt before doing anything. Before he moved, though, a power landed on him. Hansen felt as if he was inside a teleporter. Things in his vision swiftly changed, but the scene that appeared before him was familiar. It was a bathroom he had ducked into just before Zero pulled him back to the Alliance. The toilet was the same, but he could see one more thing that was different. There was a person standing before him. It was a Kate woman. Her pants were around her ankles, and her snow-white butt and cat tail were showing. The woman pulled her pants up and looked in the mirror. She froze when she saw another person there, and then she took a breath to scream. Hansen jumped over and covered her mouth, saying, "Don't scream. It's me, Hans Sr." The woman wasn't some random person, it was the police officer, Lan Se. Xiao had a mess on her hands after Hansen left. Wizard depended entirely on Hansen now, so it drove her nuts to learn that he had disappeared. She would have thought Hansen was some trick or ploy of Black Gold Group, but the fact that he hadn't yet shown up at Black Gold Group was the only thing that stopped her and Lan Se from believing that. They had been looking for Hansen for a while, and Lan Se had yet to give up. She had found out someone similar to Hansen had gone into this bathroom and disappeared. That was why Lan Se was here, hoping to follow up a lead. When she wasn't able to find anything at first, she decided to have a wee. Before she could pull up her pants, though, a man appeared right behind her. She saw that it was Hansen, but she still couldn't help but scream. Now that Hansen was holding her mouth, she couldn't speak. But after a bit, she calmed down and gently pulled his hand away. "If I let you go, will you stop screaming? I didn't mean to appear here." "I didn't think it was occupied, so," Hansen said, letting his hands go. Lan Se looked at Hansen and then kneed him in the balls. Hansen would have been able to evade the strike, but if he did, Lan Se wouldn't have had a way to release her anger. So, he decided not to dodge and just let himself get hit. But after Hansen evolved, his body had become stronger. The hit didn't affect him, so he pretended to fall into pain by spinning away. Lansen buttoned her pants, rolled her eyes, and said, "Stop pretending. Where were you?" You know, Qiao was worried, thinking something might have happened to you. "Something did happen, and I had to go and sort it out. I am sorry. I will head back now." Hansen walked outside. Lan Se grabbed his arm and rolled her eyes again. "I will take you with me. In case you disappear again." Hansen did not resist, he sat inside Lan Se_'s car and went home with her. "That power took me out of the sanctuary, but why here? Where did old cat go with little flower?" Hansen thought worriedly. Hansen did not know where old cat had gone to, and he couldn't think of any reason that the cat would come here. Lan Se brought Hansen back to Qiao. He couldn't explain where he had gone to, so he had to make up some nonsense for a cover story. There was nothing they could do about Hansen's lie, though. But at least he was back now, and that brought them some relief. It was already nighttime, so Qiao let Hansen rest. She had learned something regarding a xenogeneic, and she planned on hunting it down tomorrow, with Hansen now back with them. Hansen went back to his room and used the Blood Pulse Sutra. He thought he could feel the power, and he wanted to see if he could return to the sanctuary on a whim. He remembered old cat had been unable to, otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped there. He was still teleported away, though. As Hansen's blood melted, the power in the air became stronger. It was just how things were in the sanctuary. Hansen summoned the power in the air, and before long, he found himself back in the sanctuary, where he had been. It works. That means I can travel between the outside and the sanctuary whenever. Hansen was glad about this. But it wouldn't help Hansen find Little Flower. He didn't know where his son was. Hansen couldn't find Little Flower in the sanctuaries, so he used his powers to teleport back to the outside. As the red light surrounded him, though, Bauer appeared out of nowhere and jumped towards Han. Senator Hansen couldn't stop the teleportation process, and the power pulled him back out of the alliance. Hansen appeared in Xiao's room with a baby in his arms. He checked Bauer out, and she wasn't injured or anything. This power can bring others, too? That's very good, Hansen thought, considering how he might use the powers in the future. Humans wanted to leave the big silence system, but they had found it impossible. With Hansen's new ability, the risk no longer existed. A copper furnace that was 100 meters tall connected to the palace in the clouds. It was obvious that the enormous place used to be quite glorious. But that place was now in ruin. It was empty and quiet, even the sky had abandoned it, leaving the palace dark and forlorn. The darkness veiled that once wonderful place, giving it no tomorrow. Around that broken palace, 4 candles were burning. They gave off a little bit of light, but only in that one small place. In the darkness, an old red cat was using his teeth to carry a lamp that flickered crudely. They were walking through the darkness, towards the light. A little boy was lying on top of the creature, fast asleep. He was drooling. When the old cat reached the palace, a demon-looking beast descended from the sky and landed heavily. Its eyes were like black holes as it spoke angrily to old cat. 9 life, you dare return? It looks like you know you will have to pay with your life. I will kill you now, then. After that, the beast opened its mouth. It looked like the entire world was going to be swallowed up. His life doesn't belong to you, though. You can't erase his sins by killing him. I will put him into a loop so that he will hurt forever. That will erase his sins. A red beast spoke, stepping out from the darkness. You are wrong. His life doesn't belong to anyone. I will split him into 1,000 smaller lives, and then kill one each day. Killing him a different way, each and every day, will surely make him suffer. A demonic voice boomed from the top of the palace. There was a strange bird with cruel eyes atop it. Where's the fun in that? If this was me, I'd kill him slowly. I would torture him every day, but not grant him the release of death. That is how I can erase my hatred. A seductive-looking woman walked out of the palace. She looked at old cat with hatred. She looked so cold. Why are you guys planning on killing me? We are best friends. Old cat looked as if he had been wronged. Roar. The 4 beasts roared in unison. It was as if they were going to tear the very darkness. How dare you say we are your friends? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have suffered so much pain. The holy place would not be in such a state. I would like to kill you and drink your blood. The 4 beasts surrounded old cat, cursing him bitterly. Friends. Don't be like this. I have actually come here to save you. Old cat faced the scary creatures while he spoke, a smile still on his lips. Save us how? The woman looked at him with disdain. Him. Old cat would not let the others speak, and immediately, he put Little Flower down. The 4 monsters looked at the sleeping Little Flower. What is this? Some food you want to share? It doesn't even look filling, and you expect that it'd make us want to forgive you, a giant beast coldly said. If you eat him, the holy place will never again have daylight. Old cat stopped smiling, and with a serious look, went on to say, he will become a holy child. He will make the holy place have daylight once again. He will make the world feel true fear. Him? Are you joking? You were in the sanctuary for many years. Did being there break your brain? The woman spoke to him with a look of disdain. 9 life, do you think you can fool us with your fancy words? The mean-looking bird said, its voice hard. The other 2 beasts roared, filled with the desire to eat old cat. Are you guys stupid? Look closely and see the difference. Old cat was not afraid, and he pointed to Little Flower. The 4 of them looked at Little Flower again. The bird opened its wings and flew right before the boy. Its mean-looking eyes looked ready to jump out and touch Little Flower. they were shining with light. How? Impossible. How? The weird bird could not spit out a complete sentence. The seductive woman saw something, as well. Her eyes looked to be full of shock, and she said, "What did you do to him? How can he possess the holy god's power?" "Idiot." Old Cat shot back. "As if this was my doing. He learned it. This is impossible. Someone has been able to learn the holy god's skills?" The red beast stared at the sleeping little flower, looking surprised. "Now that you guys see it, you can see that it is not impossible. This cannot be a trick. If you guys can raise him, it shouldn't be hard to recover this place, right?" Old Cat said. The four demon-looking creatures then forgot about what they had said earlier. No longer did they want to kill Old Cat. The four of them came to surround Little Flower and guard him closely. They looked over Little Flower like he was a sacred treasure. "Horny woman, try him. Make sure this isn't another trick of the Nine Life," the strange bird said to the woman. "Yeah, we have to be sure," the other two beasts agreed. The woman nodded and lifted her finger. She walked towards Little Flower, emitting a pink light. Pang! Before her finger touched Little Flower, a sword light came out from the boy and extinguished the pink light. "It's real." Before the woman could even say it, the other three beasts were incredibly excited. The woman moved her hand, and then, the little boy's body floated over to her. The woman held Little Flower like it was the most precious thing in the world. Her hands were trembling. "The Holy Child is back. We have hope once more." The roars echoed ceaselessly through the night. It was hard to tell if it was excitement or sadness. "Is that your daughter?" In Qiao's house, Qiao and Lan Se looked at Han Sen and Bauer, who was sitting on the sofa, in shock. "Yeah, I went out to bring her here," Han Sen said. "No way. You don't look similar at all." Lan Se shook her head. "Why don't we look similar? See? We look like father and daughter." Han Sen shoved his face next to Bauer's, and she shoved her head against his. They smiled in tandem. "Your daughter looks much better than you, though," Lan Se said immediately. Han Sen suddenly started to sweat, and he was robbed of words. He wasn't ugly, he was just manly. He probably wasn't as pretty as Bauer. "It's okay that she is here, but you can't let her presence interfere with work. Let the auntie look after her while we're off on missions," Qiao said, standing up. Han Sen wouldn't want to leave Bauer at home, though. He was worried she might tear the house down in his absence. "How can you be a father? You let a kid this young travel with you? Is that really your daughter?" Qiao frowned. Han Sen gave a wry smile, and he said, "Honestly? I don't want to take Bauer on an adventure with me, but I don't feel safe leaving her at home. I will bring her along, but don't worry, it'll be fine." Qiao and Lan Se did not agree with Han Sen's desire, but if Han Sen insisted on bringing her, they had no choice but to allow it. Lan Se needed to work now, and she wasn't a part of Wizard. There was only Qiao and Han Sen left. Counting Bauer, their entire team was 3 people. "We're not taking this there, are we?" Han Sen saw Qiao pulling a cover off of a motorcycle. Seeing it depressed him. Qiao tossed Han Sen a helmet and got on it, saying, "You know my car got destroyed on our last mission. And the xenogenic body only sold for 7,000. After paying our expenses, I only had enough to buy this second-hand motorcycle. If you want money, work harder and kill more xenogenics." Han Sen gave the helmet to Bauer and hopped on. Qiao gunned the motor and sped off. Although it was second-hand, it was in great condition. "They are still haunting us." After riding for half a day, and upon almost reaching their destination, they saw a group of cars and aircraft. The black gold group symbol was blazed visibly upon them. Qiao cursed them quietly. Qiao didn't stop moving, though. She drove up to a convoy of cars, and there was no way to proceed. So, they had to stop. Hardman, Lena, and Gurus approached. Hardman smiled. He waved at Xiao. He then ignored her and turned to speak to Han Sr. Han Sen, long time no see. If you have the time, we should sit down for a drink sometime. Manager Hard, aren't you a bit desperate, trying this in front of me? Xiao mocked him. That's only because I'm desperate for smart people. So, Han Sen, do you have the time? How about we go someplace quiet and talk? Hardman didn't sound angry, and he spoke jovially. Hardman was getting desperate, too. The third master would soon be back. If he couldn't get his rehiring done, embarrassment would be the least of his troubles. I am sorry, Manager Hard. We need to kill a xenogeneic right now. We do not have the time for this, Hansen said coldly. Manager Hard, did you hear that? Excuse us, Xiao said. Hardman did not move his men. He just shook his head and said, if you are going to the Black River for a xenogeneic, there is no need for you to go. Why? Did you buy the river? Why can't other teams go there for the hunt? Xiao frowned. Hardman waved his hand and said, Black Gold Group isn't that rich. Truthfully, we cannot go either. What does that mean? Xiao sounded surprised. Hardman signaled for Lena to explain. She said, the people from Holy Heaven are there. When Xiao heard the words Holy Heaven, her face changed. She looked to be in disbelief, and she said, Holy Heaven? What are they doing here? You're telling me that they care about some small-time xenogeneic? Yes, Gyrus answered. They are at the Black River and are camped there. We can't even get close enough to take a peek. Hansen, you are here. You said you would teach me sword skills, but I wasn't able to find you. Mr. Tiger approached from the front lines. He kept walking, telling Hansen as he went, are you here to kill a xenogeneic? You're in bad luck. I don't know why, but Holy Heaven's people are here for the xenogeneic. I'm not sure why they'd want it, but they've sent 2 people out for it. Hearing Mr. Tiger say all this, Xiao realized that they weren't lying. Holy Heaven had indeed come to Black River. What is Holy Heaven? Another big group? Hansen was confused. He had never heard of a big company such as that before. I wish it was another company. At least we could compete that way. Xiao lowered her voice and said, Holy Heaven means feathers. They are a superior race. They are born nobles. All of them have had their second evolution. They are so powerful, and they even took down a xenogeneic space for a camp. The camp was called Holy Heaven, so that is why they are commonly referred to as such. Planet Kate is tiny compared to Holy Heaven. We have no choice but to listen to their commands. If you don't, then you'll die without even knowing how. Gyrus slumped his shoulders. Hansen frowned. He had seen a feather before, but it was retarded. Even so, it was very scary. They weren't like normal people. A few people were discussing matters when some movement came from ahead in the convoy. They saw a man and woman who looked like angels flying their way. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. They were 2 meters tall, with gold armor. The woman had a bow, whereas the man wielded a lance. They looked like angelic warriors. Do feathers have genders? Hansen was curious, as the feather he'd seen hadn't possessed a gender. Feathers are unique, and they aren't assigned a gender when born. When they become adults, though, they do. Xiao gave a silent gesture at the 2 feathers flying towards them. You. 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 And you. Come with me. The 2 feathers approached Hansen and a few others. They didn't descend. The male feather just pointed at a few people from above. Hardman, Gyrus, Mr. Tiger, and Hansen had been selected. Hardman's face changed. He smiled and said, what can we do to help you both? Black Gold Group will do its best to assist you. Cut the crap. Just come, the male feather said coldly. He looked annoyed. Sir, do we need more people? Hardman did not dare fight back, so he smiled and spoke. Pang. The male feather swung his gold lance and sliced an armored truck in half, as if it was nothing more than tofu. He said quietly, "I don't like repeating myself." Hardman's face turned a little green. He held his tongue and instead just said something to Lena, before walking forward with Gurus and Mr. Tiger. Hansen said to Chow, "You go on home. I'll be back." After that, he followed after Mr. Tiger. Seeing the simple display of the feather's power, he knew he'd have to go with them. But Hansen wasn't too worried about the situation. He had the power to travel back to the sanctuary. If things got hairy, he could zap back instantly. Of course, he didn't want to risk making an enemy out of the feathers either. They were really powerful, and Hansen was way too weak to fight them in their prime. Hansen didn't want to hide in the sanctuary either. Little Flower was gone, and Hansen knew that if he wanted to get his son back, he'd have to make himself stronger. The feathers ignored their followers as they flew on ahead. Hansen and the other three followed. "We should have brought a car." The four of them were sweating profusely, and the feathers had no intention of slowing down or taking a break to wait for them. It was Mr. Tiger complaining. It was worse for Hardman, though. He wasn't a noble, and he wasn't the sort to participate in battles. Out of the four of them, he had the worst body. His lips were turning white, but he didn't dare to stop. He kept on running in pursuit. They ran a dozen miles until they reached a black river. There, the feathers stopped and landed on a rock on the riverbank. "Gentlemen, we will try to help by giving this everything we've got." Hardman was gasping, but he still managed to smile. "You four jump in the river here and swim downstream," the feather said coldly. He sure looked arrogant. After saying that, the faces of the four changed. Now they could guess why the feathers had brought them here. It was because the Xenogeniac was hiding in the river, refusing to reveal itself. Feathers were bad when it came to water fights, too. They were going to use the weaker races as bait to draw the monster out. The four of them were internally cursing the two feathers, but they didn't show it. Hardman quickly said, respectfully, "If you wish to draw out the Xenogeniac, we have many lesser soldiers for the task. If we call on more, we can definitely draw it out. Get in the water." The male feather looked at Hardman expressionlessly and raised his golden lance. The lance was pointing right at Hardman. If Hardman said one more word, he was definitely going to be killed. He'd be bait dead or alive. Hardman gritted his teeth. He looked at Gurus and Mr. Tiger, then inched his way towards the river. Gurus and Mr. Tiger smiled wryly, and then they too followed. In their hearts, they hated the feathers a great deal. "I said get in the water. Didn't you hear me?" The male feather saw that Hansen wasn't moving, and he looked at him coldly. "Let him go. He's just a kid," the female feather said. The male feather heard her, but he still raised his lance and looked at Hansen, saying, "Do not make me repeat myself again." Hansen did not move, and he simply looked at the male feather that was perched upon the rock. Hansen could survive an attack from the feather, but if he went down the river, he wouldn't know when the Xenogeniac would reveal itself, and neither would he learn its level. He had no idea what to expect. If the Xenogeniac attacked underwater and caught Hansen at unawares, he couldn't use his space travel technique. And then, staying alive would be impossible. So, he didn't want to risk that. The male feather looked murderous. He was waving his gold lance around. Hansen's hand clutched the rhino horn dagger. He would rather fight the feather than put his life in danger the other way. As the male feather lifted his lance, a splash came from the river, followed by a scream. The two feathers and Hansen looked over, and they saw that something was moving at the center of the river. It was heading towards Hardman and the other two. The other two had been gripped by tentacles and were being dragged forward. Only Mr. Tiger's Geno weapon could deal damage to the tentacle. He couldn't cut through it, but he had managed to wound the tentacle and send it reeling back. So far, Mr. Tiger was still free. Hardman and Gurus screamed as they were dragged further down the river. They could not fight back, and their Geno armors were too weak to resist the tentacles. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning zapped through the sky. It broke the atmosphere before piercing through the tentacles. The feather flew over to the beast and hit the river with his lance. The water of the river pulled away from the lance, creating a 12-meter-deep trench. An octopus-looking monster was revealed. Half of its body was in the water, and its 10-meter-long tentacles were tangling up Hardman and Gurus. The feather's lance was now striking the creature's head. The monster tried swinging at the lance and feather, but a gold arrow flew through the air and pinned down the tentacle. Because of the archer's assist, the male feather was still free to act. Dong! A blue-looking crystal tentacle appeared. It blocked the feather's gold lance, and the power made the feather fall back a few meters in the air. As the blue crystal tentacle reached for the male feather, a golden light shone down. It was a gold arrow, perforating the crystal tentacle. This golden arrow was different from the others. A strange power carried it down with the force of a drill head. It drilled right into the tentacle, until half of its shaft was driven in. When the tentacle was frozen after the attack, the male feather reached for the creature's head. He drew his golden lance and shoved it right in. The feather then pulled back on his lance, and he picked up the entire beast with it. The beast eventually fell back down into Lee Black River, creating a crater. The monster was still alive, struggling for life, but it was heavily damaged. The two feathers were able to finish it off quickly. Hardman and Gurus were done for, though. The tentacles had already tightened around the two Kate men, breaking their armor and bones. Their bodies were disfigured and torn. Hansen frowned, even though he was used to witnessing death. Mr. Tiger was saved, fortunately. He came out of the river, looking back at their dead bodies. His expression seemed saddened. The female feather flew over to the dead Xenogeniac, pulled out a knife, and cut off the blue crystal tentacle. The male feather came right before Hansen, instead. He asked, coldly, "I told you to get in the water. Did you not hear me?" Hansen looked at him but didn't speak. Mr. Tiger swiftly came over, though, saying, "Sir, he wasn't disobeying your order. It is all because the baby is here. He is afraid of bringing her harm." "Right," the male feather said darkly. He pulled out his lance and pointed it at Bauer, who was perched on Hansen's shoulder, and growled, "Let me teach you how to be the lesser race that you are. You will never hesitate again." Hansen was so angry. He turned around and used his rhino horn dagger to knock the lance away. Dong! The dagger and the lance sparked in their collision, and the two wielders stumbled back. The male feather's face changed. Mr. Tiger and the female feather looked at the pair in shock. Hansen had Geno armor. He was regarded as no more than a commoner. He wasn't even a noble, so it was strange that he had enough strength to knock back a feather. "We don't have a grudge against you, so why are you doing this?" Hansen calmly asked, as he clutched the rhino horn dagger. The male feather hummed in growing anger. "Just because you have some modicum of power, it doesn't mean you can disobey a feather. And if I don't kill you right now, how can I assert rule and superiority?" After that, the male feather swung his golden lance and tried to strike Hansen down. He was using all his power in a bid to kill the upstart pest. Hansen remained calm. After the last hit, he could guess what was coming. Hansen didn't have a Geno weapon, but after his blood leveled up to become Xenogeniac, he had the right amount of strength to challenge the feather. His body's power was no worse than the feather's. Seeing the lance descending toward his chest, Hansen merely stepped to the side to dodge the strike. Then he stepped right near the male feather, raised his dagger, and pressed it against the feather's neck. The male feather was in shock. He could not believe he had given Hansen the opportunity to get so close. He'd be unable to block the dagger now. Hansen's move was way too good. It was beyond his wildest expectations. The feather felt as if he had suddenly gone up against someone who wasn't an ordinary human. He seemed superior to all else in his race. A gold arrow suddenly flew towards Han Sen, aimed at his temple. The female feather wanted to get him away and save her companion. The dagger in Han Sen's hand did not move, though. All he did was swing his head back and forth to catch the arrow with his teeth. Then, he used the dagger to slit the feather's throat. Han Sen's crystal blood melted within his vessels, filling him like lava. The vessels twisted and contorted like snakes. The additional power was enough to drive the dagger deeper through the neck, completely decapitating the feather. The sheer force of the blow sent the head up into the sky. Mr. Tiger and the female feather looked on in absolute shock. No one could believe that a commoner, with only Geno armor, could manage to kill a feather baron. Especially since 2 feathers had been present, he was 2F** king fast. Mr. Tiger opened his mouth. He thought he was dreaming. "How dare you kill a feather?" the female feather screamed, then fired another arrow at Han Senator. All those golden arrows were nothing more than raindrops to him, though. Han Sen was still biting the first arrow, and electricity surged through his eyes. He dodged each and every arrow, nearing her with his dagger raised. He looked at her with murder. Han Sen had already slain one, so it was not as if he could leave a witness. If the other feathers knew what had happened, he wouldn't be able to stay where he was or in any nearby system, for that matter. The female feather was confident in her arrows, but despite the storm of attacks she released, they couldn't strike Han Sen once. Han Sen's body was as fast as a snake. The female feather was unable to predict where he would move next, and she missed each and every shot. Seeing Han Sen only 10 meters away from her, the female feather flapped her wings with the desire to escape from him. Han Sen lifted his dagger and flew up with her, though. She was the only thing in his eyes, right now. D***mn. The female feather flapped her wings and flew, all the while firing her arrows. Baron-class power was not enough to fly when there was gravity, so Baron feathers needed their wings to fly through the air. When the feather saw Han Sen trying to fly after her, she thought he must have had a death wish. And when the rain of arrows came down towards Han Sen, he suddenly began acting like a strange bird. He flew strangely, pulling himself up through the air. He dodged each and every arrow until he was right before the female feather. The female feather was enraged. She pulled out her longsword in an attempt to block his dagger, and when the weapons collided, the female feather felt a huge force come against her. It blasted the longsword out of her hands. The dagger didn't stop, though, and it went right for her neck. The arm that was holding the dagger turned red. The vessels inside looked like crystals as the blood inside boiled, pumping power into the dagger. Dong! The dagger slashed across the female feather's throat. A gold light came out from the neck to block the raging hit. Han Sen frowned. A feather necklace suddenly appeared on the feather's neck. It was hanging low against her chest, shining with a golden light. It was that gold feather pendant that had blocked Han Sen's strike. The female feather used her golden feather pendant to protect herself. She kept trying to attack Han Sen, unleashing sword lights continuously, her attacks forming a net over Han Sen. Both Mr. Tiger and the female feather were Baron class, but her skills far exceeded those of Mr. Tiger. It seemed like the Geno universe had better skills, but ordinary people just didn't get to see them. But these kinds of skills were nothing to Han Senator. When Han Sen used Phoenix techniques, he had greater mobility than birds. Han Sen was fighting the female feather in the air. The feather, who should have excelled at aerial combat, was actually performing worse than he was. The rhino horn dagger kept striking the female feather, but it wasn't enough to break the defenses created by the golden necklace. Han Sen didn't know what they were, but the light they shone was incredibly hard. It was like a shield that could not be sundered. The female feather tried to strike even harder, but she couldn't land a hit on Han Senator. She wanted to fall back a greater distance so she could fire arrows, but Han Sen kept the distance between the two null. Hansen looked as cold as ice in his determination to break the defense of the feather necklace. His body was boiling like lava, and he was unleashing so much power. His body was monstrous, and his speed constantly accelerated as he swung his dagger fiercely. If 1 strike doesn't work, then 10 strikes will. If 10 strikes don't work, then 100 strikes will. Hansen's blood was boiling, and he swung his dagger even faster. In the beginning, there was a cold light coming from his dagger. In the end, the light became a beam of luminescence. The lights were like chains, striking the feather necklace. The sound of impacts became an unbroken roar. The female feather was spooked. She flapped her wings, wanting to fly away from Hansenator, but Hansen flew better than she did. She couldn't escape, and she looked glum. Catcha! As Hansen kept attacking, the feather necklace started to develop small cracks. The golden shield started to weaken. Hansen's eyes went cold. The vessels in his arms were incredibly strong, and the dagger was driven against the golden shield again. The necklace crumbled with a loud shattering noise, and the gold shield broke like reinforced glass. The golden light turned to dust, and the pendant fell. The female feather was in shock. The dagger in Hansen's hand was like lightning now, and it flashed right through her neck. The female feather flapped her wings. She moved with the desire to evade the strike, but the attack connected as intended. It cut halfway through her neck. Mr. Tiger froze. Hansen was just a normal creature with Geno armor. And yet, he had just managed to take down 2 feather barons. The sight blew his mind, and now he looked at Hansen as if he was seeing a monster. Hansen was still holding his dagger as he looked into the eyes of the feather. The neck that had been cut open suddenly healed, as if no damage had ever been inflicted. Feathers xenogeneic? Hansen frowned. Feathers evolved quickly. They were a superior race that was born noble, but they could still evolve in 2 different ways. They would either gain a Geno armament, or they would become xenogeneic. The female feather was like the feather that Hansen had managed to kill in the sanctuary. It was a xenogeneic feather, and only they could possess xenogeneic genes. Still, seeing the female xenogeneic feather, Hansen did realize something. Not all the xenogeneics were driven by a simple urge to kill. The female feather's eyes glowed red. Her white wings turned gold, as bones extended and sprouted from her wings. She turned from being an angel into a gold-winged witch. She screamed and flew towards Hansen. Perhaps it was because of the xenogeneic power, but her strength and speed increased. Hansen didn't dodge, though. His blood was pumping with rage, and he raised the dagger and aligned it with the female feather's head. The female feather's hand grabbed the dagger as she descended, though, and it couldn't even cut through her palm. The female feather grabbed Hansen by his other arm. Her golden nails pierced through his Geno armor. She stretched her gold bone wings to wrap around Hansen. The golden bones protruded sharply from the wings, and if they closed around him completely, it'd be like a mouth of fangs closing on him. He'd be skewered. Hansen's hands were grabbed by the female feather, and it seemed too late for him to dodge. His whole body was indeed wrapped up by the wings. Oh, no. Mr. Tiger knew this was bad. But the next second, he heard a catch-a-noise sound. It was followed by a scream. The female feather fell backwards, screaming. Her face had been cut in half, with her golden wings entirely broken. Hansen was in the air, with Geno armor that was full of holes. But there was no blood seeping from the gaps. His white skin through the holes, and there did not seem to be any wounds. Hansen's body flew like a phoenix, going right towards the female feather. After the female feather used a xenogeneic gene, her eyes turned red with the desire to kill. It looked as if she had lost her own will and rationality. The head that had been cut open was already recovering, and her broken bones were regenerating swiftly. The creature screamed as it came back for Hansen. But Hansen wasn't going to give her any chance this time. Hansen used his dagger to cut her body repeatedly. The vessels under the Geno armor were boiling, unleashing an unbelievable amount of power. Catcha! Hansen reached out a hand and grabbed the female feather by her head. He chopped off her gold wings, one by one. The feather tried to bite into Hansen's arms, but Hansen just moved them even more violently. With his dagger, Hansen lopped her head clean off. The body, minus its head, still came for Hansen, though. And the bodiless head opened its mouth, still trying to bite into his arm. Hansen's blood was surging like a volcano. It carried enough power for him to dismember the female completely, and finally kill her. Xenogenic Baron hunted, Xenogenic gene found. Gold feather which Xenogenic beast soul obtained. Hansen heard the announcement play. Hansen found a golden bone inside her corpse. It was 10 centimeters long. When Hansen removed it, the body started to return to its original state. The gold wings became white again, and the claw-like bones of her wings and arms also withdrew. She was still sprawled out, though. She was dead. Hansen, you are in trouble. You killed them. The feathers will surely come for you, Mr. Tiger said. Who said I killed them? Hansen said coldly, looking at Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger froze, and Hansen went on to say, we assisted 2 feathers in killing the Xenogenic. An unknown race came from the sky to kill those 2 feathers and steal the Xenogenic materials. You, Hardman, and I went to lure the Xenogenic out. We were in the water, and so 2 of us managed to escape the attack. Mr. Tiger thought about what he had said. And after a while of silence, he eventually had to ask, do you really think that story is going to work? Can you kill 2 feathers? Hansen asked Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger shook his head. No. I am too weak. If you are unable to kill them, then it is fairly simple to assume that a commoner with Geno armor couldn't either, Hansen said quietly. Mr. Tiger understood now, and Hansen was right. It wouldn't seem possible that they could have killed the 2 feathers. No one would assume Hansen had the power to kill a noble feather and a Xenogenic feather the way he had. Mr. Tiger was still trying to wrap his head around the spectacle he had just witnessed. Let's go to the river and swim a little to make it believable. Then, we can report what happened to the feathers. Can Black Gold Group contact the Feather Society? Hansen grabbed the blue crystal tentacle and then jumped into the Black River. Mr. Tiger hesitated for a moment, but he still jumped in after him. Following Hansen into the river meant that he was agreeing to the scheme. But if Mr. Tiger didn't jump in after Hansen, then he would become Hansen's enemy. Mr. Tiger was fairly sure Hansen would be happy enough to kill him just to ensure there were no witnesses who could contradict Hansen's story. That's what crossed his mind. And so, he followed after Hansen. Hansen was not afraid Mr. Tiger was a snitch, though. And if Mr. Tiger told someone what had really happened, Hansen would just return to the sanctuary. If Hansen had returned as the only person alive, others might have grown suspicious, too. They were more likely to believe the cooked-up tale if 2 people managed to return, telling the same story. After going downstream, Hansen uncovered a neat nook where he could store the tentacle. He then went back with Mr. Tiger. They called for Black Gold Group to protect the scene, while Mr. Tiger got in touch with the high-level officers. They took the incident very seriously, and they made sure to report what had occurred to the feathers. Xiao had not left yet. She had been waiting for Hansen to come back, and when he did return, relief washed over her. After everyone left, Hansen returned to the scene. He dug out the blue crystal tentacle he had hidden, and he used the powers of space travel to send the tentacle and the bone to the sanctuary. The feathers wouldn't be able to find it there, no matter what they did. After Hansen went back to Qiao's house, he found an opportunity to examine his new beast soul. Baron Xenogenic beast soul, gold feather witch, bow type. Hansen summoned it to play with it in his room. It was a beautiful feather bow that looked like a pair of spread golden wings. Unfortunately, there were no arrows. It was pointless to have just the bow, so Hansen put it away for the moment. The next day, Black Gold Group told Hansen to come to their headquarters. The feathers were in Grand City meeting with Black Gold Group, so Hansen had to come to the meeting. Inside a room that looked like it was meant for interrogation, Hansen saw a feather. It was a woman. And she looked remarkably similar to the one had just killed. Hansen had trouble distinguishing the members of a race if they weren't human. But this feather's life force gave Hansen a grand chill. The power she had was not at all like the feathers he had killed. "Miss, why have you called me here?" Hansen asked politely. "Tell me what happened, and don't skip any details," the feather said coldly, staring at Hansen. Because Hansen was wearing his Geno armor, she didn't suspect he was responsible for what had happened. She'd never imagine a commoner in Geno armor could threaten two barren feathers. One of them was a xenogeniac as well. Hansen had already discussed what their statements should be with Mr. Tiger, so he was going to repeat that. The feather could not see any discrepancy between the two accounts, and neither did she think Hansen or Mr. Tiger could have killed the feathers if they tried. So, they were off the hook with her. "Don't leave Grand City for some time. If I have any more questions to ask, I'll be needing to see you. Also, call me if you uncover anything else. If it's useful, I will reward you." The feather waved her hand, signaling it was okay for Hansen to leave. Hansen had seen too much. Occurrences like this were definitely not going to make him nervous. He left Black Gold Group in a chill mood. "Lone Wolf, what do you think?" The feather frowned after Hansen left. A man with a wolf head walked into the room, politely saying, "Miss Xena, West Gran is a small place. The strongest faction is Black Gold Group, and they only have 2 barons. I have seen them, and they are far too weak. They could not have been the ones that killed the 2 feather barons. One of the feathers was a xenogeniac, too." Xena did not speak, and just nodded for him to continue. Long Wolf went on to say, "And as for that human? Well, that would be impossible. He's just a creature with Geno armor." Do you think their deaths are related to the item? Are you saying someone else was drawn here by the same information, and ended up encountering our people?" Xena asked quietly. "If that's true, then the item must be here. We will have to hurry." Lone Wolf looked excited. "It's just a myth, remember. We don't know if the story is actually true. We don't know its location, so we can't find it," Xena said. "If it is here, things will become strange once it is born. We can wait here, we will just have to be fast if we are to be rewarded," Lone Wolf said. Xena nodded, and with a murderous look, she said, "Continue your Black River investigation. We need to locate this murderer. We cannot allow our people to die in vain."